External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, where he underscored that the fifth meeting between two sides. Him going to Moscow, of course, part of a format where Russia and India keep exchanging or keep having this level of visits between the two sides, between the external affairs ministers, between the defense ministers, and of course the summit meetings that take place between the top leaders, between Prime Minister and President, alternatively between New Delhi and Moscow. So in that sense, it's a format-driven talk that is taking place, format-driven talks that are taking place between the two sides. Fifth time, the two foreign ministers meeting, and of course, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar mentioning in his opening remarks that Ukraine also is an issue that would be discussed. Of course, as I said, in two words, the most significant aspect being energy security for India.
No doubt, Abhishek Kapoor there sharing key details of what could be on the table under discussion as the Foreign Affairs Minister of India meets his counterparts in Russia. Energy security very clearly, the Ukraine war as well, and a number of other issues are rising out of the Ukraine war. Also, like Abhishek pointed out, India is a very key player. It's very few countries that can be in the US, in the UNGA in September, and then in Moscow just a couple of weeks after that. I thank him for joining us, viewers. We'll be moving on to a very big exclusive story now. Viewers, now in a shocking incident that has come to light, mass conversions are allegedly underway in Rajasthan's Jaipur. An attempt is being made to convert Dalit and economically backward societies by propagating anti-Hindu messages, is what we've come to know. Hate messages against Hindu gods and goddesses are being propagated, and a person who is allegedly a preacher of Christianity has been accused of conversion. No police action initiated yet, but the BJP has hit out at the Gehlot government. Republic's investigation team reached on the ground and investigated the matter. Let's take a look at this report filed by my colleague Amardeep Sharma.
दूरी पर धर्मांतरण का खेल का ऐसा खुलासा हुआ है कि जिसको सुनकर आप भी चौंक जाएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ईसाई मिशनरी सरकार की नाक के नीचे धर्मांतरण का एक खेल रच रही थी, उसका पर्दाफाश हिंदू संगठन से जुड़े हुए कार्यकर्ताओं ने कर दिया है। मैं अभी फिलहाल उसी जगह वाटिका गांव में मौजूद हूं, जहां पर धर्मपाल बैरवा नाम के शख्स ने न सिर्फ ईसाई मिशनरी के तहत लोगों को बरगलाने का काम किया, बल्कि उनको जबरदस्ती धर्मांतरण कराने की कोशिश भी की। कई शख्स ऐसे भी हैं जिन्होंने कई साल तक धर्मांतरण के रूप में ईसाई धर्म माना, लेकिन जब चीज़ें नहीं बदली, जीवन वैसे ही चलता रहा, तो उसके बाद में उन्होंने हिंदू धर्म अपना लिया। मेरे साथ में सबसे पहले वो शख्स हैं जिन्होंने इस चीज़ का खुलासा किया। अमित, क्या पूरा मामला था, एक बार खुल के बताइए सारी चीज़ें।
28 अक्टूबर को एक 2-3 हज़ार लोगों का एक सिद्धू और एक धर्मपाल बैरवा पोस्टर, इनके द्वारा एक बड़ा आयोजन किया जा रहा था, जिसमें भजन संध्या के नाम पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करके।
कौन सी भजन संध्या?
भजन संध्या यीशु मसीह का प्रचार, उसकी भजन संध्या के नाम पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करके उनको ईसाई धर्म में कन्वर्ट करना चाह रहे थे लोग। तो ये जब हमारे संज्ञान में है, तो हमने हिंदू संगठनों से बात की, बात करके हमने तुरंत बस्ती के लोगों से बात करके इसका विरोध करवाया। विरोध करवाते ये व्यक्ति स्वतः ही भाग गया। आज तक पुलिस प्रशासन उसको पकड़ नहीं पाया है और आज तक वो फरार है।
कितने ऐसे लोग होंगे अमित कि जिन्होंने ये पूरा नेक्सस चला रखा था, और इस नेक्सस में कितने लोग इन्फ्लुएंस होते थे, प्रभावित होते थे, जो इनके चुंगल में आ जाते थे?
आज हमारे गांव से कम 500-600 घर ऐसे हैं जो इसके टच में आ गए थे। अब लोग समझ रहे हैं और लोग अब दूर भग रहे हैं। आसपास के लोग, टोंक तक के लोग आते थे यहाँ रात भर। यहाँ
ये व्यक्ति कहता क्या था?
ये कहता था कि महिलाओं के लिए तो सिंदूर मत लगाओ, बिंदी मत लगाओ, सुहाग को मत मानो, चूड़े मत पहनो, लक्ष्मी जी को मत पूजो। जिस दिन त्यौहार होते हैं हिंदू धर्म के, उस दिन ये कहता था कि नॉनवेज बनाओ, नॉनवेज बना के खाओ, पितरों के भोग मत लगाओ, भोग वास मत लगाओ। ये चीज़ें, ये बिल्कुल इन चीज़ों का विरोध करवाता था।
अच्छा, मेरे साथ में वो शख्स मौजूद हैं जिस व्यक्ति के साथ में धर्मांतरण का खेल खेला गया था। 1 साल ये रहकर के आए हैं। क्या नाम है आपका?
कानाराम। कानाराम।
काना जी, 1 साल तक रहे आप उनके धर्म में?
1 साल तक रहा।
1 साल तक रहे। क्या कहते थे वो लोग आपसे?
ऐसे कहते थे कि आप प्रभु यीशु में आ जाओ,
यीशु मसीह को मानो।
हाँ, यीशु मसीह को मानो, और आपकी सैलरी में से 10,000 कमाते हो ना, उसमें से 2,500 हमको दो।
10,000 आप कमाते हो तो 2,500 रुपये उनको दो।
उनको दो।
अच्छा, हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए क्या कहते थे?
इनको भोग नहीं लगाना, पितरों को भोग नहीं मत लगाओ,
पितरों को मत मारो,
हाँ भैरू जी के पुआ पूड़ी मत चढ़ाओ, बाटी दाल,
भैरू जी को भोग मत लगाओ,
हाँ बाटी आटी मत चढ़ाओ,
अच्छा
और कोई अगरबत्ती मत लगाओ,
अच्छा कोई पूजा पाठ मत करो,
और खुद के मकान के अंदर कोई भी मूर्ति है उसको हटा के कुएं में फेंक दो।
So you just heard that, viewers, from anti-Hindu messages to preaching an end to idol practice and other Hindu practices. The residents of the Vatika village there made some very scathing revelations on the extent of the mass conversion racket in Jaipur. Let's listen in to some more of them.
ठोकर मारते हैं, हम लक्ष्मी जी को नहीं मानते हैं, हम और किसी को नहीं मानते, आप हमारी शरण में आओ, हम किसी का भूत निकाल देंगे, प्रेत निकाल देंगे।
किसको मानेंगे और क्या मानेंगे?
अब उनकी शरण में जाओ, ईसा मसीह की शरण में जाओ, उनकी परमेश्वर ही सब कुछ है।
परमेश्वर ही सब कुछ है। आपके परिवार से कौन कौन गए देखने के लिए?
परिवार से तो गए हैं, घर पे हैं वो तो गए।
हाँ हाँ। उन्होंने क्या मैसेज दिया और फिर आपको क्या महसूस हुआ?
महसूस हुआ है क्या, लोगों का धर्म परिवर्तन करवाता है ये आदमी, गलत है, बिल्कुल फ्रॉड है।
आपको लगा किसी का धर्म परिवर्तन हुआ?
बहुत लोग इसके ही गुणगान करते हैं। तो
यहाँ किसी ने, कितने लोगों ने इनको माना और कितनी मान्यता प्राप्त की?
अब यहाँ लोग है इसको तांत्रिक मानते हैं, हम ये कहते हैं हमारे ऊपर जादू टोना कर देगा जी।
हाँ, लोग अभी भोग वोग ऐसे मन लगाओ, दिवाली विवाली मत पूजो, जो भी है तो ये लोगों को ऐसे ज्ञान देते हैं, अपने धर्म से भटकाते हैं इसको कि भाई हिंदू धर्म छोड़ के ईसाई में जा रहे हैं लोग, तो ऐसे ही बताते हैं उनको।
आपको क्या फायदा अगर हम चले भी गए तो? ऐसा बताते?
फायदा तो मेरे को तो कुछ लगा नहीं, ये वही डोक पाखंड है। लोगों को इतना ही विश्वास है, तो आप बाबा साहब को मानते हो, अपना धर्म छोड़ रहे हो, तो लोग बाबा साहब की मूर्ति बनवाओ ना, कि अपन जो भी है आज मार्केट में बाबा साहब की वजह से।
So some shocking claims there. Republic's Newsbreak has whipped up a huge political storm. The BJP has questioned the Ashok Gehlot government's silence over this mass conversion racket. Let's listen in now.
देखिए, राजस्थान की कानून व्यवस्था के ध्वस्त होने का नज़ारा है और सरकार की लापरवाही का नज़ारा है कि जो धर्मांतरण की घटनाएं बीच के कालखंड में रुकी थी, अब वो वापस प्रभावी हुई हैं। किस तरीके से निर्बल लोगों को प्रलोभन देके, गुमराह करके, उनको भयभीत करके धर्म परिवर्तन की जो साजिशें ट्राइबल बेल्ट में शुरू हुई और आज अब एकदम सरकार के नाक के नीचे, गृह मंत्री की कुर्सी के नीचे यदि धर्मांतरण होता है तो ये समाज के लिए, राजनीति के लिए, शासन के लिए भी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, चिंताजनक है। मुझे लगता है कि अब तो इस पर तुरंत संज्ञान लेना चाहिए कि भविष्य में इस तरह की घटनाएं नहीं हो।
लेकिन राजस्थान के अलग अलग हिस्सों में अभी भी नहीं थम रही और सरकार कोई संज्ञान नहीं ले रही, क्योंकि सरकार को सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये थी कि यहाँ से महज राजधानी से 20 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर इस तरीके का कृत्य हो रहा है और अभी तक किसी भी तरीके का संज्ञान और कोई कार्रवाई अभी तक नहीं हुई। 24 घंटे से ज़्यादा बीत गए।
वही नमूना है सरकार की और यही कारण है कि राजस्थान में आज जो कानून व्यवस्था कमजोर हुई है, इसी तरीके की लापरवाही के कारण हुई है। तो ये तो खुद कांग्रेस के आलाकमान को और मुख्यमंत्री को चेतने का अवसर है कि वो कम से कम राजस्थान के इस तरीके के लोगों को तो षड्यंत्रों से महफूज रखें।
क्या बीजेपी एक्शन लेगी?
देखिए, मुद्दा तो सामाजिक है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्योंकि एक चेतन संगठन है, इस नाते हमारी जो भूमिका होगी उस पर चर्चा करेंगे और निश्चित रूप से हम लोग उस पर काम सकारात्मक रूप से काम करेंगे।
इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य हो ही नहीं सकता। प्रदेश की राजधानी के अंदर सरकार के नीचे लोभ देकर और कुछ खौफ दिखाकर और धार्मिक मान्यताओं को तोड़ मरोड़ करके प्रस्तुत करके लोगों को धर्मांतरण करने के लिए प्रलोभित किया जाता है और सारी बातें मीडिया में, अखबारों में आने के बाद सरकार की तरफ से संज्ञान तक नहीं लिया जाना, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य कुछ हो नहीं सकता। निश्चित तौर पर यह चिंता की बात है। ये एक तरह से तुष्टीकरण की जो बातें हम कहते हैं, कांग्रेस पर जो आरोप लगाते हैं, पिछले दरवाजे से उसी प्रकार हमारी धार्मिक भावनाओं के साथ खिलवाड़ करने की कोशिश हो रही है और इन बातों की हम भर्त्सना भी करते हैं और मौका आने पर सवाल भी खड़े करेंगे कि इसके पीछे कारण क्या है।
डॉक्टर साहब, ये पहला मामला नहीं है। इससे पहले अलवर में भी 1 महीने पहले इस तरीके की घटना हुई। डूंगरपुर, बांसवाड़ा, उदयपुर, कोटड़ा, तमाम जगह इस तरीके की चीज़ें निकल के आती है, लेकिन ठोस कार्रवाई जिसको कहते हैं कि एक्शन जो है वो नहीं लिया जाता।
निश्चित तौर पर राजस्थान के अंदर धर्म परिवर्तित करने वाले संगठित गिरोह की गिरफ्त में धीरे धीरे राजस्थान के भोली भाली जनता को लेने की कोशिश हो रही है और सरकार को चाहिए कि इन सारी चीज़ों को भंडाफोड़ करे वो और इस पर कार्रवाई भी करे। और ये चिंता का विषय भी है और इस चिंता के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस चिंता को गंभीरता से ले रही है और इसके निश्चित तौर पर हम एक्शन प्लान बनाएंगे।
So we just saw Amardeep speaking to Satish Punya and Ravinder Rathod of the BJP on these shocking allegations of mass conversion that have come to light. We also have Tanisha now joining us from the Noida newsroom. Tanisha, if you could put into context for our viewers what we have just seen and the shocking allegations that have been made in this mass conversion, forced mass conversion story.
Right, Ankit rightly said. It is totally a story of forced mass conversion, and this is not the first incident. Remember, the earlier incidents were reported in Alwar, and now.
सही है ना, हाथापाई क्यों की? अपने हाथापाई क्यों की? अपने हाथापाई क्यों की थी, बताइए ना।
निगाह सके चलो।
उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई की थी? आपको शोभा देता है? आपको जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था कि मारपीट करें। किसने कहा था? जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने। बताइए, आप जवाब देंगे कि नहीं देंगे? आपको अधिकार है कानून अपने हाथ में लेने का। जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था ये बारी बात। मारपीट करने के लिए किसने कहा था? जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने। So this is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Award is not in fact responding to the questions. आप बताइए, आपको अगर विरोध था शिवाजी महाराज को लेकर के तो आप विरोध दर्ज कर सकते थे। आपने मारपीट क्यों की? मारपीट क्यों की, बताइए ना। So the NCP worker who was in fact here at Vartak Nagar police station does not respond to the question of Republic TV, and in fact other party workers are also here. My video journalist Samil Shedke is showing you the visuals. In fact, video journalist Sunny Badrige is showing you the visuals. In fact, one of the NCP leader is also out here. We'll try to speak to him. We'll try to confront him. NCP के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। शिवाजी
nothing to say and you can't force me to say anything. Please.
No, but
don't intrude into my privacy and my space. I have nothing to say.
But the problem,
and I have nothing to speak.
But the problem is, your party workers with
I said I have nothing to speak.
Jitendra Award went there inside the theater and also beat up the viewer. Don't you think you should respond? Why are you not responding? You didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond? Do you have any answer? I question you. Do you have any answer? Why did you beat up the person, a common man who was watching the film? So tight-lipped NCP worker sitting out here, the supporter of Jitendra Award, who in fact went in to the theater and in fact brutally assaulted that person who assaulted the viewers there. And in fact, Republic TV tried questioning those NCP workers who were there, and in fact the goons of Jitendra Award who were there, who beaten up the party worker, the viewers who are watching the movie Har Har Mahadev. Reporting from Thane with video journalist Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
So viewers, just there you saw our confrontation with one of the people who was seen very clearly in the video of Jitendra Awad beating up a cinema goer over there. This is an incident, a shocking incident that took place last night, which we've been tracking very closely. Jitendra Awad, for whatever reason, barged into this theater in a mall in Thane. He had all of the people who were watching this movie removed from there, and when one of the viewers protested, he was thrashed very badly. His shirt was torn, and then once the scuffle was broken up, there are also visuals of Jitendra Awad trying to offer the man money. The man says, no, I will not take it. And then he appears to motion to him to keep quiet. And so this is an incident that has really outraged just about everyone. For whatever reason, we've seen how a short while earlier, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, also said such an incident will not be tolerated. But the question is what action is going to be taken. And now you see the same person, the hooligan who was seen in the visual, who was a part of the scuffle over there. Here he has nothing to say. And the NCP party also is refusing to speak on this matter. We've seen earlier in the day, Jayant Patil also refused to condemn the actions of Jitendra Awad, who is former minister of the MVA government. And when Sandeep confronted this man for about 2 minutes, he would not say anything. He made his way to his car. He sat in the back seat and he drove away without offering a single word. There he is on the screen on the left side of the window. He can clearly be seen as part of the fisticuffs. It was a brazen assault on this one cinema goer. It was a brazen assault on one man who was at the focus of all this. His shirt was torn, his wife also was with him, and it was something that was completely unpardonable. Viewers, we are tracking this very closely. Meanwhile, we have a lot of other stories also lined up for you. The BJP has swung into mission mode with just days to go for the Himachal elections polling. Nadda says that he is confident of breaking the trend of Himachal voting governments out.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops flight facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA. A new round of talks began on Monday between Ethiopia's government and Tigray regional representatives to work out military and other details of last week's signing of a permanent cessation of hostilities in a 2-year conflict thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the meetings in Kenya involved the military commanders of both sides along with the lead political negotiators.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has taken the holy dip at a Karon river at the Mahadev Ghat on the occasion of Kartik Purnima. Prime Minister Modi will unveil a logo and theme for India's G20 presidency today, according to the Prime Minister. Logo, theme and website will reflect India's message and overarching priorities to the world. India will assume the presidency of the G20 on the 1st of December this year. During the course of its G20 presidency, India will hold about 200 meetings in 32 different sectors in multiple locations across India.
Here's also what's making news across the globe. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Monday, while addressing the COP27 climate conference in Egypt, warned that the world is on a highway to climate hell. Now, Guterres further called for a new pact between rich and poor countries to work closer together with financial help and phasing out of coal in rich nations by 2030 and elsewhere by 2040.
The clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives and we are losing.
400 Dalit families allegedly converted in Rajasthan's Jaipur. BJP questions Gehlot government. Open hooliganism of NCP leader at movie theatre caught on tape. Does NCP endorse this?
तो लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से वहां जाकर लोगों को मारना पीटना ये सहन नहीं किया जाएगा, इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
Fadnavis takes on controversial NCP leader, says won't tolerate such behavior. BJP leader Stokes Rao says chew tobacco, drink alcohol, but do not waste water. BJP swings into mission mode. Nadda says confident of thumping with majority. Top economist makes big prediction on the India story. India third largest economy by 2027, he says. Thank you for staying with Republic. We are first getting you these pictures of a biryani feast that got violent in Odisha. As rationalists held a biryani feast on Eclipse Day, Hindu groups protested the biryani feast. This happened in Bhubaneswar. We'll try and play out all those videos for you and invert them. But picture certainly giving you a sense of what may have happened. It was a biryani feast that got violent in Odisha when Hindu groups protested against the biryani feast. This happened on Eclipse Day. Rationalists held biryani feast on Eclipse Day, and those following the rituals opposed this very feast. There were protests and attacks over the distribution of biryani, and Hindu groups opposed chicken biryani feast on Eclipse Day. Those are pictures from Bhubaneswar and how the biryani feast got violent when rationalists held a biryani feast on Eclipse Day, which is considered pious for Hindus, and strongly following all the rituals. They were against the distribution of chicken biryani and holding this feast. Niranjan is joining us on the broadcast with more details of what happened. Over to you, Niranjan.
Well, it's a sort of a bizarre kind of a protest that has happened here, and this was seen coming because some of the groups, I think they were mostly rationalist groups that were holding a biryani drive in Bhubaneswar in Odisha's capital. And just as this drive was happening, the whole idea, I think, was to distribute biryani on the Eclipse Day, that's today. And when they were doing that today, there was a big fight. Today is the lunar eclipse, and some groups had promised to distribute biryani. Basically, rationalists were distributing biryani. This is in Bhubaneswar. And just as they organized, they called it a biryani feast at Lohia Academy. And Bajrang Dal activist Hindu groups reached there and opposed the consumption of cooked food during this lunar eclipse, which is an age-old belief apparently in some Hindu traditions. And the situation has turned violent, and it is basically a fight between rationalists and those who believe in rituals. So it's rationalism versus rituals here that is playing out. And we are hearing that they also reportedly threw cow dung and pelted stones at them. Now, these are some of the details available. And the police also arrived at this spot. You can see that some of them were also injured in this particular fight that broke out, as some stones were pelted, things went out of hand, some food stalls were also ransacked, and there was a march that was carried out by some of the Hindu groups that were there, including the Bajrang Dal. And this was a biryani feast that was being organized, and there was a violent clash that erupted between these two groups. And essentially the whole point made by these rationalists was that there was absolutely nothing wrong in consuming food on Lunar Eclipse Day, and had absolutely no negative impact. They said the practice was baseless, etc. The idea was baseless. They were trying to prove a point. And the Hindu groups were trying to say that this is not needed when there is a belief, there is a ritual, there is a tradition. So it's tradition versus rationalism. And as the rationalists held this biryani feast, there was an attempt to oppose it, and what happened after that is playing out on the screen. Sukesh?
Yes, so Niranjan, also tell us, where exactly did this happen? Was it at a place where rituals were being followed, and there the biryani feast was, or the biryani was being distributed? Was there an attempt to provoke, or was it just something that went out of hand for a group feeling that their sentiments were hurt?
Well, this happened at a biryani distribution location. This happened when a biryani was being distributed at one of the locations between the group of believers and the rationalists who were, at this Lohia Academy is the location where the biryani feast was taking place, and the attack happened there. And they basically, this happened in Behrampur in Bhubaneswar, in the capital of Odisha, and they had basically organized this biryani feast. And this is defying tradition, defying rituals of avoiding cooked food on lunar eclipse day. They said that the practice was baseless. The consumption on food was absolutely fine. It had no negative effects, as the tradition goes in some sections. And the Bajrang Dal members reached the Lohia Academy. This was where the biryani feast was happening, and there was a complete pandemonium there. Scenes turned ugly. There was an attack.
Right.
Into groups, etc.
Yes. All right, Niranjan, thank you very much for getting us all those details. I'll keep coming back to you for further updates on this story. For the moment, we move on. And well, the other big story that continues to make headlines of the open act of hooliganism by NCP leader and former cabinet minister Jitendra Avadh, who was caught on camera. Watch how Avadh had entered a theatre and stopped the screening of the Marathi movie Har Har Mahadev. 24 hours later, Republic confronted NCP goons who had unleashed this violence, and watch how they walked away.
Try to speak to him. We'll try to confront him. NCP के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की.
Shivaji, nothing to say, and you can't force me to say anything. Please.
No, but
don't intrude into my privacy and my space. I have nothing to say.
The problem,
and I have nothing to speak.
But the problem is, your party workers with
I have said I have nothing to speak.
Jitendra Avadh went there inside the theatre, and also beat up the viewer. Don't you think you should respond? Don't you think you should respond? Why are you not responding? You didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who are watching the movie? Why don't you respond? Why don't you respond? Do you have any answer? Do you have any answer? I question you. Do you have any answer? Why did you beat up the person, a common man who was watching the film? So tight-lipped NCP worker sitting out here, the supporter of Jitendra Avadh, who in fact went in to the theatre and in fact brutally assaulted that person who assaulted the viewers there. And in fact, Republic TV tried questioning those NCP workers who were there, and in fact the goons of Jitendra Avadh who were there, who beaten up the party worker, the viewers who are watching the movie Har Har Mahadev. Reporting from Thane with video journalist Sandeep Singh for Republic TV. क्या कारण है, क्यों मारा था उसको, बताइए ना. हाथापाई क्यों की थी आपने हाथापाई क्यों की थी? आपने हाथापाई क्यों की थी, बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई की थी? आपको शोभा देता है? आपको जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था कि मारपीट करें. किसने कहा था? जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने. बताइए, आप जवाब देंगे कि नहीं देंगे? आपको अधिकार है कानून अपने हाथ में लेने का। हाँ? जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था ये बारी बात। मारपीट करने के लिए किसने कहा था? जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने। So this is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Award is not in fact responding to the questions. आप बताइए, आपको अगर विरोध था शिवाजी महाराज को लेकर के तो आप विरोध दर्ज कर सकते थे, आपने मारपीट क्यों की?
And we cut across to more breaking news coming in. DMK mayor gave murder threats on stage. This happened when there were crowds in full force. DMK mayor Mangesh from Nagarcoil explicitly said on stage in an event that he will not hesitate to murder anyone when it comes to settling political rivalry. The video that has been accessed clearly shows the mayor saying that he is the mayor of the corporation. He is the district secretary as well. And if there is any hindrance to the party functions or the work that he does, then he will not hesitate to murder them. Open threats given on stage, and we are yet to understand if any action has been taken against the DMK mayor. But this happened when there were huge crowds while he was addressing those crowds. And absolutely not mincing any words, he said that anyone who comes in the way of his political work or happens to be a political rival who creates obstacles in his path, he will not hesitate to murder him. Varshini is joining us live on the broadcast. Varshini, give us a sense of what the DMK mayor said. Open death threats, murder threats that he issued on stage. Has any action been taken against him for what he said?
Well, this was at a public event that took place last evening where the DMK mayor from Nagarcoil Corporation has issued publicly murder threats. He is heard saying on the video that, he is the mayor of the corporation. He's also the district secretary of the Nagarcoil district of the DMK party. Therefore, if at all there's any hindrance found that is happening during any party functions, he will definitely not hesitate to murder. So this is, and he also mentions about how he's been in a legal business for the past 32 years and that, he's not afraid of anything. Very appalling words spoken by the DMK mayor in Nagarcoil district and in Nagarcoil corporation. And we can see that there is absolutely no action taken so far on this matter. And this is also, not new, as the DMK ministers and many different DMK political leaders have time and again spoken, given away such threats on public forums. And now the Nagarcoil mayor has also, has been added to the list where he is explicitly on a public stage giving away such murder threats. And we can also see the party cadres clapping and lauding and laughing on it.
But let's not forget, Varshini, that this is the ruling party in the state of Tamil Nadu, and he holds a very responsible position. He is a mayor. Has any whip been issued by the party top leadership on these kind of threats being put out by Mangesh?
Well, this kind of, instances is happening, as I already mentioned, has been happening time and again. But to be very, open about it, there has not been any kind of reaction that has never come from the DMK high command. The DMK high command has never reacted to these kind of statements that comes out of the important leaders of the party. There have been several instances where there have been several different kinds of threats given away by many DMK leaders, but the High Command never responds. But recently, in the party's public meeting, we saw the Chief Minister and also the DMK party leader, M.K. Stalin, saying that he's having sleepless nights because of his ministers and his MLAs who keep giving away such statements, making such remarks in public, which is giving him nightmares. Therefore, it is understood that the DMK High Command, the DMK leader, is not happy about the kind of statements that are being made by the other leaders in the party. But still, even after the Chief Minister openly admitting that he is not happy with his, party workers making such statements, it does not stop. It is continuing again and again.
All right, Varshini, for the moment, thank you for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you to get further updates on this story. And moving on to a shocking incident that has now come to light of mass conversions that were allegedly underway in Jaipur. An attempt that is being made to convert Dalit and economically backward societies by propagating anti-Hindu messages, hate messages against Hindu gods and goddesses that are also being propagated. A person by the name Dharampal Berwa, who is allegedly a preacher of Christianity and had been accused of conversion. While no police action has been initiated in the case so far, BJP has now hit out at the Gehlot government over the case. Republic investigation team went to ground zero to unearth the truth behind this story. We are getting you these reports filed by my colleague Amardeep Sharma.
जयपुर से चंद किलोमीटर की दूरी पर धर्मांतरण का खेल का ऐसा खुलासा हुआ है कि जिसको सुनकर आप भी चौंक जाएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ईसाई मिशनरी सरकार की नाक के नीचे धर्मांतरण का एक खेल रच रही थी, उसका पर्दाफाश हिंदू संगठनों से जुड़े हुए कार्यकर्ताओं ने कर दिया है। मैं अभी फिलहाल उसी जगह वाटिका गांव में मौजूद हूं, जहां पर धर्मपाल बैरवा नाम के शख्स ने न सिर्फ ईसाई मिशनरी के तहत लोगों को बरगलाने का काम किया, बल्कि उनका जबरदस्ती धर्मांतरण कराने की कोशिश भी की। कई शख्स ऐसे भी हैं जिन्होंने कई साल तक धर्मांतरण के रूप में ईसाई धर्म माना, लेकिन जब चीज़ें नहीं बदली, जीवन वैसे ही चलता रहा, तो उसके बाद में उन्होंने हिंदू धर्म अपना लिया। मेरे साथ में सबसे पहले वो शख्स हैं जिन्होंने इस चीज़ का खुलासा किया। अमित, क्या पूरा मामला था, एक बार खुल के बताइए सारी चीज़ें।
28 अक्टूबर को एक 2-3 हज़ार लोगों का एक सिद्धू और एक धर्मपाल बैरवा पोस्टर, इनके द्वारा एक बड़ा आयोजन किया जा रहा था, जिसमें भजन संध्या के नाम पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करके। कौन सी भजन संध्या? भजन संध्या यीशु मसीह का प्रचार, उसकी भजन संध्या के नाम पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करके उनको ईसाई धर्म में कन्वर्ट करना चाह रहे थे लोग।
Where the Indo-Pacific is concerned, both our nations have stakes in its progress and prosperity. We, as partners, highly value the centrality of ASEAN to the larger regional architecture. From the viewpoint of our respective interests, we exchange views about how the goals of the international community are best served, including in securing the global commons. Our talks also addressed a number of regional issues. On Afghanistan, we discussed how to continue our support for the people of Afghanistan, even as we urge Taliban to fulfill its international commitments. We are both members of various formats where the Afghan-related issues come up for review, and we will continue to be in close touch. I hope to discuss, of course, in the coming session, the prospects of the Iranian JCPOA, because India believes that the way forward must be found in the interests of global peace, security, and non-proliferation. I also expect a wider exchange of assessments on the current situation in the Middle East, what we call West Asia, including matters pertaining to Syria and Palestine. India today has a wide range of interests and a growing footprint. Some of this is expressed in terms of our UN responsibilities, like the chair of the Libya Committee, some in our traditionally close partnerships with Africa, and now increasingly our deeper economic involvement with many regions. The world is moving towards greater multipolarity through steady and continuous rebalancing, and that especially means a multipolar Asia. As prominent nations who have a positive history of working together, this will naturally influence the conversations between Russia and India. Our two countries are members of the G20, the BRICS, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, amongst others. How we work together in these formats is also on our agenda. You all know that India has assumed the chair of the SCO and will take over the presidency of the G20 in December. We strongly believe that the pressing concerns of the international community as a whole must be fully recognized and effectively addressed. The state of multilateralism, especially the working of the UN and its key organs, is today clearly wanting. Even as we focus on the immediate, the case for reformed multilateralism, including a reformed UN Security Council, is becoming difficult to deny. We welcome Russian support for India in that regard. In conclusion, let me say that we have had a morning of very open and productive exchanges. As I noted, we are still somewhat halfway through our discussions. But Minister Lavrov, allow me to thank you for your hospitality, for your welcome, and I'm confident that our talks will contribute to the further development of India-Russia cooperation.
Уважаемые коллеги, наступает время для ваших вопросов. Индийский телеканал ТВ-9. Прошу вас.
Здравствуйте, ministers. My question to Dr. Jaishankar. Minister, since you are accompanied by a large delegation of representatives from various ministries and departments, so do we take it as a signal that India's intent to continue or enhance cooperation with Russia in all spheres, despite all kind of challenges and so-called threats?
You know, I'm accompanied by a large and senior delegation because we have a very substantial and time-tested relationship with Russia. And as I explained in my remarks, in the last few years, under the guidance of our leaders, we have been trying to find ways of expanding this relationship, making it more durable, more sustainable, more balanced. So today, when I look back at the discussions both with Minister Lavrov and Deputy PM Manturov, we discussed areas where, you know, there's a natural convergence of interest between India and Russia. And we do so, when we do so, we not only serve our national interests, we actually today, as major G20 economies, we are actually helping to stabilize the world economy as well. And at this time of great global volatility and uncertainty, I think this is a very good thing that we are doing. So I'm very glad that today's discussions helped us to move forward on many issues, and I felt that the Russian side had a similar sentiment.
Информационное агентство ТАСС, пожалуйста.
Добрый день, Лейла Тураянова, ТАСС. Мой вопрос обоим министрам. Ситуация в Афганистане продолжает вызывать тревогу как у Индии, так и у России. И основываясь на ваших сегодняшних дискуссиях, каким вы видите дальнейшее сотрудничество между Москвой и Нью-Дели по афганскому вопросу? И дополнение для вас, Сергей Викторович. В середине ноября планируется очередное заседание московского формата консультаций по Афганистану. И стало известно, что новые афганские власти не приглашены на эту встречу. Хотя, например, в прошлом году во встрече московского формата талибы принимали участие. Как бы вы могли это прокомментировать и пояснить, с чем связано такое решение? Спасибо.
Как мы уже сказали в наших вступительных словах, мы подробно обсудили ситуацию в Афганистане и те задачи, которые стоят перед международным сообществом, чтобы помочь афганскому народу стабилизировать ситуацию и прийти к общенациональному согласию о том, как дальше жить в их стране. Мы работаем с талибами, и по нашей линии наши индийские друзья также осуществляют необходимые шаги в этом направлении. Пока еще мы не достигли нашего желаемого результата, пока еще мы не увидели, что наши коллеги, которые сейчас являют собой власть в Кабуле, движутся достаточно быстро по тем направлениям, которые были объявлены в качестве их обязательств перед своим народом, особенно имею в виду необходимость все-таки консолидировать этнополитическое единство афганского народа и обеспечить инклюзивный этнополитический характер власти. Мы продолжаем эту работу, и одним из таких этапов будет очередное заседание московского формата. Оно состоится уже на следующей неделе. Индийские друзья будут на нем представлены, как и все остальные участники предыдущих мероприятий такого рода. У нас есть, как я уже сказал, регулярный контакт с представителями талибов. Они будут посвящены в то, чем будут заниматься участники встречи московского формата. И, конечно же, мы никаких секретов от представителей Афганистана не имеем. Мы подробно пробрифингуем и талибов, и другие политические силы, которые там существуют.
Let me add to that with 4 points. One, it's important that the world not forget what is the situation in Afghanistan. Because today, I think it's not getting the attention that it deserves. There is a humanitarian situation, and at least where India is concerned, we have stepped forward by providing food, providing medicines, providing vaccines, and trying to find ways by which the Afghan people are supported in a very difficult phase of their history. Secondly, the international community, with good reason, has concerns about terrorism and terrorists who operate out of Afghanistan. There have been commitments which have been given in this regard. It's legitimate that the international community, especially the neighbors, today work together to ensure that that there is no terrorism threat that comes out of Afghanistan. Third, the commitments which have been made in respect of Afghanistan are covered by a UN resolution, a Security Council resolution 2593. It is important that those obligations are kept. And finally, we discuss Afghanistan in various formats. It is part of the tradition of our relationship, India and Russia, that in some of these formats we have cooperated. So we look forward to being present here during the Moscow format as well. I can say a lot about India-Russia relations. I think the fact that I'm here today with a delegation to review our cooperation, to see how we can take it forward, to create a long-term sustainable basis, I think says most of all. For us, Russia has been a steady and time-tested partner, and as I said, any objective evaluation of our relationship over many decades would confirm that it has actually served both our countries very, very well. So if it has served my country very, very well for many decades, I think you can see the obvious interest and commitment I would have in keeping that relationship strong and steady. As regards, the oil supply issue, there is a. I mean, first of all, there is a stress on the energy markets. Okay, this is a stress which has been created by a combination of factors. But as today the world's third largest consumer of oil and gas, a consumer where the levels of income are not very high, it is our fundamental obligation to ensure that the Indian consumer has the best possible access on the most advantageous terms to international markets. And in that respect, quite honestly, we have seen that the India-Russia relationship has worked to advantage. So if it works to my advantage, I would like to keep that going.
Thank you. Заключительный вопрос, телеканал
And final
Россия-24.
question, Russia 24 TV channel, please.
Здравствуйте, вопрос Сергею Викторовичу.
Hello, I've got a question from Mr. Lavrov. What do you think about the priorities of ASEO's development? Are they in the sphere of security or economic cooperation? And if I may, I could add one more question on another topic. Can you tell about how the BRICS extension is going on? Are there any deadlines or dates for admitting new countries such as Algeria, Argentina, Iran, and what fields or branches will be strengthened due to this admission? And if I may, you can also list some other countries that in the near future could also be applicants to join the organization.
Что касается Шанхайской организации сотрудничества, она
As for Shanghai Cooperation Organization, it's a multi-layered forum. It works with security matters. Initially, it was founded to deal with these matters, to have order on the borders of the Central Asian countries and China and the Russian Federation, and this objective has been reached. And as the SCO was evolving, it paid more and more attention to the matters not only of rebuking or neutralizing new challenges such as terrorism, extremism, or separatism, but also it worked and dealt with the matters on using its advantages, because it is located on the huge Eurasian continent. Actually, it occupies the best part of this continent, so SCO can use its advantages to expand its economic and trade ties and to establish additional transport infrastructure that is going to minimize costs and will increase the profits and will be beneficial for each of our countries. If you add to this the prospect of using the northern maritime route, not only land-based routes, then in these prospects that SCO has, they are quite impressive, and with our Indian friends we work in this direction to use Northern Sea Route more efficiently and to use those oil and gas fields that are existing in the Arctic, to use them more actively. And apart from cooperation and security and working on stability in our shared region to develop ties, to work on joint infrastructure projects in the CO, we also develop cultural and humanitarian cooperation. For example, we have political centers and cultural ministries are working together. We have exhibitions and so on. It's very much in demand. And also, the BRICS organization is very important. Brazil, Russia, China, India and South Africa, and there is a lot of interest in this global organization, and this interest is increasing. You mentioned certain countries, Algeria, Argentina, Iran, that are showing interest to this organization. Actually, there are more than a dozen such countries, and this June there was BRICS Summit via video link. It was chaired by the Chinese People's Republic. And apart from the summit itself, when the leaders of the 5 countries discussed the internal matters of this organization and discussed plans and made a joint declaration, after this summit there was a summit in the format of BRICS Plus. If I'm not mistaken, apart from the BRICS 5 countries, there were the leaders of 13 countries, and this list is public. It contains countries that represent all the developing and emerging regions of the world, Asia, Africa, Latin America, and we welcome this interest, obviously. But before talking about when and how in detail the SCO expansion will take place, we agreed that within these 5 countries we should work on the criteria and principles and how such applications should be considered, because these applications are coming in officially now. Of course, we hope that working on these criteria and principles of the BRICS expansion will not take too much time. But first we need to understand how to develop this organization in this potentially expanded format. The press conference is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just going to come away from that press conference between India's...
И принципы рассмотрения такого рода обращений. Поскольку обращения поступают уже в официальном порядке, конечно, мы рассчитываем, что согласование критериев и принципов расширения БРИКС не займет слишком долгое время.
So you just heard this joint statement by both India and Russia. Remember, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, is in Moscow, from where he speaks again cross-border terror. Not just that, he also, remember, is speaking and calling out the West for its hypocrisy when it comes to the Russian oil issue. We'll be tracking that story and much more for you, also going up on republicworld.com. As we head into a break, on the other side, we'll take you across to the state of Himachal. That's polling on the 12th. The BJP already is on a mission mode. Live coverage after this quick break. And also, a top economist is making this big prediction on the India growth story. Says India is going to be the third largest economy by 2027.
The stone felting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Asabdin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jiten Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
It's a joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
Former US Vice President and 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Al Gore made an impassioned call Monday for leaders to choose life over death by ending the use of fossil fuels that are stoking climate change. Now, he also called on wealthy nations not to allow current turbulence of global energy markets to share their commitment to reducing consumption of fossil fuel.
We have a credibility problem, all of us. We're talking. And we're starting to act, but we're not doing enough. It is a choice to continue this pattern of destructive behavior.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA. A new round of talks began on Monday between Ethiopia's government and Tigray regional representatives to work out military and other details of last week's signing of a permanent cessation of hostilities in a 2-year conflict thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the meetings in Kenya involved the military commanders of both sides along with the lead political negotiators.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has taken the holy dip at a Karon river at the Mahadev Ghat on the occasion of Kartik Purnima. Prime Minister Modi will unveil a logo and
representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो बटन दबाकर हमारी G20 वेबसाइट का अनावरण करें। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को हमें संबोधित करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
नमस्कार। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों और विश्व समुदाय के सभी परिवारजन, कुछ दिनों बाद 1 दिसंबर से भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता करेगा। भारत के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक अवसर है। आज इसी संदर्भ में इस समिट की वेबसाइट, थीम और लोगो को लॉन्च किया गया है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को इस अवसर पर बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, G20 ऐसे देशों का समूह है जिनका आर्थिक सामर्थ्य विश्व की 85% जीडीपी का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। G20 उन 20 देशों का समूह है जो विश्व के 75% व्यापार का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। G20 उन 20 देशों का समूह है जिसमें विश्व की 2/3 जनसंख्या समाहित है। और भारत अब इस G20 समूह का नेतृत्व करने जा रहा है, इसकी अध्यक्षता करने जा रहा है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि आजादी के अमृत काल में देश के सामने ये कितना बड़ा अवसर आया है। ये हर भारतवासी के लिए गर्व की बात है, उसका गौरव बढ़ाने वाली बात है। और मुझे खुशी है कि G20 समिट को लेकर भारत में होने जा रहे इससे जुड़े आयोजनों को लेकर उत्सुकता और सक्रियता लगातार बढ़ रही है। आज जो ये लोगो लॉन्च हुआ है, उसके निर्माण में भी देशवासियों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। हमने लोगों के लिए देशवासियों से उनके बहुमूल्य सुझाव मांगे थे और मुझे जानकर बहुत अच्छा लगा कि सरकार को हजारों की संख्या में लोगों ने अपने क्रिएटिव आइडियाज भेजे। आज वो आइडियाज, वो सुझाव इतने बड़े वैश्विक आयोजन का चेहरा बन रहे हैं। मैं इस प्रयास के लिए सभी का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, G20 का ये लोगो केवल एक प्रतीक चिन्ह नहीं है, ये एक संदेश है, ये एक भावना है जो हमारी रगों में है। ये एक संकल्प है जो हमारी सोच में शामिल रहा है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के मंत्र के जरिए विश्व बंधुत्व की जिस भावना को हम जीते आए हैं, वो विचार इस लोगो और थीम में प्रतिबिंबित हो रहा है। इस लोगो में कमल का फूल, भारत की पौराणिक धरोहर, हमारी आस्था, हमारी बौद्धिकता, इन सबको एक साथ चित्रित कर रहा है। हमारे यहां अद्वैत का चिंतन, जीव मात्र में एकत्व का दर्शन रहा है। ये दर्शन आज के वैश्विक द्वंद्वों और दुविधाओं के समाधान का माध्यम बने। इस लोगो और थीम के जरिए हमने ये संदेश दिया है, युद्ध से मुक्ति के लिए बुद्ध के जो संदेश है, हिंसा के प्रतिरोध में महात्मा गांधी के जो समाधान है, G20 के जरिए भारत उनकी वैश्विक प्रतिष्ठा को नई ऊर्जा दे रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, इंडिया G20 presidency is coming at a time of crisis and chaos in the world. The world is going through the after effects of disruptive, once in a century pandemic, conflicts, and lot of economic uncertainty. The symbol of the lotus in the G20 logo is a representation of hope in these times. No matter how adverse the circumstances, the lotus still blooms. Even if the world is in a deep crisis, we can still progress and make the world a better place. In Indian culture, both the goddesses of knowledge and prosperity are seated on a lotus. This is what the world needs most today. Shared knowledge that helps us overcome our circumstances, and shared prosperity that reaches the last person at the last mile. This is why in the G20 logo, the earth is placed on lotus too. The 7 petals of the lotus in the logo are also significant. They represent the 7 continents. 7 is also the number of notes in the universal language of music. In music, when the 7 notes come together, they create perfect harmony. But each note has its own uniqueness. Similarly, G20 aims to bring the world together in harmony while respecting diversity. साथियों, ये बात सही है कि दुनिया में जब भी G20 जैसे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म का कोई सम्मेलन होता है तो उसके अपने डिप्लोमेटिक और जियोपॉलिटिकल मायने होते ही हैं। ये स्वाभाविक भी है, लेकिन भारत के लिए ये समिट केवल एक डिप्लोमेटिक मीटिंग नहीं है। भारत इसे अपने लिए एक नई जिम्मेदारी के रूप में देखता है। भारत इसे अपने प्रति दुनिया के विश्वास के रूप में देखता है। आज विश्व में भारत को जानने की, भारत को समझने की एक अभूतपूर्व जिज्ञासा है। आज भारत का नए आलोक में अध्ययन किया जा रहा है। हमारी वर्तमान की सफलताओं का आकलन किया जा रहा है। हमारे भविष्य को लेकर अभूतपूर्व आशाएं प्रकट की जा रही हैं। ऐसे में ये हम देशवासियों की जिम्मेदारी है कि हम इन आशाओं अपेक्षाओं से कहीं ज्यादा बेहतर करके दिखाएं। ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम भारत की सोच और सामर्थ्य से, भारत की संस्कृति और समाज शक्ति से विश्व को परिचित कराएं। ये हमारा दायित्व है कि हम अपनी हजारों वर्ष पुरानी संस्कृति की बौद्धिकता और उसमें समाहित आधुनिकता से विश्व का ज्ञानवर्धन करें। जिस तरह हम सदियों और सहस्त्राब्दियों से जय जगत के विचार को जीते आए हैं, आज हमें उसे जीवंत कर आधुनिक विश्व के सामने प्रस्तुत करना होगा। हमें सबको जोड़ना होगा, सबको वैश्विक कर्तव्यों का बोध कराना होगा। विश्व के भविष्य में उनकी अपनी भागीदारी के लिए जागृत करना होगा, प्रेरित करना होगा। साथियों, आज जब भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता करने जा रहा है, तो ये आयोजन हमारे लिए 130 करोड़ भारतीयों की शक्ति और सामर्थ्य का प्रतिनिधित्व है। आज भारत इस मुकाम पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन इसके पीछे हमारी हजारों वर्षों की बहुत बड़ी यात्रा जुड़ी है, अनंत अनुभव जुड़े हैं। हमने हजारों वर्षों का उत्कर्ष और वैभव भी देखा है। हमने विश्व के सबसे अंधकारमय दौर भी देखे हैं। हमने सदियों की गुलामी और अंधकार को जीने के लिए मजबूर भरे दिन देखे हैं। कितने ही आक्रांताओं और अत्याचारों का सामना करते हुए भारत ने एक जीवंत इतिहास को समेटे हुए आज यहां तक पहुंचा है। वो अनुभव आज भारत की विकास यात्रा में उसकी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। आजादी के बाद हमने शून्य से शुरू करके शिखर को लक्ष्य करके एक बड़ी यात्रा शुरू की। इसमें आजादी के बाद के पिछले 75 वर्षों में जितनी भी सरकारें रही, उन सभी के प्रयास शामिल है। सभी सरकारों और नागरिकों ने अपने अपने तरीके से मिलकर भारत को आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया। हमें इसी स्पिरिट से आज एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ पूरी दुनिया को साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ना है। साथियों, भारत की हजारों वर्ष पुरानी संस्कृति ने हमें एक और बात सिखाई है। जब हम अपनी प्रगति के लिए प्रयास करते हैं, तो हम वैश्विक प्रगति की परिकल्पना भी करते हैं। आज भारत विश्व का इतना समृद्ध और सजीव लोकतंत्र है। हमारे पास लोकतंत्र के संस्कार भी हैं और मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी के रूप में गौरवशाली परंपरा भी है। भारत के पास जितनी विशिष्टता है, उतनी ही विविधता भी है। ये डेमोक्रेसी, ये डायवर्सिटी, ये इंडिजीनियस अप्रोच, ये इंक्लूसिव सोच, ये लोकल लाइफस्टाइल, ये ग्लोबल थॉट्स आज वर्ल्ड इन्हीं आइडियाज में अपनी सभी चुनौतियों के समाधान देख रहा है और G20 इसके लिए एक बड़े अवसर के रूप में काम आ सकता है। हम दुनिया को ये दिखा सकते हैं कि कैसे डेमोक्रेसी जब एक व्यवस्था की साथ साथ एक संस्कार और संस्कृति बन जाती है तो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का स्कोप समाप्त हो जाता है। हम दुनिया के हर मानव को आश्वस्त कर सकते हैं कि प्रगति और प्रकृति दोनों एक दूसरे के साथ चल सकते हैं। हमें सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को केवल सरकारों के सिस्टम की जगह इंडिविजुअल लाइफ का हिस्सा भी बनाना है, इसका विस्तार करना है। एनवायरमेंट हमारे लिए ग्लोबल कॉज के साथ साथ पर्सनल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी बनना चाहिए। साथियों, आज विश्व इलाज की जगह आरोग्य की तलाश कर रहा है। हमारा आयुर्वेद, हमारा योग, जिसे लेकर दुनिया में एक नया विश्वास और उत्साह है, हम उसके विस्तार के लिए एक वैश्विक व्यवस्था बना सकते हैं। अगले साल विश्व इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स मनाने जा रहा है, लेकिन हम तो सदियों से अनेकों मोटे अनाज को अपने घर की रसोई में जगह दिए हुए हैं। साथियों, कई क्षेत्रों में भारत की उपलब्धियां ऐसी हैं जो विश्व के अन्य देशों के भी काम आ सकती है। उदाहरण के तौर पर भारत ने डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज का उपयोग जिस तरह विकास के लिए किया है, इंक्लूजन के लिए किया है, भ्रष्टाचार मिटाने के लिए किया है, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और ईज ऑफ डूइंग गवर्नेंस, ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ाने के लिए किया है, ये सभी विकासशील देशों के लिए मॉडल्स हैं, टेम्पलेट्स हैं। इसी तरह आज भारत विमेन एम्पावरमेंट में उसमें बढ़कर विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट में प्रगति कर रहा है। हमारे जनधन अकाउंट्स और मुद्रा जैसी योजनाओं ने महिलाओं के फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को सुनिश्चित किया है। ऐसे ही विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में हमारा अनुभव विश्व की बड़ी मदद कर सकता है और G20 में भारत की अध्यक्षता इन सब सफल अभियानों को विश्व तक ले जाने का एक अहम माध्यम बनकर आ रही है। साथियों, आज का विश्व सामूहिक नेतृत्व की तरफ बहुत आशा से देख रहा है, चाहे वो G7 हो, G77 हो या फिर UNGA हो। इस माहौल में G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत की भूमिका बहुत अहम है। भारत एक और विकसित देशों में से घनिष्ठ रिश्ते रखता है और साथ ही विकासशील देशों के दृष्टिकोण को भी अच्छी तरह से समझता है, उनकी अभिव्यक्ति करता है। इसी आधार पर हम अपनी G20 अध्यक्षता की रूपरेखा ग्लोबल साउथ के उन सभी मित्रों के साथ मिलकर बनाएंगे जो विकास के पथ पर दशकों से भारत के सहयात्री रहे हैं। हमारा प्रयास रहेगा कि विश्व में कोई भी फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड या थर्ड वर्ल्ड न हो, बल्कि केवल वन वर्ल्ड हो। भारत पूरे विश्व को एक कॉमन ऑब्जेक्टिव के लिए, एक बेहतर भविष्य के लिए साथ लाने के विजन पर काम कर रहा है। भारत ने वन सन, वन वर्ल्ड, वन ग्रिड के मंत्र के साथ विश्व में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रिवॉल्यूशन का आह्वान किया है। भारत ने वन अर्थ, वन हेल्थ इस मंत्र के साथ ग्लोबल हेल्थ को मजबूत करने का अभियान चलाया है। और अब G20 में भी हमारा मंत्र है वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। भारत के यही विचार, यही संस्कार विश्व कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करते हैं। साथियों, आज मेरा देश की सभी राज्य सरकारों, सभी राजनीतिक दलों से भी एक आग्रह है। ये आयोजन सिर्फ केंद्र सरकार का नहीं है, ये आयोजन हम भारतीयों का आयोजन है। G20 हमारे लिए अतिथि देवो भव की अपनी परंपरा के दर्शन करवाने का भी एक बड़ा अवसर है। ये G20 से जुड़े आयोजन केवल दिल्ली या कुछ जगहों तक ही सीमित नहीं रहेंगे। इसके तहत देश के कोने कोने में कार्यक्रम होंगे। हमारे हर राज्य की अपनी विशेषताएं हैं, अपनी विरासतें हैं। हर राज्य की अपनी संस्कृति है, अपना सौंदर्य है, अपनी आभा है, अपना आतिथ्य है। राजस्थान का आतिथ्य आमंत्रण है, पधारो मारे देश। गुजरात का प्यार भरा अभिनंदन है, तमारू स्वागत छे। यही प्यार केरला में, मलयालम में दिखता है, एल्लावर्कुम स्वागतम। अतुल्य भारत का दिल मध्य प्रदेश कहता है, आपका स्वागत है। पश्चिम बंगाल में मीठी बांग्ला में आपका स्वागत होता है, अपना के स्वागत जानाई। तमिलनाडु में कदेगल मुड़ी बदुलिए, जो कहता है, थंगल वरव नलवर बाहुए। यूपी का आग्रह होता है, यूपी नहीं देखा तो भारत नहीं देखा। हिमाचल प्रदेश तो ये डेस्टिनेशन फॉर ऑल सीजन्स एंड ऑल रीजन्स, यानी हर मौसम, हर वजह के लिए हमें बुलाता है। उत्तराखंड तो सिंपली हेवन ही है। ये आतिथ्य, ये विविधता विश्व को विस्मित करती है। G20 के जरिए हमें अपने इस प्यार को दुनिया तक पहुंचाना है। साथियों, अभी अगले हफ्ते में मुझे इंडोनेशिया जाना है। वहां पर विधिवत रूप से भारत को G20 की अध्यक्षता लिए जाने की घोषणा होगी। मैं देश के सभी राज्यों से, सभी राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह करता हूं, वो इसमें अपने राज्य की भूमिका का ज्यादा से ज्यादा विस्तार करें। इस अवसर का अपने राज्य के लिए लाभ उठाएं। देश के सभी नागरिक, बुद्धिजीवी भी इस आयोजन का हिस्सा बनने के लिए आगे आए। अभी लॉन्च हुई वेबसाइट पर आप सभी इसके लिए अपने सुझाव भेज सकते हैं, अपने विचार प्रकट कर सकते हैं। विश्व कल्याण के लिए भारत कैसे अपनी भूमिका को बढ़ाए, इस दिशा में आपके सुझाव और साझेदारी G20 जैसे आयोजन की सफलता को नई ऊंचाई देंगे। मुझे विश्वास है ये आयोजन न केवल भारत के लिए यादगार रहेगा, बल्कि भविष्य भी विश्व के इतिहास में इसका आकलन एक महत्वपूर्ण अवसर के रूप में करेगा। इसी कामना के साथ आप सभी को एक बार फिर हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiling the logo and theme for India's G20 mission as he puts out a very important message that India is showing the way to the world and India's G20 presidency is of utmost importance. We continue to play out excerpts of what the Prime Minister has said through this evening. For the moment, we shift our focus to other big news. Yes, these are the breaking inputs just coming in as battleground Gujarat is heating up. Congress MLA from Chota Udaipur, Mohan Singh Ratwa, has tendered his resignation from the Congress party. He is now on his way to joining the BJP. Another Congress leader who has now jumped ship to join the BJP ahead of the polls in Gujarat as the schedule has been announced. And this is Congress MLA from Chota Udaipur, Mohan Singh Ratwa, who has tendered his resignation. He has quit the Congress party and ahead of the polls, he has now made his intention very, very clear to join the BJP, which could happen soon. Remember, this is coming at a very important time when BJP is going full throttle when it comes to campaigning in the poll-bound state of Gujarat. And several development projects have been launched in the state. Top Congress leader Mohan Singh Ratwa, who is the Congress MLA from Chota Udaipur, has quit the Congress party. And in all likelihood, as for the information we are getting, that he could be joining the BJP very, very soon. There could be a formal induction and the news is expected in the days to come. Abhishek Kapoor is joining us live on the broadcast. Abhishek, give us details of Mohan Singh Ratwa's resignation. Is he joining the BJP? And what really could be his role if he joins the BJP?
So, Suresha, we have seen an exodus happening from the Congress party over the last 6 months. In fact, even longer. Remember when the last results came in 2017, the BJP won 90 seats and the Congress party won 77. And now, today, BJP's strength in the Gujarat Assembly is 112, almost 15 MLAs of the Congress party switching over and joining the BJP. Similarly, we have seen their National Secretary Himachal Vyas joining day before yesterday, and now we have Mohan Singh Ratwa, a veteran tribal leader from Chota Udaipur district, and someone who has been a member of parliament, someone who has been a minister in Congress party. When the Congress used to rule, there are 2-3 generations now, 2 generations at least that have not seen Congress party in power. Mohan Singh Ratwa is someone who is a veteran of the Congress party from Chota Udaipur belt, tribal belt, eastern tribal belt as it is called, from the Raj tribal community. And for him to be quitting clearly shows that the Congress party has effectively, dropped the Gujarat election, as they say, even before the campaign starts. And we are going to see this perhaps happening all through the campaign because remember, this is a development of today, and it's a jolt to the Congress
right
even before the campaign starts. And Mohan Singh Ratwa, of course, in fact, as we speak, has reached the BJP headquarters. So I think we will be breaking that he's joining the BJP. In fact.
Mm-hmm. Certainly coming in as a big setback to the Congress ahead of the polls in Gujarat. Abhishek, we leave it at that. Thank you very much. And awaiting the news of when he formally joins the BJP. For now, a quick check of the other big stories in brief we are tracking for you this afternoon. A fast-track court in Varanasi deferred the pronouncement of verdict until the 14th of November on the maintainability of a plea seeking a ban on the entry of Muslims into the Gyanvapi mosque premises and its possession to worship a shivling reportedly found there. Civil judge Mahendra Pandey, who had reserved his judgment in the matter on the 27th of October. NCP leader Jitendra Avadh and his supporters had blocked the screening of a Marathi movie, assaulted the audiences in the cinema hall. Avadh and his supporters were trying to vacate the hall, roughened up many of the cinegoers. A complaint has been lodged. After videos of him and his supporters surfaced blocking the screening of the Marathi film and assaulting the audiences in the cinema hall, NCP leader Jitendra Avadh has now come out to defend his action. A complaint has been lodged in the matter.
बात यह है कि ये चित्रपट जो बताया जा रहा है उसमें पूरे इतिहास का विद्रूपीकरण किया है जो शिवाजी महाराज के निजी जिंदगी में हुआ ही नहीं, जो इतिहास में कभी देखा ही नहीं, जो इतिहास में कोई संदर्भ ही नहीं, ऐसे चित्रपट आप इतिहास करके दिखाने लगोगे तो उसका धिक्कार होना ही चाहिए।
BJP MP Janardhan Mishra made a controversial statement while speaking on water conservation, saying that drinking alcohol or smoking weed is fine, but one must save water. Later, he defended his remarks.
पूरा आप अगर देखेंगी तो पता चलेगा कि मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूं। मैं तो ये कह रहा हूं कि आप हमारी बात तो सुनते नहीं हो कि जब मैं बोलता हूं कि भाई ये मत करो तो आप कहते हो कि आप तो कोई इससे मतलब नहीं है, तो इसको करना हो जो करो, लेकिन इससे भी खतरनाक है आज जल का जो की कमी। तो इसलिए आप ये जो कर रहे हो करना है तो करो, लेकिन कम से कम पानी तो बचाओ।
In yet another embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written a fourth letter alleging harassment and threats by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and his minister. He's claimed more dirt that is yet to come out and said that the funding for Goa and Punjab was what was asked of him.
के अंडर में ही आता है, इसलिए हमने कहा जेल भी तुम्हारी, और चूंकि आपकी सरकार है, आपके सरकार के अंतर्गत है, जेल का मंत्री सत्येंद्र जैन वो आपके है, सारी व्यवस्था अगर आपके मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत है तो आप ही की है, और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि अगर सारी व्यवस्था आपकी है और मंत्री भी अंदर रह के ही जेल के मंत्री के रूप में काम कर रहा है, इसका मतलब जेल व्यवस्था देख रहा है, तब कौन इसको सिखा रहा है चिट्ठियां लिखने के लिए सुकेश चंद्रशेखर को? ये एक बड़ा सवाल है।
Journalists in Kerala held a protest march to the Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram after Governor Arif Mohammad Khan on Monday expelled two journalists from a briefing he was addressing at the Ernakulam guest house. He accused the two journalists and their channels, both top news outlets in Malayalam news, of bias towards the Pinarayi Vijayan government, with which he has had a series of run-ins. In a big move, the government of India has decided to keep a reserve quota for terror victims in medical courses in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, according to the notification that has been released by the Home Ministry, the seats in MBBS and BDS courses will be allocated to the spouse and children of terrorist victims from the centre for the academic year 2022-23.
ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, उन फैमिलीज़ के लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है जिन लोगों ने अपने बच्चे, जिन लोगों ने अपने सच्चे ताए खो दिए हैं, उन लोगों के लिए, उनके बच्चों के लिए बहुत बड़ा तोहफा है। अच्छी बात है, होना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक विक्टिम होता है तो उसको सहायता मिलनी चाहिए।
Days before Himachal Pradesh goes to polls, Congress lost several prominent and front faces candidates in the state. Now as many as 26 Congress leaders jumped ship to join the BJP. A case of cheating has been registered under sections 420 and 34 of the IPC against former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thakere's right-hand man and former State Minister Anil Parab. This is in connection with the Dapoli resort fraud case. The police will investigate the matter. AIMIM leader Waris Pathan claimed on social media that party chief Asaduddin Owaisi's convoy was attacked while on board Vande Bharat Express. He claimed that stone pelting had happened en route Surat. And moving on to details that are coming in from Odisha of a Biryani fest that got really violent. Rationalists who had held a Biryani fest on Eclipse Day, that is something that ritualists consider very, very pious. Hindu groups had protested against the Biryani feast in Bhubaneswar, and protests broke out soon after chicken biryani was distributed, as those following the rituals were of the strong belief that chicken biryani should not be given out, and rationalists said that it is only food and there should be no problem on that. Chandan is joining us live from Bhubaneswar. He's from OTV. Chandan, please give us details of why these protests broke out, how did it take a violent turn, and what had actually happened?
देखो यह आज दिन भर ये
चंदन, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे क्या हुआ था वहां
उड़ीसा में। देखो आज चंद्र ग्रहण है, चंद्र ग्रहण को लेकर एक यहाँ पे जो हेतुवादी है, हेतुवादी के मानना है कि चंद्र ग्रहण में खाद्य ग्रहण करना, खाना खाने का कोई भी रिचुअल्स नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसे रिचुअल्स नहीं है कि कोई लोग खा नहीं सकते। मगर ये यहाँ पे एक हिंदू जो यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं कि जैसे कि ABVP है और यहाँ के बजरंग दल की मानना है कि हिंदू रीति नीति के अनुसार चंद्र ग्रहण के समय खाद्य खाना, यहाँ पे खाना खाना निषेध है। इसको लेकर आज राज्य भर में कई जगह में ये टेंशन देखा गया है, जैसे कि बरहमपुर, भुवनेश्वर, कटक और जैसे कि यहाँ पे एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन ऐसे देखा गया है, जैसे कि पुलिस को लाठी चार्ज करना पड़ा। यहाँ पे जो हेतुवादी को मानना है कि इससे कोई विज्ञान सम्मत नहीं है, जैसे कि चंद्र ग्रहण के समय खाने का कोई प्रभाव किसी के ऊपर पड़ेगा। और हेतुवादी का मानना है कि चंद्र ग्रहण के समय इससे कोई विज्ञान सम्मत नहीं है, कहीं भी लिखा नहीं है, संविधान में कहीं भी लिखा नहीं है, और हिंदू धर्म में ऐसे कोई बात नहीं है जैसे कि हमको मानना पड़ेगा चंद्र ग्रहण के समय हम नहीं खाना खा सकेंगे। ये परंतु ये हिंदू जो हिंदू धर्म को मानते हैं, जैसे कि यहाँ पे जो लोग हिंदू धर्म को मानते हैं, जो लोग यहाँ पे मंदिर और मठ में पूजा करते हैं, उसको वो लोग को कहना है कि यहाँ पे शास्त्र में लिखा है चंद्र ग्रहण के समय आप खाना नहीं खा सकते हैं। इसको लेकर उभय यदि यहाँ पे देखेंगे तो ये जो हेतुवादी और ये संगठन के बीच हाथापाई हुआ है। भुवनेश्वर और बरहमपुर, कटक में हाथापाई हुआ है और बालेश्वर में भी हाथापाई हुआ है।
किसी प्रकार की इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी की गई है? पुलिस ने पता किया है कि क्यों ये प्रोटेस्ट हुए? क्या ये जानकर किया गया हिंदू सेंटिमेंट को हर्ट करने के लिए, या फिर कुछ ऐसे एलिमेंट्स थे जिन्होंने प्रोवोक किया? क्या पता लगा है अभी तक?
नहीं, अभी पुलिस ने इस बारे में इस घटना को बारे में अभी जानकारी ले रही है। अभी तदंत शुरू हुआ है, इसके पीछे कारण क्या है और कौन सा यहाँ पे जो संगठन है ये जो हेतुवादी संगठन को इंस्टिगेट कर रहा है, और दूसरे संगठन का हिंदू संगठन का मानना है कि हिंदू धर्म को नष्ट करने के लिए क्यों कुछ संगठन ने ये रीत रचाई है और ये प्रोवोक किया है, और कुछ लोगों को ये खाने का बहाना रचाकर हिंदू धर्म को नष्ट करने के लिए प्रयास किया जा रहा है। और इसको लेकर अभी तदंत किया जा रहा है, पुलिस की तरफ से तदंत किया जा रहा है। कई शहरों में ये जैसे कि टेंशन दिखाया गया है कि पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा, हाथापाई भी हुआ है। तो अभी हम दूसरे बात ये कह सकते हैं कि सूर्यपराग के समय में भी ये हेतुवादी के संगठन भी ऐसे भी प्रोटेस्ट किए थे, ऐसे भी बिरयानी खाकर हिंदू धर्म में ऐसे कोई रीति रिवाज नहीं है ये दिखाना चाह रहे थे। और सूर्यपराग के समय में भी ये चेतावनी दिए थे कि चंद्र ग्रहण समय में भी वो मटन बिरयानी खाएंगे। आज वो करके दिखाए और आज वो करके ये लोगों को समझाने के लिए कोशिश किए कि ऐसे हिंदू समाज में कोई रीत नीति नहीं है जैसे कि हम चंद्र ग्रहण और सूर्यपराग के समय खाने के लिए कोई रीति रिवाज लिखा हुआ है। हम विज्ञान सम्मत मानते हैं और विज्ञान को लेकर हम चलते हैं। आज लोगों ने चंद्र के पृष्ठ में जाकर यहाँ पे पहुँच गए हैं, तो हम विज्ञान की सम्मत को जैसे यहाँ पे लोग मानना पड़ेगा। और विज्ञान में ऐसे कोई लिखावट नहीं है, ऐसे कोई भी यहाँ पे विज्ञान में कोई कहीं भी लिखा नहीं है कि चंद्र ग्रहण और सूर्यपराग में हम खाने से कोई भी मुसीबत आएगा। ये हेतुवादी का कहना है। और हिंदू संगठन का कहना है कि कई सालों से सनातन धर्म में ये लिखा है कि चंद्र ग्रहण और सूर्यपराग में हम खाना खा नहीं सकते, देवालय में पूजा अर्चना कर नहीं सकते, मंदिर में पूजा अर्चना नहीं कर सकते, ये सभी लोगों को मानना पड़ेगा। तो ये आज दो समर्थकों के बीच में ये बात को लेकर नोकझोंक हुआ और हाथापाई भी हुआ। आज पुलिस को कई जगह में लाठीचार्ज भी करना पड़ा और इसको लेकर अभी तदंत भी जारी है।
जी बिल्कुल चंदन, आपका शुक्रिया करना चाहूंगी सब जानकारी हमें देने के लिए। थैंक यू फॉर द मोमेंट।
The Congate row continues to intensify. Dropping fourth letter bomb, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar fired fresh salvo at AAP. In a press release issued on Monday, he alleged that AAP mounted pressure on him to fund its campaign for the Punjab and Goa polls. Dismissing the notion that his allegations were an attempt to influence the upcoming elections, conman in his letter affirmed that he was very capable of proving his innocence. Speaking to Republic TV on conman's latest allegations, BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla urged Kejriwal to stop playing victimhood card.
Mr. Kejriwal, instead of taking action on these Vasuli agents and ensuring that there is a free and fair probe, that there is a transfer of these people outside Tihar jail, is taking the victimhood card and is protecting the corrupt.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time for a short commercial break. A quick check of what we are tracking for you on the other side. Mass conversion charge that has hit the Gehlot government. BJP demanding answers, asking why Gehlot is silent. And top DMK leader gives open political death threat on stage. There is massive anger over high-handedness. Will Stalin act?
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrives in Moscow for a two-day visit. He will be meeting Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks. Discussions are expected to cover a broad range of bilateral issues as well as exchange of views on various regional and international developments. The BJP will be holding a meeting of its Central Election Committee on Wednesday evening in a bid to finalize the first list of candidates for the upcoming Gujarat Assembly elections. Massive fire broke out in a plastic factory which is about 800 meters away from the IOC depot in Sapara in Bihar last night. The fire has been doused and no casualties have been reported according to the Indian Oil Terminal in charge at Patna. The Indian Oil Terminal is completely safe.
Former US Vice President and 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Al Gore made an impassioned call Monday for leaders to choose life over death by ending the use of fossil fuels that are stoking climate change. Now, he also called on wealthy nations not to allow current turbulence of global energy markets to share their commitment to reducing consumption of fossil fuel.
We have a credibility problem, all of us. We're talking and we're starting to act, but we're not doing enough. It is a choice to continue this pattern of destructive behavior.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA. A new round of talks began on Monday between Ethiopia's government and Tigray regional representatives to work out military and other details of last week's signing of a permanent cessation of hostilities in a 2-year conflict thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the meetings in Kenya involved the military commanders of both sides along with the lead political negotiators.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration.
Did the conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar actually fund the Aam Aadmi Party for the Punjab and the Goa ports? What is the truth of this 50 crore rupees exchanging hands? Why is Arvind Kejriwal only playing the victim card? Will he answer to these very, very serious allegations? That's the biggest story tonight at 7 with me on Republic.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
Mass conversion storm hits the state of Rajasthan. The poorest of the poor are cheated, is the BJP's allegation as the videos now begin to emerge. Gehlot is in a conversion denial. He says this happens in almost every state. Vadra Congress leaders defending the anti-Hindu abuse tirade will not apologize for the comment. As the conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes another letter targeting Arvind Kejriwal, the BJP is protesting at the doorstep of the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic. He says the Congress can only dream on about a return to the state of Himachal. More Congress MLAs desert the party. Another MLA now quits, all set to join the BJP. And top economist says India is all set to be the world's 3rd largest economy by the year 2027. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar visits Russia, sending a strong message on ties with Moscow. The Prime Minister sending a message on India's global leadership as we are all set to take on the presidency of G20. And Republic confronts the NCP goons who ran riot inside a cinema hall. Watch them run from our cameras. A very good evening and thank you for staying with us on Republic. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva and we begin this edition of the news with a story coming in from the state of Rajasthan. It's a conversion charge now hitting the Gehlot government. In fact, we have the first reaction that has also just come in from the Chief Minister, who actually is in a denial, and he goes on to normalize this and he says something like this happens in almost every state. So we'll just play out that entire reaction for you in a bit, but let's tell you a little bit more about this entire episode. Now, these are mass conversions that are allegedly underway in Jaipur. You're looking at those videos also on your screens that the BJP says is a testimony to the fact that mass conversions continue in the state and the state government is totally not bothered. What has been the first response from the Chief Minister? We listen into that now.
देखिए, धर्म परिवर्तन की घटना तो दिल्ली, राजस्थान, गुजरात या और भी कहीं छोटी-मोटी खबरें आती रहती है। इसमें कोई बात पे ऐसी कोई विशेष बात हमारे सामने नहीं आई है कि बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके कोई धर्म परिवर्तन की बात हो रही हो। एक बात तो ये थी। दूसरा आपने कहा यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड। अब इनके पास 2-3 कारतूस बचे हुए होंगे बीजेपी के पास में, उन्हें कारतूस भी चला देंगे। इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ इनकी सरकारें हैं वहाँ पे ये बात करें।
धन्यवाद। To say that this is absolutely nothing, making light of the entire incident. But what really is this incident? This is our colleague Amardeep, who's actually filed this detailed investigative report that is telling you the gruesome reality behind this entire video that you see on your screens. Now, what's happened is that there is this person named Dharampal Bhairava, who's allegedly a preacher of Christianity, who's accused of conversion. What is the truth and what is it that our cameras found out? Let's watch this entire report.
जयपुर से चंद किलोमीटर की दूरी पर धर्मांतरण का खेल का ऐसा खुलासा हुआ है कि जिसको सुनकर आप भी चौंक जाएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ईसाई मिशनरी सरकार की नाक के नीचे धर्मांतरण का एक खेल रच रही थी, उसका पर्दाफाश हिंदू संगठन से जुड़े हुए कार्यकर्ताओं ने कर दिया है। मैं अभी फिलहाल उसी जगह वाटिका गांव में मौजूद हूं, जहां पर धर्मपाल बैरवा नाम के शख्स ने न सिर्फ ईसाई मिशनरी के तहत लोगों को बरगलाने का काम किया, बल्कि उनका जबरदस्ती धर्मांतरण कराने की कोशिश भी की। कई शख्स ऐसे भी हैं जिन्होंने कई साल तक धर्मांतरण के रूप में ईसाई धर्म माना, लेकिन जब चीज़ें नहीं बदली, जीवन वैसे ही चलता रहा, तो उसके बाद में उन्होंने हिंदू धर्म अपना लिया। मेरे साथ में सबसे पहले वो शख्स हैं जिन्होंने इस चीज़ का खुलासा किया। अमित, क्या पूरा मामला था, एक बार खुल के बताइए सारी।
28 अक्टूबर को एक 2-3 हज़ार लोगों का एक सिद्धू और एक धर्मपाल बैरवा पोस्टर, इनके द्वारा एक बड़ा आयोजन किया जा रहा था, जिसमें भजन संध्या के नाम पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करके। कौन सी भजन संध्या? भजन संध्या यीशु मसीह का प्रचार, उसकी भजन संध्या के नाम पर उन लोगों को इकट्ठा करके उनको ईसाई धर्म में कन्वर्ट करना चाह रहे थे लोग। तो ये जो हमारे संज्ञान में है, तो हमने हिंदू संगठनों से बात की, बात करके हमने तुरंत बस्ती के लोगों से बात करके इसका विरोध करवाया। विरोध करवाते ये व्यक्ति स्वतः ही भाग गया। आज तक पुलिस प्रशासन उसको पकड़ नहीं पाया है और आज तक वो फरार है।
कितने ऐसे लोग होंगे अमित कि जिन्होंने ये पूरा नेक्सस चला रखा था, और इस नेक्सस में कितने लोग इन्फ्लुएंस होते थे, प्रभावित होते थे, जो इनके चुंगल में आ जाते थे?
आज हमारे गांव से कम 500-600 घर ऐसे हैं जो इसके टच में आ गए थे। अब लोग समझ रहे हैं और लोग अब दूर भाग रहे हैं। आसपास के लोग, टोंक तक के लोग आते थे यहाँ रात भर। यहाँ
ये व्यक्ति कहता क्या था?
ये कहता था कि महिलाओं के लिए तो सिंदूर मत लगाओ, बिंदी मत लगाओ, सुहाग को मत मानो, चूड़े मत पहनो, लक्ष्मी जी को मत पूजो। जिस दिन त्यौहार होते हैं हिंदू धर्म के, उस दिन ये कहता था कि नॉनवेज बनाओ, नॉनवेज बना के खाओ, पितरों के भोग मत लगाओ, भोग वास मत लगाओ। ये चीज़ें, ये बिल्कुल इन चीज़ों का विरोध करवाता था।
अच्छा, मेरे साथ में वो शख्स मौजूद हैं जिस व्यक्ति के साथ में धर्मांतरण का खेल खेला गया था। 1 साल ये रह कर के आए हैं। क्या नाम है आपका?
काना राम।
काना जी, 1 साल तक रहे आप उनके धर्म में?
1 साल तक रहा।
1 साल तक रहे। क्या कहते थे वो लोग आपसे?
ऐसे कहते थे कि आप प्रभु यीशु में आ जाओ,
यीशु मसीह को मानो।
हाँ, यीशु मसीह को मानो, और आपकी सैलरी में से 10,000 कमाते हैं ना, उसमें से 2,500 हमको दो।
10,000 आप कमाते हो तो 2,500 रुपए उनको दो।
उनको दो।
अच्छा।
अरे
हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए क्या कहते थे?
इनको भोग नहीं लगाना, पितरों को भोग नहीं मत लगाओ,
पितरों को मत मारो।
हाँ, भैरू जी के पुआ पूड़ी मत चढ़ाओ, बाटी दाल,
भैरू जी को भोग मत लगाओ।
हाँ, बाटी आटी मत चढ़ाओ।
अच्छा।
और कोई अगरबत्ती मत लगाओ।
अच्छा, कोई पूजा पाठ मत करो।
और खुद के मकान के अंदर कोई भी मूर्ति है उसको हटा के कुएं में फेंक दो।
This is the Vadra village, and you've seen our colleague actually putting out that entire report from that village, from anti-Hindu messages to preaching the end of idol practice. Now, residents of the Vadra village here have also made some scathing revelations on the extent of this mass conversion racket in Jaipur. They also speak up more on the entire modus operandi.
जैसे आप अपने भैरू जी को मत मानो, हम भैरू जी के ठोकर मारते हैं, हम लक्ष्मी जी को नहीं मानते हैं, हम और किसी को नहीं मानते। आप हमारी शरण में आओ, हम किसी का भूत निकाल देंगे, प्रेत निकाल देंगे।
किसको मानेंगे और क्या मानेंगे?
अब उनकी शरण में जाओ, ईसा मसीह की शरण में जाओ, उनकी परमेश्वरी सब कुछ है।
परमेश्वरी सब कुछ है। आपके परिवार से कौन कौन गए देखने के लिए?
परिवार से तो गए हैं, घर पे हैं वो तो गए।
हाँ हाँ। उन्होंने क्या मैसेज दिया और फिर आपको क्या महसूस हुआ?
महसूस हुआ है क्या, लोगों का धर्म परिवर्तन करवाता है ये आदमी, गलत है, बिल्कुल फ्रॉड है।
आपको लगा किसी का धर्म परिवर्तन हुआ है?
बहुत लोग इसके ही गुणगान करते हैं। तो
यहाँ किसी ने, कितने लोगों ने इनको माना और कितनी मान्यता प्राप्त की?
अब यहाँ लोग हैं इसको तांत्रिक मानते हैं, अभी कहते हैं हमारे ऊपर जादू टोना कर देगा जी।
So you've seen that entire story here being investigated by Republic. Let's also get in BJP's Dr. Satish Punia, who joins us right now on the broadcast. Satish Punia जी, आप इस पूरी खबर को कैसे देखते हैं? ये कितना गंभीर मामला है और इस पर अशोक गहलोत का ये कहना कि ये तो छोटी मोटी बातें हैं, ऑलमोस्ट सभी राज्यों में होता रहता है, क्या रिस्पॉन्स देंगे आप उनको?
राजस्थान के लिए छोटी मोटी बात नहीं है। राजस्थान में अशोक गहलोत का कांग्रेस पार्टी का शासन आने के बाद जिस तरीके से अपराध संगठित रूप से हुए हैं उसका एक नमूना है, जिसमें धर्मांतरण भी बड़े पैमाने पर ये तो उजागर हुआ है, वरना धरातल पे जिस तरीके से खासतौर पर मेवात का इलाका और जो हमारा जनजाति क्षेत्र है वहां पर तो बड़े पैमाने पर, लेकिन इस बार राजधानी में मुख्यमंत्री और गृह मंत्री की नाक के नीचे होना ये सीधे सीधे सवाल खड़े करता है। ऐसी घटनाएं तभी होती हैं जब शासन का रुतबा और इकबाल कम होता है, तो उनका ये कहना उनकी संवेदनहीनता का ही परिमाण है।
लेकिन सतीश पुनिया जी, ये स्टोरी बहुत गंभीर है। कुछ समय पहले आपको याद होगा असम से भी इसी तरह की एक खबर आई थी जहां पर सरकार ने कुछ लोगों को पकड़ा था, वो स्वीडिश नेशनल्स थे, लेकिन यहां पर पुलिस ने अभी तक कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की है? बीजेपी अब इस पूरे मसले को आगे कैसे उठाएगी? और क्या आपको लगता है कि सरकार खुद इस तरह के लोगों को एक बैकिंग दे रही है, एक सपोर्ट दे रही है, या सरकार जैसे कहते हैं ना अंग्रेजी में कि नॉट बॉदर्ड है, इट डज नॉट कंसर्न द गवर्नमेंट?
नहीं, सरकार संरक्षण देती है और सरकार से उनको कोई न कोई राजनीतिक रूप से उनका जुड़ाव होता है। सरकार अपीज करती है तभी तो ऐसी घटनाएं होती हैं। और राजस्थान में कानून व्यवस्था, उसके साथ में धर्मांतरण का जुड़ा मुद्दा भी उसी व्यवस्था से जुड़ा है, और इसलिए कोई भी व्यक्ति यदि अपराध करता है या इस तरह की घटना करता है वो इसी कारण करता है, या तो उसको संरक्षण है या वहाँ उस तरीके की लापरवाही है।
तो बीजेपी इस मसले को आगे कैसे उठाएगी?
देखिए, मुद्दा हालांकि सामाजिक है और कई सामाजिक संगठनों में उन्होंने इस पर काम शुरू किया है, लेकिन हम भी अपनी सीमा में, मर्यादा में जो कुछ होगा संवैधानिक रूप से, लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से, वो सब करेंगे।
All right, Dr. Satish Punia there, the BJP Rajasthan chief, they're speaking to us on Republic, and he actually alleges that this, remember, is something that is happening because you have the government that does not want to take charge, the government is not concerned, the government is not willing to go after these people who allegedly are carrying out these mass conversion camps. Now, you're reading more details of this entire story right now on your screen. Not very long ago, a similar racket, a conversion racket, was also busted by the Assam government, who cracked the whip. And certain Swedish nationals, remember, there were detained, and all of them, remember, were allegedly part of a larger conversion racket. Then what is stopping the government in Rajasthan from going ahead and doing much the same? That will be our top focus story, and we'll continue to ask the Rajasthan government, who believes that this is nothing but just a one-off incident and something that continues to happen in a lot other states.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived at BJP's veteran leader Lal Krishna Advani's residence with a bouquet to personally greet the veteran leader on his birthday. As the Prime Minister arrived, he was received by the family members of the senior BJP leader. PM Modi then greeted the senior BJP leader, who turned 95 today, with a bouquet of red roses, while both leaders were seen interacting with each other. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was also present at his residence. It is pertinent to mention that every year the BJP leaders visit LK Advani's residence to personally greet the party's longest-serving president. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We're heading into a break right now. When we come back, we'll put our spotlight on what's happening in Himachal. JP Nadda has spoken exclusively to Republic. He's out of the Congress party. The full story on the other side of this quick break. Also, more Congress MLAs desert the Congress party now. Another MLA now has quit, all set to join the BJP.
French President Emmanuel Macron met with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the sidelines of the UN's climate conference in Sharm el-Sheikh on Monday. Now, the leaders were expected to use the talks at COP27 to discuss the issue of small boat crossings across the English Channel amid a surge in the number of asylum seekers attempting to reach Britain by boat. French President Emmanuel Macron on Monday met with young climate change activists on the sidelines of the UN summit in the Egyptian resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh. Now, participants from Cameroon, Algeria, Gabon, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Egypt and France took part in the exchange at COP27.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrives in Moscow for a two-day visit. He will be meeting Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks. Discussions are expected to cover a broad range of bilateral issues as well as exchange of views on various regional and international developments. The BJP will be holding a meeting of its Central Election Committee on Wednesday evening in a bid to finalize the first list of candidates for the upcoming Gujarat Assembly elections. Massive fire broke out in a plastic factory which is about 800 meters away from the IOC depot in Sapara in Bihar last night. The fire has been doused and no casualties have been reported. According to the Indian Oil Terminal in charge at Patna, the Indian Oil Terminal is completely safe.
Former US Vice President and 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Al Gore made an impassioned call Monday for leaders to choose life over death by ending the use of fossil fuels that are stoking climate change. Now, he also called on wealthy nations not to allow current turbulence of global energy markets to share their commitment to reducing consumption of fossil fuel.
We have a credibility problem, all of us. We're talking and we're starting to act, but we're not doing enough. It is a choice to continue this pattern of destructive behavior.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Saudin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jiten Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
For joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on Republic. This is an open act of hooliganism by an NCP leader. He's not just an NCP leader, he's also a former cabinet minister, Jitendra Hawat. He's caught on camera and look at how he behaves. Look at how he, along with his army of goons, entered a theatre. They stopped the screening of a Marathi movie. Why? Because they believe that this is a movie that is distorting history. 24 hours later, Republic confronts these NCP goons who unleashed violence, and watch how they literally walk away.
क्या कारण है, क्यों मारा था उसको, बताइए ना। हाथापाई क्यों की थी आपने? अपने हाथापाई क्यों की थी? आपने हाथापाई क्यों की थी, बताइए ना।
निगाह सगळे चला।
उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई की थी? आपको शोभा देता है? आपको जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था कि मारपीट करें? किसने कहा था? जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने। बताइए, आप जवाब देंगे कि नहीं देंगे? आपको अधिकार है कानून अपने हाथ में लेने का। जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था ये बारी बात। मारपीट करने के लिए किसने कहा था? जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने। So this is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Award. He is not in fact responding to the questions. आप बताइए, आपको अगर विरोध था शिवाजी महाराज को लेकर के तो आप विरोध दर्ज कर सकते थे, आपने मारपीट क्यों की? Is also out here. We'll try to speak to him. We'll try to confront him. NCP के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। शिवाजी,
nothing to say and you can't force me to say anything. Please.
No, but
don't intrude into my privacy and my space. I have nothing to say.
But the problem,
I have nothing to speak.
But the problem is, your party workers with
I have said I have nothing to speak.
Jitendra Award went there inside the theatre and also beat up the viewer. Don't you think you should respond? Don't you think you should respond? Why are you not responding? You didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond? Why don't you respond? Do you have any answer? Do you have any answer? I question you. Do you have any answer? Why did you beat up the person, a common man who was watching the film? So tight-lipped NCP worker sitting out here, the supporter of Jitendra Award, who in fact went in to the theatre and in fact brutally assaulted that person who assaulted the viewers there, and in fact Republic TV tried questioning those NCP workers who were there, and in fact the goons of Jitendra Award who were there, who beaten up the party worker, the viewers who were watching the movie Har Har Mahadev. Reporting from Thane with video journalist Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
So you saw exactly what happened when our colleague Sandeep is trying to ask these netas that who are you? What authority do you have to beat up people? You know, to actually disrupt the screening of any movie, a movie that has a certificate from the censor board, then who are you? On top of that, to behave like this with the common citizen. Clearly no answers forthcoming. The NCP as a party is totally quiet. And that's the reason why it's important, remember, again and again to ask this question, that what makes our netas behave in a manner like this? Why don't we again play out the entire sequence of what transpired yesterday evening?
हे कुणी काही म्हणजे काय विकृत आहे म्हणून बोललो. विकृत आहे बोललो.
So you once more saw that entire sequence of the scuffle in the Thane theatre. This is just about last night. Look at the high-handedness, this complete attitude of we are the boss, we will call the shots. If we don't like anything, we can go to an extent like this. They unleash violence, then they walk away with absolutely zero accountability. Did the conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar actually fund the Aam Admi Party for the Punjab and the Goa polls? What is the truth of this 50 crore rupees exchanging hands? Why is Arvind Kejriwal only playing the victim card? Will he answer to these very, very serious allegations? That's the biggest story tonight at 7 with me on Republic.
Here's also what's making news across the globe. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Monday, while addressing the COP27 climate conference in Egypt, warned that the world is on a highway to climate hell. Now, Guterres further called for a new pact between rich and poor countries to work closer together with financial help and phasing out of coal in rich nations by 2030 and elsewhere by 2040.
The clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives and we are losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing. Global temperatures keep rising. And our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
French President Emmanuel Macron met with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the sidelines of the UN's climate conference in Sharm el-Sheikh on Monday. Now, the leaders were expected to use the talks at COP27 to discuss the issue of small boat crossings across the English Channel amid a surge in the number of asylum seekers attempting to reach Britain by boat. French President Emmanuel Macron on Monday met with young climate change activists on the sidelines of the UN summit in the Egyptian resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh. Now, participants from Cameroon, Algeria, Gabon, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Egypt and France took part in the exchange at COP27.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrives in Moscow for a two-day visit. He will be meeting Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks. Discussions are expected to cover a broad range of bilateral issues as well as exchange of views on various regional and international developments. The BJP will be holding a meeting of its Central Election Committee on Wednesday evening in a bid to finalize the first list of candidates for the upcoming Gujarat Assembly elections. Massive fire broke out in a plastic factory.
We are putting out these images of the government of India now providing food and water to the sailors who, remember, have been illegally detained. And these sailors have been expressing gratitude and thanking the government. A story again has been closely tracked by Republic. Let's also get in our colleague Ashwin as we stay with these images. He's reporting from Thiruvananthapuram for us. Ashwin, what is the latest official word on their condition? A lot of them actually have not just thanked the Indian government, they also really want to come back to the country. Now, how soon could we see that happening?
Well, Deepthi, the 16 Indian sailors have been detained illegally for almost 3 months now. The issue happened when the ship they are working on, which is a Norwegian ship, was caught in the Equatorial Guinea by the Equatorial Navy, after which they had to pay some fine and everything. And after paying all the fines, the Nigerian Navy asked them to be taken into detainment. This was refused, and after which the Nigerian Navy forcefully took these sailors, which includes, the crew includes almost 16 Indian sailors. One of them is from Kerala and who has been giving us all this information as well from there. Now, for the past 18 hours almost, all these sailors were put inside a room without food or water, and it has been the concerted effort of the embassy in the Equatorial Guinea, because of which food and water has now been provided to them. The embassy is working very closely with all the governments, both the Equatorial Guinea government as well as the Nigerian government, for an immediate release.
And these are the heartwarming visuals. I'm told there is also this entire video that we can play out now. So let's listen into Any message from these sailors who are thanking the government right now, Ashwin? Then I come back to you.
Good morning. This is Captain Tanuj Mehta, Master of the Revenue from Malapur. Indian Embassy has just sent food and water for us. We are very thankful. Indian Embassy in Equatorial Guinea sent water for us. We are very thankful. And thank you for Government of India for providing us food and water. And for Equatorial Guinea authorities to allow them. And we are very thankful. Please, we again request, please do not take this lightly. Do not forget our request. Please get us back home as soon as possible. Please, everybody help. And each person helping is another hand to get us back home soon. Please, Government of India, thank you very much for all your efforts. Please get us back home soon.
All right, so we saw that entire video message also, Ashwin, that has been put out and accessed by Republic as we head into a quick break. Right now, on the other side, there is this big piece of good news coming in. Top economists predicting India is all set to be the world's third largest economy come 2027.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has taken the holy dip at a Karon river at the Mahadev Ghat on the occasion of Kartik Purnima. Prime Minister Modi will unveil a logo and theme for India's G20 presidency today, according to the Prime Minister. Logo, theme and website will reflect India's message and overarching priorities to the world. India will assume the presidency of the G20 on the 1st of December this year. During the course of its G20 presidency, India will hold about 200 meetings in 32 different sectors in multiple locations across India.
Here's also what's making news across the globe. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Monday, while addressing the COP27 climate conference in Egypt, warned that the world is on a highway to climate hell. Now, Guterres further called for a new pact between rich and poor countries to work closer together with financial help and phasing out of coal in rich nations by 2030 and elsewhere by 2040.
The clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives and we are losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing. Global temperatures keep rising. And our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not, in fact, responding to the questions.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Sabin obviously had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. All this while, you were told that there is no links between Robert Vadra and arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari. You were told that there was no link whatsoever, and the fact of the matter is that there were no kickbacks that were given. For the first time, we're getting you documents that reveals the truth, the link between Robert Vadra and Sanjay Bhandari. You were shown emails in the past, but tonight we'll get you those probe documents that gives you
the real picture. How exactly is Robert Vadra linked to Sanjay Bhandari? But up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Republic accesses exclusive probe papers in Sanjay Bhandari case which reveals his link with Robert Vadra. Probe papers in Sanjay Bhandari case reveals how Bhandari sold London's property to Vadra's firm. All details coming up next. Shocking case of mass conversion comes to light in Jaipur, but Chief Minister Gehlot calls it a normal thing. Shocking hooliganism of NCP leaders caught on camera. Does the NCP endorse this? NCP goons unleash violence but runs away from Republic questions. Reality check for critics of the India story. World's leading economists make big predictions. Says third largest economy by 2027. Big boost to India-Russia ties. Jaishankar meets his counterpart Lavrov in Moscow. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Vadra perhaps will be on tenterhooks tonight as a UK court has rubber-stamped the Enforcement Directorate's case seeking extradition of his alleged close aide Sanjay Bhandari. The fugitive arms dealer will now face the courts here in India on serious charges of money laundering and tax evasion. The reason why this is a huge blow to Robert Vadra is because of an April 2010 email trail between Robert Vadra and Bhandari's alleged aide CC Thampi regarding a London property. The Enforcement Directorate has claimed that this property is owned by Bhandari's frontman and held the property for Gandhi in-law Robert Vadra. In other words, the ED says that the London flat was a kickback paid allegedly to Vadra as a commission for allegedly introducing Bhandari to top UP officials, including ministers, to clear a petroleum deal. But all this while, this was told that there is no link whatsoever between Robert Vadra and Sanjay Bhandari. In fact, let's stay with that one breaking news. I would say the biggest news point coming in tonight is that Robert Vadra, let's put that out on our screens. Robert Vadra visited the property purchased by Sanjay Bhandari. Let's put that out as the big breaking news, big news point coming in. Tonight, we are showing you the papers in which there is a clear mention of the fact that Robert Vadra, it is Robert Vadra who visited Sanjay Bhandari's property, the property which was taken over. There was a clear transfer of property that had taken place, but ED now revealing that Robert Vadra not only got this property but also visited this property after it has been transferred. We'll try and go across to our colleagues Abhishek from the Delhi newsroom and Niranjan, who's going to join us from the Mumbai newsroom. Till the time we just show you the pictures of the documents that we have. Let me just quickly show you the document that I have with me right now, and then I'll bring in Abhishek Kapoor also. So there is a clear reference of the fact that Robert Vadra had visited the property after it had been transferred to Skylight Investment. Now, there is an email exchange that was started sometime in 2010 between Sumit Chadda, once again a close associate of Sanjay Bhandari, and Manoj Arora, amount totaling to about £65,000, and it was expensed on the renovation of this property. Emails exchanged, it is clear that Robert Vadra had visited the property after it had been transferred to Skylight Investment. We'll stay with these visuals also and go across to my colleague and our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, and Niranjan can also come in a short while from now and will take you through the other pages. But I'm sticking with a big news point now coming in. This is for the first time we are revealing that it is It is Robert Vadra who visited the property after it has been transferred to Skylight Investment. Now, Skylight Investment is a company linked to C.C. Thampi, a man who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me go across to Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, if you can take our viewers through the big news points emerging at this hour, and what is new? What is, we all knew that there were email exchanges taking place as far as the renovation of a central London plush property is concerned. But these probe papers make it abundantly clear, not just email exchanges, but for the first time, it has now been documented that Robert Vadra had visited that very property.
Oh, that's huge, Shawan. That's huge. In fact, this really connects the dot in a manner that cannot be denied. And I think that's the reason why Robert Vadra has been evading media, evading Republic, evading questions. And the fact that the investigation has really revealed the connection in its entirety between Sanjay Bhandari and Robert Vadra, and the fact that Vadra visited the property when Sanjay Bhandari was the beneficiary or beneficial owner, as it is called, clearly suggests that the connection was clear, intense, and involved this quid pro quo. So I think also, Shawan, what this means is that the connection was used to hoodwink agencies, because remember, if Robert Vadra can't get it on his own name, it's convenient that it is on somebody's name who's not as much under the spotlight as the Vadras have been. So I think in that sense, this was clearly aimed at hoodwinking agencies. Not just that, perhaps even keeping public opinion in the dark about the actual ownerships of the Vadras and hence the Gandhis and the first family of the Congress party's connections with this kind of money trail. So I think this is going to have consequences, Shawan. This is going to have political consequences, clearly. What you are bringing out by way of documents of the Enforcement Directorate. And remember, all these three names that you took, Thampi, Vadra, Sanjay Bhandari, have been questioned at one point in time or another by the Enforcement Directorate, by the agencies, and in fact, the whole saga of the land deals of Robert Vadra, and now this connection with an arms dealer who continued to deny that he had any links either with this money laundering charge that has been made by the agencies, or in fact with the Vadras, that really comes undone with this explosive piece of information that you bring by way of a document from the agencies that Robert Vadra in fact visited in 2010. Of course, remember also the time, 2010 exactly was the time when the UPA was fresh into its second victory, and the Vadra Gandhis could have done no wrong. The Vadra Gandhis could not have been held accountable, and they would have been answerable to none. So in that hello, perhaps this act would have been done, and agencies now bringing it out, clearly suggesting that the brazenness was of a level where even when they wanted some focus to shift from the actual property ownership of the Vadras, they ended up making this mistake of visiting the same property, perhaps because in some ways, indirectly, obliquely, it actually belonged to them. Shawan.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, we'll also go across to Piyush in a short while from now. In fact, yes, that's Piyush joining us on this broadcast. Piyush is outside the residence of Anirudh Vadra. He's also an accused in this particular case. And what's important to point out here, Abhishek, is that for the first time on Indian television, we are getting the other characters who are basically involved in this entire conspiracy. Those who have been named in this charge sheet that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate. I want Piyush, you to explain to our viewers who this person is, and if you can just show around whether at all Anirudh Vadra is still at this very property, because I'm given to understand our colleague Harsha has actually reached the residence of Sanjeev Kapoor, who's the chartered accountant. In fact, the chartered accountant is still in the national capital. So we are looking at more people. Let me go across to Piyush. Piyush, what is it that you are picking up right now? Tell our viewers, why exactly is Anirudh Vadra so very important?
Well, Shravan, this person is very much important, and right now we are standing in front of Anirudh Vadra. He is the lawyer of Sanjay Bhandari, and if we go by the details which we have accessed, what we are given to understand is that during the raid which was conducted by Income Tax Department in 2016, at the time it had come out in open that Mr. Bhandari, along with his friend and relative Amit Chadda, and also Sanjeev Kapoor, along with his lawyer Anirudh Vadra, what they had done, they had made a false and backdated documents so that Mr. Bhandari can distance himself from the ownership of the offshore entities of the foreign assets which he owned in not only Dubai but also in London. Anirudh Vadra is the lawyer who helped him. Right now we are standing outside his residence. Let me also straight away try to show you the pictures from right outside his residence. A couple of minutes back, he also sent his people outside and he asked if we are here for him. And now he knows that we are here, and he knows that Republic TV is reporting from right outside his residence. And we also tried to get some visuals, but he is not coming out. We have sent a message from here to his office people that Republic is here to seek his response, but he is not coming out. In fact, he knows that we are reporting from right outside his residence. He, along with Sanjay Bhandari, Sanjeev Kapoor and Mr. Chadda, these three people, in fact 4 people, what they had done in 2016, Shravan, that they had made a backdated document to avoid any kind of proceedings under Black Money Act 2015, and also to distance Sanjeev Bhandari from the ownership of the assets which he owns, so that he cannot pay the taxes. So this person is very much important. New character has now come out. In fact, what we are also breaking right now is that Robert Vadra also visited to the assets of Sanjeev Bhandari. Now we'll have to wait and watch how things are going to further connect. Though it is for sure, it's confirmed that Mr. Vadra, Anirudh Vadra, knows that Republic is right now outside his residence, but he's not coming out. His office people know that we are outside his residence. In fact, he had sent 2 people from his office outside his residence to ask why we are here, and after that he has now closed his entry gate, which is in New Friends Colony in National Capital. We'll have to wait and watch for how long he will maintain silence. If Sanjeev Kapoor will also come out, or Mr. Vadra come out, or Mr. Chadda come out. There are multiple faces, multiple characters who have now come out. But what we are picking is that Sanjeev Bhandari in 2016, when he was confronted with the evidences by Income Tax Department, at that time he had admitted to the fact that yes, he owns properties, he owns foreign assets, but he had documents, backdated documents, to avoid the payment. In September 2016, when Income Tax Department again issued notice to Mr. Bhandari for appearing for the investigation into all his assets, he had fled from the nation. Now, when his extradition is taking place, Robert Vadra is mum, Anirudh Vadra is mum, Sanjeev Kapoor, we do not know, Harsha is there. So far, we have not heard from him. And there's one more person, Mr. Chadda, who is friend and relative of Sanjeev Bhandari. Even he has not spoken out. But it's important for all these characters to now speak up and tell us the real truth, because now when Sanjeev Bhandari is extradited and brought back to India, he is going to open up, he is going to tell us each and everything, because multiple characters have now come out in this entire case. Shravan.
Right. Well, Piyush, I'll request you to stay on. Perhaps Mr. Vadra is watching this broadcast. Important to point out, there is a mention of Anirudh Vadra in this particular document that has been accessed by Republic TV. We do not know his version, but according to both the agencies, the Income Tax Department as well as the Enforcement Directorate, they make a clear mention of the fact that Anirudh Vadra as well as Sanjeev Kapoor has essentially helped Sanjay Bhandari for those backdated documents, because remember what Sanjay Bhandari essentially wanted to do is distance himself from these foreign assets which he did not declare. Joining me on this broadcast is also my colleague, our executive editor news, Niranjan from the Mumbai newsroom. Perhaps Niranjan can now break down for our viewers the exact references of Robert Vadra in those very probe papers.
Well, I have the papers here with me, Sean. I'm going to read out exactly the mentions of Robert Vadra. Robert Vadra's name finds multiple mentions here. Let me show you the document. It says, as per the mail dated the 25th of March 2010 from the official of the Barclays Wealth to Sanjay Bhandari, an invoice for pounds 1237 from the city of Westminster relating to council tax of this property was forwarded. It was also noticed that from March 2010 onwards, there are several emails sent by Sumit Chadda to Robert Vadra on his email updating him about the renovation being carried out at 12 Bryanston Square. So why would details about tax invoices, interiors, windows, curtains, etc., renovations being sent to Robert Vadra? Point number one. Point number two, it says, as per the email dated 8th of March 2010 sent by Sumit Chadda to Robert Vadra, he updated Robert Vadra about the discussion held with Manoj, PA to Robert Vadra, and also gave us Sumit Chadda's contact number to Robert Vadra for discussion or clarification. Why would they do that? What was Robert Vadra's direct interest? Right? He also forwarded the floor plans, window sizes of the apartment as requested by Robert Vadra. These emails were closed, copied to bluebreezetrading@gmail.com, an email ID of company of Sri Robert Vadra. Right? So Robert Vadra, the name in India, one of the companies was MS Blue Breeze Trading Private Limited. And to Sanjay Bhandari on his email deltabhandari@hotmail.com. As per the email dated the 8th of April 2010, Sumit Chadda then forwards the details of the funds received, additional funds required following the discussions with Robert Vadra. So Robert Vadra's name finds at least 15 mentions. I repeat, 15 mentions. And I think the fundamental question is, why would Robert Vadra take so much of interest? Why was Robert Vadra being told about windows, curtains? Why was Robert Vadra discussing the intricate details? And why was the company of Robert Vadra being involved directly? Not just that, he wasn't just discussing the curtains and the windows and the taxes. Let me also tell you, here it says, Robert Vadra replied to Sumit Chadda, informing Manoj Arora, his PA, will sort this out and confirm that he himself will come to London. Thereafter, mails were exchanged between Sumit Chadda, Manoj Arora. They regularly kept updating regarding the renovation. And I think the clincher here is that it mentions that Robert Vadra himself had visited London, Shawan. And if he had visited London, went to this particular house, and that says it all. What was Robert Vadra's direct interest in this? Why did he go to the house directly? Right? Yeah. Shawan.
Well, in fact, page number 39 makes a mention of it. And the fact here is that, Niranjan, the same very property has seen multiple change in the legal ownership. So it essentially was with one particular company that was linked with Sanjay Bhandari. In fact, Niranjan, if you just scroll down on after page number 30, the page number 39 makes a mention of Robert Vadra visiting that property, and thereafter there is a flowchart. Perhaps we can also show that flowchart to our viewers for a better understanding of how exactly the transaction has taken place. So I'll just, while you're going across through those pages, just a quick in nutshell. So what essentially Sanjay Bhandari has done is that he's got these offshore companies based out of the United Arab Emirates, gets those cash deposits out, moves it from one company to the other. Finally, this company called Vertex, based out of British Virgin Islands, takes over this company. But effectively, he is still the owner, the beneficial owner of this very property. But the enforcement directorate says that it was done at the behest of someone else. The real owner is someone else. So, Niranjan, if you can just perhaps take a look at that flow chart, that's going to help our viewers understand how exactly did the money flow.
What happens in TV is that too much of papers and documents, viewers get confused. I'm just trying to simplify it first to show the part where Robert Vadra, the ED document shows as per the emails exchange, it is clear Robert Vadra had visited the property after it's been transferred to Skylight. Now, which company is Skylight? Whose company is Skylight? I think we all know that. Robert Vadra visits the flat. Okay, that's confirmed now. Now let me go back once again to the flowchart. I'm trying to show you the flowchart. I think this is the flowchart that Shawan was referring to. Look at the flowchart. Vertex transfers the money back to UAE in Santec account of Sanjay Bhandari. Money, cash is then withdrawn from accounts of companies controlled by Sanjay Bhandari. Evidence of some of the cash withdrawals is collected. Money was found deposited in various companies controlled by Thampi, whose Vadra's aid in subsequent years. Money is then transferred to Skylight account from these companies, and Skylight transfers this money to Vertex Management in British Virgin Islands for purchase of property in the UK, and then it comes back to the UAE. So UAE, and then Sanjay Bhandari, UK, and then Vadra's aid, Skylight goes to British Virgin Islands, and then a flat is bought in London. I mean, this is fantastic. This is how most of the deals were done, isn't it, Shravan? So many deals we've covered during the UPA regime. Proof of which is here with us right now. The flow chart. This is an official document. That has been put together by the investigators. I don't think there's more proof that's needed after this. Shravan, over to you.
Well, in fact, we're also getting in some more details right now. In fact, our colleague Harsha has reached the residence, or rather the office of Chartered Accountant Sanjeev Kapoor. Harsha, just take us through the details that you're picking up right now. You're outside the office. You did actually go to Sanjeev Kapoor's residence. The guard there told you that Sanjeev Kapoor is in his office right now. Did you manage to get a word from Sanjeev Kapoor? Meanwhile, I'll also put out the details why exactly Sanjeev Kapoor and Anirudh Vadra, where Piyush is standing right now, becomes very important. Second associate of Sanjay Bhandari tracked within few hours by Republic TV. Let's go across to Harsha.
Shravan, right now I'm reporting from the office of Sanjeev Kapoor. I'm here first. I went to his residence, which is in Shivalik, and now I'm outside his office. I'll show you the visuals because we tried speaking to the people who are here, who are the office clerks and everything. They didn't speak to us. I'll try to show you the visuals from here. First, we were told that Sanjeev Kapoor is here. He will speak to us in another 5 to 10 minutes. But later on, we were told that he has gone for an audit. And let me tell you that his car is parked outside his office. His car is parked outside. There's a white color car which is parked outside. This is his vehicle through which he comes from his residence to office, but they are not speaking to us. We tried speaking to his manager. We are continuously asking that Republic wants a word that Sanjeev Kapoor was involved in helping Sanjay Bhandari. He visited London in 2017 for the signing of documents of Sanjay Bhandari so that they could evade tax and so that the assets could be offshore assets could be attached to a trust, a Rama trust. And now there's so many people sitting in the office right now. There's so many people. We again and again tried asking them that connect to us with Sanjeev Kapoor. We don't have an appointment, but we really want to speak to him so that he could clear the charges which is being said, because he is the accountant of Sanjay Bhandari. He was linked. He helped him in the creation of a trust so that his assets could be attached. Right now, Shawan, you are seeing the visuals. The office is in basement. There's no network there. Therefore, we are reporting from outside his office. Inside is his cabin. Let me show you. That's his cabin there, where there are 2 seats. That's his cabin. Sanjeev Kapoor is there in his cabin, but he's not speaking to Republic because he knows that we are asking him the valid questions. He was involved in the dealings with Sanjay Bhandari. He knew all. Yes, Shawan, so these are the visuals as we are reporting from outside his office, and we'll wait for him so that we can get any word from Sanjeev Kapoor from outside his office. We are right now. He will go to his residence at 10 or 10:30 as told by the guard at his residence, that he comes home at around 10:30, between 10:30 to 11 p.m. Right now we are here. We'll wait for him so that we could speak to him that how he helped Sanjay Bhandari in the attachment and the creation of a trust so that his offshore assets and entities could be attached to a trust so that he could evade tax. And under the oath, he also accepted in front of income tax authorities that he visited 2017. And yes, Sanjay Bhandari breached LOC. Back to you, Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek, Niranjan, for putting this into perspective. I'll also once again come back to Piyush and Harsha in a short while from now. Republic Media Network, only network to have tracked down close associates of Sanjay Bhandari here in the national capital.
So we are right now at the residence of Anirudh Vadra. Remember that we tried asking him some questions. He knows that we are outside his residence, but he is not speaking out anything. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details, and we'll try to get more and more answers from these new characters who have now surfaced into this entire scam. Stay tuned for more updates.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA. A new round of talks began on Monday between Ethiopia's government and Tigray regional representatives to work out military and other details of last week's signing of a permanent cessation of hostilities in a 2-year conflict thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the meetings in Kenya involved the military commanders of both sides along with the lead political negotiators.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has taken the holy dip at a Karon river at the Mahadev Ghat on the occasion of Kartik Purnima. Prime Minister Modi will unveil a logo and theme for India's G20 presidency today, according to the Prime Minister. Logo, theme and website will reflect India's message and overarching priorities to the world. India will assume the presidency of the G20 on the 1st of December this year. During the course of its G20 presidency, India will hold about 200 meetings in 32 different sectors in multiple locations across India.
Here's also what's making news across the globe. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Monday, while addressing the COP27 climate conference in Egypt, warned that the world is on a highway to climate hell. Now, Guterres further called for a new pact between rich and poor countries to work closer together with financial help and phasing out of coal in rich nations by 2030 and elsewhere by 2040.
Well, two associates of Sanjay Bhandari have now been tracked down by Republic Media Network. First, going across to Piyush, who's tracking Anirudh Vadra. Piyush, just quickly take our viewers through what's the latest that you're picking up.
Well, Shravan, right now we are standing in front of the residence of Anirudh Vadra. Remember that new character has now surfaced into this entire scam. Sanjay Bhandari is all set to be extradited. And why this person is important? Because he, along with Sanjeev Kapoor, accountant, Anirudh Vadra is lawyer, and Sanjay Bhandari, all these three characters had in fact forged backdated and false documents. This is what the details which we are picking, and that happened in 2016, and this was done to avoid the taxes and also to distance Sanjay Bhandari from the ownership of the offshore entities which he owned. For more details, Shravan, back to you, because you have accessed the exclusive documents which is somewhere now exposing the characters, the new characters into this entire case. Shravan.
Archit, just 30 seconds, quickly take our viewers through the very place that you're broadcasting right now from, Sanjeev Kapoor's residence, office rather. What's it that you're picking up right now?
Exactly, Shravan. Right now I'm reporting from Sanjeev Kapoor's office. This is D36 in South Extension 2. Initially we went to his residence, but we were told that he is in his office, and right now from his employee, his manager, we have been communicated that Sanjeev Kapoor has gone to Gurgaon for an audit and he won't be returning to his office tonight, and he will be returning to Delhi tomorrow. So we're waiting to speak to him, because right now we are being told that he's not here. Though we understand that he is here in his office, but no one is letting us to talk to him, because Sanjeev Kapoor is a very important person. He is the accountant of Sanjay Bhandari, who helped him in creating backdate documents and fake documents so that he can evade the tax thing. So these are the visuals, Shravan, I'm showing you. This is the office in South Extension 2 of Sanjeev Kapoor. Republic has tracked down his both office and residence, and right now, Shravan, we are reporting from South Ex, where his office is. Back to you, Shravan.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Here's also what's making news across the globe. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Monday, while addressing the COP27 climate conference in Egypt, warned that the world is on a highway to climate hell. Now, Guterres further called for a new pact between rich and poor countries to work closer together with financial help and phasing out of coal in rich nations by 2030 and elsewhere by 2040.
The clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives and we are losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing. Global temperatures keep rising. And our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
French President Emmanuel Macron met with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the sidelines of the UN's climate conference in Sharm el-Sheikh on Monday. Now, the leaders were expected to use the talks at COP27 to discuss the issue of small boat crossings across the English Channel amid a surge in the number of asylum seekers attempting to reach Britain by boat. French President Emmanuel Macron on Monday met with young climate change activists on the sidelines of the UN summit in the Egyptian resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh. Now, participants from Cameroon, Algeria, Gabon, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Egypt and France took part in the exchange at COP27.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrives in Moscow for a 2-day visit. He will be meeting Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks. Discussions are expected to cover a broad range of bilateral issues as well as exchange of views on various regional and international developments.
Viewers, top headlines right now. Mass conversion storm hits Rajasthan. BJP says poorest of the poor cheated as videos emerge. Gehlot in conversion denial says it happens in every state. Vadra Congress leaders defend anti-Hindu abuse tirade, will not apologize for the comment. As Sukesh writes another letter targeting Kejriwal, BJP protests at Aam Aadmi Party doorstep. BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic, says Congress can dream on about Himachal return. More Congress MLAs desert their Congress party. Another MLA quits, all set to join the BJP. Top economist says India is set to be the world's third largest economy by the year 2027. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar visits Russia, sends a strong message on ties with Moscow. PM Modi sends a message on India's global leadership as we are set to take on G20 presidency. And Republic confronts NCP goons who ran right inside a cinema hall. Watch them run from Republic cameras. Viewers, we are live and breaking this Tuesday evening. I'm Shivangi Shukla and you're watching India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Our first story. As conversion charge hits Gehlot government, Rajasthan Chief Minister has swung into denial mode. Now says it happens in every state. This is a shocking incident that has now come to light. Mass conversions are allegedly underway in Jaipur. An attempt is being made to convert Dalit and economically backward societies by propagating anti-Hindu messages. Hate messages against Hindu gods and goddesses are also being propagated. A person named Dharampal, who is allegedly a preacher of Christianity, now has been accused of conversion. Many reactions coming in on this story. Let's hear them out.
देखिए, धर्म परिवर्तन की घटना तो कि दिल्ली, राजस्थान, गुजरात या और भी कहीं छोटी-मोटी खबरें आती रहती है। इसमें कोई वहाँ पे ऐसी कोई विशेष बात हमारे सामने नहीं आई है कि बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके कोई धर्म परिवर्तन की बात हो रही हो। एक बात तो ये थी। दूसरा आपने कहा यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड। अब इनके पास 2-3 कारतूस बचे हुए होंगे बीजेपी के पास में, उन्हीं कारतूस भी चला देंगे। इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ इनकी सरकारें हैं वहाँ पे ये बात करें।
धन्यवाद।
जयपुर से चंद किलोमीटर की दूरी पर धर्मांतरण का खेल का ऐसा खुलासा हुआ है कि जिसको सुनकर आप भी चौंक जाएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ईसाई मिशनरी सरकार की नाक के नीचे धर्मांतरण का एक खेल रच रही थी, उसका पर्दाफाश हिंदू संगठन से जुड़े हुए कार्यकर्ताओं ने कर दिया है। मैं अभी फिलहाल उसी जगह वाटिका गांव में मौजूद हूं, जहां पर धर्मपाल बैरवा नाम के शख्स ने न सिर्फ ईसाई मिशनरी के तहत लोगों को बरगलाने का काम किया, बल्कि उनका जबरदस्ती धर्मांतरण कराने की कोशिश भी की। कई शख्स ऐसे भी हैं जिन्होंने कई साल तक धर्मांतरण के रूप में ईसाई धर्म माना, लेकिन जब चीज़ें नहीं बदली, जीवन वैसे ही चलता रहा, तो उसके बाद में उन्होंने हिंदू धर्म अपना लिया। मेरे साथ में सबसे पहले वो शख्स हैं जिन्होंने इस चीज़ का खुलासा किया। अमित, क्या पूरा मामला था, एक बार खुल के बताइए सारी चीज़ें।
28 अक्टूबर को एक 2-3 हज़ार लोगों का एक सिद्धू और एक धर्मपाल बैरवा पोस्टर, इनके द्वारा एक बड़ा आयोजन किया जा रहा था, जिसमें भजन संध्या के नाम पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करके। कौन सी भजन संध्या? भजन संध्या यीशु मसीह का प्रचार, उसकी भजन संध्या के नाम पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करके उनको ईसाई धर्म में कन्वर्ट करना चाह रहे थे लोग। तो ये जब हमारे संज्ञान में है, तो हमने हिंदू संगठनों से बात की। बात करके हमने तुरंत बस्ती के लोगों से बात करके इसका विरोध करवाया। विरोध करवाते ये व्यक्ति स्वतः ही भाग गया। आज तक पुलिस प्रशासन उसको पकड़ नहीं पाया है और आज तक वो फरार है।
कितने ऐसे लोग होंगे अमित कि जिन्होंने ये पूरा नेक्सस चला रखा था, और इस नेक्सस में कितने लोग इन्फ्लुएंस होते थे, प्रभावित होते थे, जो इनके चुंगल में आ जाते थे?
आज हमारे गांव से कम 500-600 घर ऐसे हैं जो इसके टच में आ गए थे। अब लोग समझ रहे हैं और लोग अब दूर भग रहे हैं। आसपास के लोग, टोंक तक के लोग आते थे यहाँ रात भर। यहाँ
ये व्यक्ति कहता क्या था?
ये कहता था कि महिलाओं के लिए तो सिंदूर मत लगाओ, बिंदी मत लगाओ, सुहाग को मत मानो, चूड़े मत पहनो, लक्ष्मी जी को मत पूजो। जिस दिन त्यौहार होते हैं हिंदू धर्म के, उस दिन ये कहता था कि नॉनवेज बनाओ, नॉनवेज बना के खाओ, पितरों के भोग मत लगाओ, भोग वास मत लगाओ। ये चीज़ें, ये बिल्कुल इन चीज़ों का विरोध करवाता था।
अच्छा, मेरे साथ में वो शख्स मौजूद हैं जिस व्यक्ति के साथ में धर्मांतरण का खेल खेला गया था। 1 साल ये रह कर के आए हैं। क्या नाम है आपका?
काना राम।
काना जी, 1 साल तक रहे आप उनके धर्म में?
1 साल तक रहा था।
1 साल तक रहे। क्या कहते थे वो लोग आपसे?
ऐसे कहते थे कि आप प्रभु यीशु में आ जाओ,
यीशु मसीह को मानो।
हाँ,
अच्छा।
यीशु मसीह को मानो, और आपकी सैलरी में से 10,000 कमाते हो ना, उसमें से 2,500 हमको दो।
10,000 आप कमाते हो तो 2,500 रुपए उनको दो। अच्छा। हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए क्या कहते थे?
इनको भोग नहीं लगाना, पितरों को भोग नहीं मत लगाओ,
पितरों को मत मारो।
हाँ, बैरू जी के पुआ पूड़ी मत चढ़ाओ, बाटी दाल,
बैरू जी को भोग मत लगाओ।
हाँ, बाटी आटी मत चढ़ाओ।
अच्छा।
और कोई अगरबत्ती मत लगाओ।
अच्छा, कोई पूजा पाठ मत करो।
और खुद के मकान के अंदर कोई भी मूर्ति है उसको हटा के कुएं में फेंक दो।
कैसे भड़का?
Alright viewers, from anti-Hindu messages to preaching end of idol practice, residents of Vatika village made some scathing revelations. Now you will see them and hear them very shortly. Now this is on the extent of the mass conversion racket which is happening in Jaipur. Take a look at these reactions coming in from the residents of Vatika village.
जैसे आप अपने भैरू जी को मत मानो, हम भैरू जी के ठोकर मारते हैं। हम लक्ष्मी जी को नहीं मानते हैं, हम और किसी को नहीं मानते। आप हमारी शरण में आओ, हम किसी का भूत निकाल देंगे, प्रेत निकाल देंगे।
किसको मानेंगे और क्या मानेंगे?
अब उनकी शरण में जाओ, ईसा मसीह की शरण में जाओ। उनकी परमेश्वरी सब कुछ है।
परमेश्वरी सब कुछ है। आपके परिवार से कौन कौन गए देखने के लिए?
परिवार से तो गए हैं, घर पे हैं वो तो खैर।
हाँ हाँ। उन्होंने क्या मैसेज दिया और फिर आपको क्या महसूस हुआ?
महसूस हुआ है क्या लोगों का धर्म परिवर्तन करवाता है ये आदमी, गलत है, बिल्कुल फ्रॉड है।
आपको लगा किसी का धर्म परिवर्तन हुआ?
बहुत लोग इसके ही गुणगान करते हैं। तो
यहाँ किसी ने, कितने लोगों ने इनको माना और कितनी मान्यता प्राप्त की?
अब यहाँ लोग हैं इसको तांत्रिक मानते हैं, अभी कहते हैं हमारे ऊपर जादू टोना कर देगा जी।
हाँ, लोग भोग वोग ऐसे मन लगाओ, दिवाली मत पूजो, जो भी है तो ये लोगों को ऐसे ज्ञान देते हैं, अपने धर्म से भटकाते हैं इसको कि भाई हिंदू धर्म छोड़ के ईसाई में जा रहे हैं लोग, तो ऐसे ही बताते हैं उनको।
आपको क्या फायदा अगर हम चले भी गए तो ऐसा बताते?
फायदा तो मेरे को तो कुछ लगा नहीं, ये वही डोक पाखंड है। लोगों को इतना ही विश्वास है, तो आप बाबा साहब को मानते हो, अपना धर्म छोड़ रहे हो, तो लोग बाबा साहब की मूर्ति बनवाओ ना, कि अपन जो भी है आज मार्केट में बाबा साहब की वजह से।
Viewers, it's a massive development. India to be the third largest economy by 2027. Now, this is an article. Morgan Stanley chief economist in the Financial Times. Morgan Stanley chief has written this and also added that India to account for a fifth of global growth over the next decade. Morgan Stanley is saying this. In fact, India's growth in the economy is very poised to reach and become the third largest economy by the year 2027. Now, this is the first time, of course, that India's growth story is being lauded. In fact, early in October, the IMF projected that India will be the fastest growing large economy in the world. And this is the big update we have for you right now. In fact, a massive development where Morgan Stanley's chief Asia economist has said and predicted that India will be the world's third largest economy by 2027. It's an op-ed in Financial Times where he forecast that the country's GDP will be more than double from the current $3.4 trillion to $8.5 trillion over the next 10 years. Also mentioning that India will add $400 billion to its GDP every year. The economist attributed his predictions to the shift in India's domestic policy from redistribution to boosting investment and job creation. All right, Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, is joining us. Abhishek, when it comes to India, India has a working age population. Also, India has the right policies. It has an entrepreneurial spirit. And these points which have been made by the Morgan Stanley chief, if you could tell our viewers about it and why is it especially significant for India's economic growth story?
Well, two things, Shivangi. One would say this is stating the obvious. We are sort of in a sweet spot given the demographic dividend, given the policy architecture that has been put in place, given the buoyant revenues of the goods and services tax, for example, given the overall rebound that the economy essentially driven by, homegrown demand has really shaped up. So the economic revival post the pandemic has really bounced back, and what we are seeing is Indian economy, in fact, acting as an engine of demand for the rest of the world. Remember, the same economist or the same article says that of the entire global growth over the next decade, India would be accounting for 20%. The core sector, talking of the short term, the core sector looks good. The GST revenues are in an upswing. In fact, getting 1,40,000 crores plus is becoming a new normal every month. And that really takes care of the fiscal situation. And that's why the Indian economy per se looks greenest in terms of what the rest of the world is going. US is in recession, UK in recession, Europe really struggling. There is an energy crisis, there is a food crisis, and there is a general slack in the economies around the world. It's only perhaps China and India that's going to sustain the global economy for a while. And the article says that in fact India is going to be the outperformer for the entire decade, doing the heavy lifting. So a lot of credit for this has been given to the policy framework that has been put in place over the last few years, be it the GST, be it the demonetization. In fact, some people connect demonetization and digitalization that has happened with the better fiscal situation, because the increased revenue that is coming because the tax evasion has been taken care of and increasingly the taxation system as a whole is reformed and transparent, is owed to demonetization in some ways. So a lot of issues sorted, be it the insolvency and the bankruptcy code, be it the reform of the labor laws, though of course the labor codes is still to come in place, the focus on enterprise through the startup ecosystem, the fintechs, everything taken together, the Aadhaar-based India stack which is there, about which the column also talks about. Essentially, what the article and the agency, the Morgan Stanley, speaking from a very respected financial daily, the Financial Times, underscores is that India is in a position where in a policy-driven environment which pushes for growth, and also remember homegrown Atmanirbhar growth, I think India is going to be the outlier in the world over the next decade, and that's something which has been brought out with these numbers as can be seen in the graphics. India almost more than doubling over the next 5 years and quadrupling over the next 10 years and hence acting as an engine of growth for the rest of the world.
Well, thank you. That's our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. So bright economic prospects as India takes the lead when it comes to economic growth, and that's what's reflected in that op-ed article in the Financial Times. Thank you, Abhishek. On that note, let's take a very short break. We are live and breaking this Tuesday evening, and we have a lot lined up for you after this short break. Starting off with BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic, says that Congress can dream on about Himachal return. And more Congress MLAs desert the Congress party. Another MLA quits, all set to join the BJP. Stay tuned. We continue to be live and breaking.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has taken the holy dip at a Karon river at the Mahadev Ghat on the occasion of Kartik Purnima. Prime Minister Modi will unveil a logo and theme for India's G20 presidency today, according to the Prime Minister. Logo, theme and website will reflect India's message and overarching priorities to the world. India will assume the presidency of the G20 on the 1st of December this year. During the course of its G20 presidency, India will hold about 200 meetings in 32 different sectors in multiple locations across India.
Here's also what's making news across the globe. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Monday, while addressing the COP27 climate conference in Egypt, warned that the world is on a highway to climate hell. Now, Guterres further called for a new pact between rich and poor countries to work closer together with financial help and phasing out of coal in rich nations by 2030 and elsewhere by 2040.
The clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives and we are losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing. Global temperatures keep rising. And our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
French President Emmanuel Macron met with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the sidelines of the UN's climate conference in Sharm el-Sheikh on Monday. Now, the leaders were expected to use the talks at COP27 to discuss the issue of small boat crossings across the English Channel amid a surge in the number of asylum seekers attempting to reach Britain by boat.
News we're live breaking now. Days after the Himachal Assembly polls, JP Nadda has spoken to Republic TV in exclusive conversation while campaigning in the poll-bound Himachal Pradesh. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
First of all, I would like to say that as far as the manifesto is concerned, people in Himachal believe in the working of Bharatiya Janata Party and the promises made by Bharatiya Janata Party. The people have taken it, perceived it as a credible party, and so the promises which we have made, they know that it is going to be implemented. Now, as far as the women, Stri Shakti Sankalp, which you are talking about, the commitments given to the women voters here in Himachal Pradesh. You see, any society, it's a major representation which women represent, and they have to be empowered. All the schemes started by the central government under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has been empowering the women. So we thought that this section should be focused and we should bring them more in the mainstream. And it's a hilly area. In hilly area, far-flung area, it's difficult to reach. So schemes should be designed in such a way where more focus can be given, more concentration can be given, and it will, in short span of time, trying to empower them so that they come equal to the male folk here. And one thing more, that the women has been very proactive as far as the state is concerned in the development process. So we have tried to give them a...
So they'll definitely break the trend this time? That
they have always broken the trend. They have always broken the trend. And Bharatiya Janata Party has ने रिवाज यही नहीं बदला, उत्तर प्रदेश में बदला, उत्तराखंड में बदला, मणिपुर में बदला, गोवा में बदला, अब हिमाचल की बारी है.
कांग्रेस की सारी राजनीति हिमाचल में इसी पे डिपेंडेंट हो गई है. यहाँ तो वो कहते हैं कि 5 साल उसकी बारी, 5 साल इसकी बारी और इस बार कांग्रेस की बारी. तो ये राजनीति क्या इस बार ग्राउंड एस्टैब्लिश कर पाएगी?
ये मैं चाहता हूं कि वो इसी भ्रम में रहें और उनको ये शोभा भी, ये उनके लिए ठीक भी है, तो वो उस तरीके से सोचते रहें. लेकिन हिमाचल की जनता ने सोच लिया है. आप यहाँ आए हैं, आप घूमे होंगे, आपको देखा होगा कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नाम की कोई चीज़ नहीं है, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है. और प्रो इनकम्बेंसी जयराम जी की सरकार के प्रति और मोदी जी का जो आशीर्वाद है, जो विशेष प्रेम है हिमाचल के लिए, उसको लोग इज्जत भी देते हैं, प्यार भी देते हैं और मोदी जी को इस चुनाव में समर्थन देने के लिए आतुर हैं.
And sir, your job is turning to be very tough these days, and MCD elections are here, Gujarat elections are here, your native state, your home state, Himachal is facing the elections just 5 days after that. So the switching to Delhi, to Gujarat, to Himachal is very much hectic for you.
No, it is my prime duty, and never anything becomes hectic for me. We do it in the most organized manner and in a systematic manner. Today I am going to Delhi. We'll be discussing MCD elections and Gujarat elections for next 2 days. Again, I'll be back.
So, sir, my last question is that UCC was on the top of the manifesto, and even we had a word with Chief Minister Jairam Thakur. He has already said that a draft has been prepared, and next time when the government will come, it will be implemented. So it is very necessary for Himachal.
Yes, UCC is an issue which BJP government wants to do it and implement it in the next 5 years to come. And so that is why they have kept on a priority basis in the manifesto.
Top national updates now. Fast track court of Varanasi has deferred the pronouncement of verdict until November 14 on the maintainability of a plea seeking a ban on the entry of Muslims into the Gyanvapi mosque premises and its possession to worship a shivling reportedly found there. Civil judge has now said and reserved his judgment in the matter on October 27. NCP leader Jitendra Awad and his supporters blocked screening of a Marathi film assaulting the audience in the cinema hall. Awad and his supporters, while trying to vacate the hall, roughened up many moviegoers. A complaint has been lodged. After videos of him and his supporters surfaced blocking screening of a Marathi film and assaulting the audience in the cinema hall, NCP leader Jitendra Awad and his has now come out to defend his action. A complaint has been lodged in the matter.
बात यह है कि ये चित्रपट जो बताया जा रहा है उसमें पूरे इतिहास का विद्रूपीकरण किया है, जो शिवाजी महाराज के निजी जिंदगी में हुआ ही नहीं, जो इतिहास में कभी देखा ही नहीं, जो इतिहास में कोई संदर्भ ही नहीं, ऐसे चित्रपट आप इतिहास करके दिखाने लगोगे तो उसका धिक्कार होना ही चाहिए।
BJP MP Janardhan Mishra has making a very controversial statement while speaking on water conservation. Says drink alcohol or smoke weed, but save water. A later defense remark.
तो पता चलेगा कि मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूँ। मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ कि आप हमारी बात तो सुनते नहीं हो, कि जब मैं बोलता हूँ कि भाई ये मत करो तो आप कहते हो कि आप तो कोई इससे मतलब नहीं है, तो इसको करना हो जो करो। लेकिन इससे भी खतरनाक है आज जल का जो की कमी, तो इसलिए आप ये जो कर रहे हो करना है तो करो, लेकिन कम से कम पानी तो बचाओ।
In yet another embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written a fourth letter alleging harassment and threats by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and his minister. Claims more dirt is yet to come and the funding was for Goa and Punjab.
के अंडर में ही आता है, इसलिए हमने कहा जेल भी तुम्हारी। और चूंकि आपकी सरकार है, आपके सरकार के अंतर्गत है, जेल का मंत्री सत्येंद्र जैन वो आपके हैं। सारी व्यवस्था अगर आपके मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत है तो आप ही की है। और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि अगर सारी व्यवस्था आपकी है और मंत्री भी अंदर रह के ही जेल के मंत्री के रूप में काम कर रहा है, इसका मतलब जेल व्यवस्था देख रहा है, तब कौन इसको सिखा रहा है चिट्ठियां लिखने के लिए सुकेश चंद्रशेखर को।
Viewers, we are live and breaking. Coming up on the other side, Vadra Congress leaders defends anti-Hindu abuse tirade will not apologize for comments. As Sukesh writes another letter targeting Kejriwal, BJP protests at Aam Aadmi Party doorstep. Stay tuned.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA. A new round of talks began on Monday between Ethiopia's government and Tigray regional representatives to work out military and other details of last week's signing of a permanent cessation of hostilities in a 2-year conflict thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the meetings in Kenya involved the military commanders of both sides along with the lead political negotiators.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has taken the holy dip at a Karon river at the Mahadev Ghat on the occasion of Kartik Purnima. Prime Minister Modi will unveil a logo and theme for India's G20 presidency today, according to the Prime Minister. Logo, theme and website will reflect India's message and overarching priorities to the world. India will assume the presidency of the G20.
अगर कोई का कह दिया अपॉलॉजी करो, अपॉलॉजी क्यों नहीं करेंगे हम? प्रूव कर दीजिए, प्रूव करने के बाद अगर प्रूव हो गया तो हम रिजाइन कर देंगे.
ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ದೇಶದ ಜನರ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಭಾವನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿ
Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
It's the mass conversion storm that hits Rajasthan. The BJP says the poorest of the poor are cheated as new videos now begin to emerge. What has the Chief Minister said so far? Gehlot is in a conversion denial. He says this happens in all the states. Vadra Congress leaders defend anti-Hindu abuse tirade, will not apologize for the comment. As Sukesh Chandrashekhar now writes another letter targeting Arvind Kejriwal, the BJP protests at the Aam Aadmi Party's doorstep. BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic. He says the Congress can dream on about a return to the hill state. More Congress MLAs desert their party. Another MLA now quits, all set to join the BJP. Top economist says India is set to be the world's third largest economy by the year 2027. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar is in Russia, sending a strong message on ties with Moscow. The Prime Minister sending a message on India's global leadership as we are set to take on the G20 presidency. And Republic confronts the NCP goons who ran riot inside a cinema hall. Watch them run away from Republic's cameras. A very good evening. The show is called The Biggest Story Tonight and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We are putting our focus on what's happening vis-a-vis the Aam Aadmi Party, the very, very serious charges being levelled by the conman called Sukesh Chandrashekhar. He, remember, right now is in jail, but he shot off at least 4 letters naming the Aam Aadmi Party functionaries, naming Arvind Kejriwal, going on to name Satinder Jain. He in fact even claims that he, as in the conman, has contributed more than 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party's funds before the Punjab and the Goa elections. So what really is the truth to those allegations? As Sukesh Chandrashekhar in one of his letters to the Delhi LG also goes on to mention that he was the reason that Bengaluru's top cop joined the Aam Aadmi Party and he was given a plum post. Now in an exclusive interview to Republic TV, Bhaskar Rao is speaking out and refuting these charges.
Pardon my language, I am appalled that a person who is a conman and serving a sentence in jail is being given so much of importance in media. I know Shri Arvind Kejriwal from 2016 onwards and I have spoken to him directly and I have his card. So there is no person in between who is responsible for introducing me. Number 3, as Commissioner of Police Bangalore City or in any other assignment that I have held, I have never known this person whom I have only heard in the media by name Sukesh Chandrashekhar that he has been conning a lot of people and now he's in Tihar jail over there. I saw that letter. He makes a lot of references which are absolutely far from truth. He drags name of family, etc. and all those things over there. My children have got nothing to do with the film world, nor my daughter's name is what it has been mentioned.
Yes.
My children are hardworking, they are low profile and they are doing national service in their own capacity wherever they are located over there.
Yet another candid confession from Sukesh has come out in the public domain where he says how the Aam Aadmi Party has extorted money from him for Punjab and Goa elections. It is a party of Mahathugs who are thugging and who are doing Thagai, Ugai and Kamai from a thug like Sukesh inside Tihar jail. ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं जहां ठगा नहीं, inside jail or outside jail. But the question is that will Mr. Kejriwal act against the Vasuli Bhai, Satyendra Jain, who is still a minister in his cabinet? Was he kept as a minister so that he could extort 10 crore rupees as protection money inside jail? And how many more people was he extorting money from? Is it not true that 50 crores was paid for Rajya Sabha seat? Is it not true that more money was extorted to expand the party in the south? That Arvind Kejriwal went for a party of Sukesh? That he spoke to Sukesh on a black iPhone where his name was saved as AK2? That money was transferred and exchanged in Kailash Gehlot's farmhouse? All of these questions must be answered and answered specifically. But instead of answering them, the victimhood card is pulled out and it is shown that this is vendetta politics. Mr. Kejriwal should stop playing the vendetta and victimhood card and should tell us that if he has nothing to hide, why not have a free and fair probe by allowing Kailash Gehlot and Satyendra Jain to be sacked and to be made to resign till the time a free and fair probe takes place. Satyendra Jain is in jail for the last 4.5 months and has got no relief.
एक बड़ा डाउट पैदा होता है। पहले जो पता चला है कि शराब में जो लूट हुई दिल्ली में, उन पैसों से इन्होंने पंजाब का और गोवा का और कहां का चुनाव लड़ा। क्या आगे चुनाव लड़ने के लिए ही आपने ऐसे सुकेश चंद्रशेखर नाम के ठग से 500 करोड़ रुपए जुटाए हैं, 50 करोड़ रुपए लिए हैं? तो हमारी तो शंका यहां हो रही है कि इसी तरह जुटाए हुए पैसों से अब ये दूसरे चुनाव भी लड़ने के लिए, हारे जीते चाहे सर्वे जो भी कहे, लेकिन लड़ने में लगे हुए हैं। ये भी एक जांच का विषय बनता है। चूंकि मामला इतना संगीन है, इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये डिमांड करती है कि इसमें आरोप प्रत्यारोप से काम नहीं चलेगा। इस पे हमें कहीं ना कहीं सत्य पे पहुंचना होगा। न हम मीडिया का समय बर्बाद करना चाहते हैं, न दिल्ली की जनता का समय बर्बाद करना चाहते हैं, और न तो अपना और उनका समय बर्बाद करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये मांग करती है कि इस केस में जुड़े हुए तीनों व्यक्तियों का, उस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जो तिहाड़ में बंद है, सत्येंद्र जैन मंत्री जो तिहाड़ में बंद है, और अरविंद केजरीवाल जिनके ऊपर फोन से बात करने, 50 करोड़ रुपया लेने, राज्यसभा की सीट बेचने, आम आदमी पार्टी का कोई प्रमुख पद बेचने के ऊपर और 500 करोड़ रुपए जुटाने का आरोप है उस अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का भी। इन तीनों का पॉलीग्राफ लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट करवाने की जरूरत है, ऐसी भारतीय जनता पार्टी डिमांड करती है।
So you're looking at those charges being made by the BJP. They are citing the letter of this conman who, remember, has written at least 4 letters. These are very, very scathing charges against the Aam Admi Party. And how has the Aam Admi Party responded so far? Clearly haven't gone into the merits of the entire case. All that Arvind Kejriwal is doing is playing the victim card. We'll see if he can actually put out his tweet on your screens in just a bit. But he, remember, goes on to say कि पंजाब से पहले प्रधानमंत्री बोले केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है, होम मिनिस्टर ने जांच बैठा दी, क्या हुआ उसका? So he continues to say that this is a ploy by the BJP to malign him and his image before the upcoming Gujarat elections. Let's get you our next piece of breaking update. After top Congress leader Satish Jarkiholi stoked a row claiming that Hindu is not an Indian word but a Persian word, the leader has now gone on to say that he will not apologize and will step down in case he's proven wrong. We have the first reaction coming in from the Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's hitting out at him now.
हमारे साथ केंद्रीय मंत्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर मौजूद हैं। सर, सबसे पहला सवाल ये है कि कर्नाटका में कांग्रेस के जो एमएलए हैं उन्होंने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया जिसमें हिंदूज को लेकर अपशब्द कहे गए। अब वो कह रहे हैं कि हम जो है अपोलोजाइज भी नहीं करेंगे, वी वोंट अपोलोजाइज।
नहीं, देखिए, कांग्रेस इज बिकम अ पार्टी वेयर दे ट्राई एंड बैलेंस हिपोक्रेसी एंड कॉन्ट्रडिक्शंस एवरी डे। और सतीश जारकीहोली का स्टेटमेंट जो है बहुत साफ सुथरे से दिखा देता है कि एक हाथ में राहुल गांधी इलेक्शन के टाइम पे अपने आप को हिंदू मानते हैं और सतीश जारकीहोली जो एक उनके बड़े नेता हैं उनका ये रवैया है, उनका ये ओपिनियन है। बहुत साफ है कि कांग्रेस में कोई क्लियर स्पष्ट आइडियोलॉजी नहीं है, उनका कोई थिंकिंग नहीं है, उनका कोई विजन और एम्बिशन हमारे देश के लिए और हमारे देश के लोगों के लिए नहीं है। वो यही चाहते हैं कि किसी तरह अपने पॉलिटिकल अपॉर्चुनिज्म का गेम चलता रहे, उसके लिए वे कुछ भी कहेंगे, किसी को भी कहेंगे।
सर, राहुल गांधी एक तरफ अपने आप को हिंदू बताने की कोशिश करते हैं, राजस्थान में मास कन्वर्जन हो रहा है हिंदूज का, जो भी सिचुएशन है उसका लोग फ़ायदा उठा रहे हैं, ये कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं, मैंने कहा ना, कांग्रेस पार्टी का आज एक ही मकसद है, उनका कोई डेवलपमेंट का या लोगों की भलाई का सोचना ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। वो यही सोचते हैं कि पॉलिटिकल अपॉर्चुनिज्म का खेल जो है कैसे खेलें, तो वो कुछ भी करेंगे, देश के दुश्मन के साथ भी जुड़ना है वो भी जुड़ जाएंगे, क्योंकि उनको ना तो देश के बारे में कुछ काम करना है या देश के लोगों को।
आपको लगता है राजस्थान
डायनेस्टी को किसी तरह से संभाल के रखा।
So you heard that reaction there coming in from the union minister, who says that the Congress and the High Command needs to take accountability for the kind of reaction that you've heard and the lack of action against this Congress neta that you see on your screens. Through the day today, we've been getting you a lot of reactions, including that of the Chief Minister also, Basavaraj Bommai, who maintains that unless and until you have the Congress top command cracking the whip, he says nothing will change in the Congress party. Let's cut across to Prajwal, who has more insight into that story for us. You know, Prajwal, it's been over 48 hours, zero action against this neta. All that we have seen is a condemnation, not even an apology.
Absolutely, because now Satish Jarkiholi is standing. He's making it very clear that he will stick to his statement and he will stick to his stand, because he has been quoting history books which has read, and he's not mentioning which history books they are or which dictionary he's reading from, and therefore the KPCC President Jaishankar Kumar took a stand against him and has demanded an answer and demanded an Satish Jarkiholi is not listen even to the words of his own party president, because DK Shivakumar clearly stated and demanded an apology from Satish Jarkiholi, but Satish Jarkiholi is not willing to state and willing to give an apology, and in fact he had the audacity to tell the Chief Minister of Karnataka that if I am found wrong, make sure that there is a committee which will be put in place, and after you put a committee and if the committee submits a report stating that I am wrong, only then I will go on and resign, but even then I will not go on to tender an apology. And he stated that he will take a political sannyasatva, meaning to state that he will never take part in active politics whatsoever if he is proven wrong, and he remains adamant. Meanwhile, the Chief Minister of Karnataka has torn into the Congress, especially the top command. And he also hit out at Rahul Gandhi as well as Siddaramaiah, stating that both the leaders make out, both these leaders basically go on and make statements even for small issues. But here we have somebody like Satish Jarkiholi, who is disrupting peace and also trying to disturb the communal harmony, not only in Karnataka but also across the entire nation, and maligning the Hindus in particular. And the Congress will be wiped out completely, not only from Karnataka but also across the entire nation too, and they will lose whatsoever little identity that they have in India, is what the Chief Minister has gone on to state. And Siddaramaiah, though, he has given a very short statement saying, yes, we will follow whatever Randeep Singh Surjewala has stated, but the sort of reaction that came in from Siddaramaiah and his body language said otherwise.
Prajwal, why don't you stay with us? Let's also get in Malvika Avinash of the BJP, who's with us on the broadcast here. Malvika, how do you read into the lack of inaction in the entire story? It's been over 48 hours, but no action against this neta.
It doesn't come as any surprise because Satish Jarkiholi is a repeat offender. This is not the first time that he has spoken ill of Hindus in this, so-called rationalistic tirade that he tries to make against the Hindus. He ends up not only disrespecting our faith but also our sentiments. And again, it's no surprise that the Congress party has not reacted because they haven't in the past either. And Siddaramaiah himself quite openly speaks against the Hindus of this state. So one would only expect this party to go down further. It's not as if, they maybe the drubbing they have received across the country in every single state, in every single election, does not seem lesson learnt enough. I think they will continue appeasing the vote bank and disrespect the Hindus of this country.
All right, we leave it there, Malvik Avinash, for the moment. Thank you. And if that was the story of the Congress not acting, the next story that we bring to you is about the NCP. Remember, the NCP clearly here, not the very first time that you're looking at an act of hooliganism here by an NCP Neta. But the Neta who's actually done this is no ordinary Neta. He's a former cabinet minister. His name is Jitendra Hawad, who's caught on camera. Watch the entire sequence that's playing out on your screens right now. This is what happened when the NCP man, along with his goons, reaches a theatre in Thane, disrupts the screening of a movie. Now, though an FIR has been lodged against him, but radio silence from his party on his conduct.
कुणी काही म्हणजे काय विकृत आहे म्हणून बोललो विकृत आहे बोललो कुणी काही म्हणजे काय विकृत आहे म्हणून बोललो विकृत आहे बोललो
And there is a huge debate now over the conduct of these people. And remember, this is the NCP. The man here in question is a former minister. The NCP is quiet, but Republic decided to confront these men, these goons that you see on your screens, who were actually pushing out people like this. This is our colleague Sandeep, who's again and again trying to ask these goons, why did they behave in a manner like this? Look at their response.
क्या कारण क्यों मारा था उसको बताइए ना हाथापाई क्यों की थी आपने हाथापाई क्यों की आपने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना
निगाह सगळे चला
उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई की थी आपको शोभा देता है आपको जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था कि मारपीट करें किसने कहा था जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने बताइए आप जवाब देंगे कि नहीं देंगे आपको अधिकार है कानून अपने हाथ में लेने का जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने कहा था ये बारी बात मारपीट करने के लिए किसने कहा था जितेंद्र अवार्ड ने So this is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Awad. He is not in fact responding to the questions. आप बताइए आपको अगर विरोध था शिवाजी महाराज को लेकर के तो आप विरोध दर्ज कर सकते थे आपने मारपीट क्यों की is also out here. We'll try to speak to him. We'll try to confront him. एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की शिवाजी
nothing to say and you can't force me to say anything. Please.
No, but
don't intrude into my privacy and my
but
space. I have nothing to say.
The problem,
and I have nothing to speak.
But the problem is, your party workers with
I said I have nothing to speak.
Jitendra Awad went there inside the theatre and also beat up the viewer. Don't you think you should respond? Don't you think you should respond? Why are you not responding? You didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who are watching the movie? Why don't you respond? Why don't you respond? Do you have any answer? Do you have any answer? I question you. Do you have any answer? Why did you beat up the person, a common man who was watching the film? So tight-lipped NCP worker sitting out here, the supporter of Jitendra Awad, who in fact went in to the theatre and in fact brutally assaulted that person who assaulted the viewers there, and in fact Republic TV tried questioning those NCP workers who were there, and in fact the goons of Jitendra Awad who were there, who beaten up the party worker, the viewers who are watching the movie Har Har Mahadev. Reporting from Thane with video journalist Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
So you saw what the behavior of these men were. These, remember again, are goons, the images of whom you see on your screens. Now, though it's important to reiterate that there is an FIR already filed, but no arrest. No one has been arrested so far. Is that good enough? Earlier in the day, the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, also spoke up and he said this behavior will not be tolerated.
विरोध करना है तो लोकतांत्रिक माध्यम से कोई विरोध करे उसके लिए उसको पूरी परमिशन है, लेकिन तो लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से वहां जाकर लोगों को मारना पीटना ये सहन नहीं किया जाएगा, इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
कोई का कह दिया अपॉलॉजी करो, अपॉलॉजी क्यों नहीं करेंगे हम? प्रूव कर दीजिए, प्रूव करने के बाद अगर प्रूव हो गया तो हम रिजाइन कर देंगे.
ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ದೇಶದ ಜನರ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಭಾವನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡೇ
Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Former US Vice President and 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Al Gore made an impassioned call Monday for leaders to choose life over death by ending the use of fossil fuels that are stoking climate change. Now, he also called on wealthy nations not to allow current turbulence of global energy markets to share their commitment to reducing consumption of fossil fuel.
We have a credibility problem, all of us. We're talking. And we're starting to act, but we're not doing enough. It is a choice to continue this pattern of destructive behavior.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA. A new round of talks began on Monday between Ethiopia's government and Tigray regional representatives to work out military and other details of last week's signing of a permanent cessation of hostilities in a 2-year conflict thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the meetings in Kenya involved the military commanders of both sides along with the lead political negotiators.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Counterpart.
A fast-track court in Varanasi has deferred the pronouncement of the verdict until November the 14th on the maintainability of a plea seeking a ban on the entry of Muslims to the Gyanvapi mosque premises and its possession to worship a shivling reportedly found there. The civil judge has reserved his judgment in the matter on October the 27th. NCP leader Jitendra Awad, along with his supporters, blocked the screening of a Marathi film assaulting the audience in the cinema hall. They were trying to vacate the hall. They roughed up many people. A complaint now has been lodged, but absolutely no arrests so far. After videos of him and his supporters surfaced blocking screening of a Marathi film and assaulting the audience in the cinema hall, the NCP leader in question has come out to defend his action.
बात यह है कि ये चित्रपट जो बताया जा रहा है उसमें पूरे इतिहास का विद्रूपीकरण किया है, जो शिवाजी महाराज के निजी जिंदगी में हुआ ही नहीं, जो इतिहास में कभी देखा ही नहीं, जो इतिहास में कोई संदर्भ ही नहीं। ऐसे चित्रपट आप इतिहास करके दिखाने लगोगे तो उसका धिक्कार होना ही चाहिए।
BJP MP Janardhan Mishra has made a controversial statement while speaking on the issue of water conservation. He says, drink alcohol or smoke weed, but save water. Later, he goes on to defend his remarks.
लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से वहां जाकर लोगों को मारना पीटना ये सहन नहीं किया जाएगा, इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrives in Moscow for a 2-day visit. He will be meeting Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks. Discussions are expected to cover a broad range of bilateral issues as well as exchange of views on various regional and international developments. The BJP will be holding a meeting of its Central Election Committee on Wednesday evening in a bid to finalize the first list of candidates for the upcoming Gujarat Assembly elections. Massive fire broke out in a plastic factory which is about 800 meters away from the IOC depot in Sapara in Bihar last night. The fire has been doused and no casualties have been reported according to the Indian Oil Terminal in charge at Patna. The Indian Oil Terminal is completely safe.
Former US Vice President and 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Al Gore made an impassioned call Monday for leaders to choose life over death by ending the use of fossil fuels that are stoking climate change. Now, he also called on wealthy nations not to allow current turbulence of global energy markets to share their commitment to reducing consumption of fossil fuel.
We have a credibility problem, all of us. We're talking and we're starting to act, but we're not doing enough. It is a choice to continue this pattern of destructive behavior.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA. A new round of talks began on Monday between Ethiopia's government and Tigray regional representatives to work out military and other details of last week's signing of a permanent cessation of hostilities in a 2-year conflict thought to have killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the meetings in Kenya involved the military commanders of both sides along with the lead political negotiators.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima.
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. PM Modi today unveiled the logo, theme and website for the India's presidency of G20 as the country is all set to assume the presidency of the grouping of the world's 20 largest economies on December 1st following the G20 summit hosted by Indonesia in Bali during November 15th to 16th. PM Modi sends a message on India's global leadership as we are set to take on G20 presidency.
विश्व की 85% जीडीपी का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। G20 उन 20 देशों का समूह है जो विश्व के 75% व्यापार का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। G20 उन 20 देशों का समूह है जिसमें विश्व की 2/3 जनसंख्या समाहित है।
Top economist predicts India set to be the world's 3rd largest economy by the year 2027. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar visits Russia, sends a strong message on ties with Moscow.
The world is moving towards greater multipolarity through steady and continuous rebalancing, and that especially means a multipolar Asia. As prominent nations who have a positive history of working together, this will naturally influence the conversations between Russia and India.
A shocking update: an alleged mass conversion took place in Rajasthan, Jaipur, as around 400 families have been allegedly converted. It is being learned that an attempt is being made to convert Dalits and other people from economically backward societies by propagating anti-Hindu messages. Reacting to the mass conversions, CM Ashok Gehlot said that we have not received any such major input of incidents. Rest such conversion is normally happening in the states as well.
धर्म परिवर्तन की घटना तो कोई दिल्ली, राजस्थान, गुजरात या और भी कहीं छोटी-मोटी खबरें आती रहती है। इसमें कोई वाकई ऐसी कोई विशेष बात हमारे सामने नहीं आई है कि बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके कोई धर्म परिवर्तन की बात हो रही हो। एक बात तो ये थी।
BJP State President Satish Punia has called out the state government while saying that the government is not taking any action in the matter of conversion.
राजस्थान की कानून व्यवस्था के ध्वस्त होने का नजारा है और सरकार की लापरवाही का नजारा है कि जो धर्मांतरण की घटनाएं बीच के कालखंड में रुकी थी, अब वो वापस प्रभावी हुई हैं। किस तरीके से निर्बल लोगों को प्रलोभन देके, गुमराह करके, उनको भयभीत करके धर्म परिवर्तन की जो साजिशें ट्राइबल बेल्ट में शुरू हुई और आज अब एकदम सरकार के नाक के नीचे, गृह मंत्री की कुर्सी के नीचे यदि धर्मांतरण होता है तो ये समाज के लिए, राजनीति के लिए, शासन के लिए भी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, चिंताजनक है।
A fast-track court hearing a plea seeking permission to allow worship of the Shivling claim to have been found on the Gyalvapi Mosque complex in Gyalvapi Shringar Gauri Temple complex has deferred the verdict to 14th of November now. A case has been registered against NCP leader Jitendra Ahwad and his supporters after they entered a mall in Thane and forcibly stopped the screening of a Marathi movie, Har Har Mahadev. This case has been registered under sections 141, 143, 146, 149, among others of the IPC. Jail conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar wrote a fresh and a third and a fourth letter now to Delhi LG VK Saxena. In the letter, Sukesh answered the question raised by Aam Aadmi Party and demanded the resignation of Chief Minister. Sukesh also alleged the Aam Aadmi Party demanded funds for the Punjab and Goa elections from him and he paid them in compliance.
की सरकार है, आपके सरकार के अंतर्गत है, जेल का मंत्री सत्येंद्र जैन वो आपके है, सारी व्यवस्था अगर आपके मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत है तो आप ही की है और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि अगर सारी व्यवस्था आपकी है और मंत्री भी अंदर रह के ही जेल के मंत्री के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब जेल व्यवस्था देख रहा है, तब कौन इसको सिखा रहा है?
BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic, says Congress can dream on about Himachal return.
People in Himachal believe in the working of Bharatiya Janata Party and the promises made by Bharatiya Janata Party. The people have taken it, perceived it as a credible party, and so the promises which we have made, they know that it is going to be implemented.
Ahead of assembly elections, more Congress MLAs desert the Congress party. Another MLA quits, all set to join the BJP. Election Commission of India announces the schedule of Uttar Pradesh's Khautoli election by polls to be held there on December 5th and counting of votes to be held on December 8th. The idol wing of CID sees 3 antique idols from a German national resident in Pondicherry after receiving information that a German called Popo Pingel, a German national, has been residing there, has now been in the possession of 3 antique idols for a while as the IWCID immediately conducted searches. Union Minister Anurag Thakur addressed a rally in Bilaspur in Himachal Pradesh and said that 60 years of Congress were against people's need as promises were kept unfulfilled. He added that in 5 years his party had carried out series of reforms, including a promise of 33% reservation for women.
इन्होंने दिया नहीं, इन्होंने छीनने का ही काम किया, लेकिन आपने मौका दिया एक बार फिर मोदी जी को देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनने का और जयराम ठाकुर जी की सरकार यहाँ पे बनी। तो इन 5 सालों में जितने काम रुके हुए थे, विशेष राज्य का दर्जा जो कांग्रेस ने छीना था, वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हिमाचल को वापस दे दिया है।
This is before Himachal Pradesh goes to polls. Congress lost several prominent and front faces candidates in the state as many as 26 Congress leaders jumped ship to join the BJP. BJP President JP Nadda promised a uniform civil code and while speaking to Republic expressed high hope in people perceiving BJP as a credible party that the promises the BJP has been making are going to be implemented. Nadda denied of any anti-incumbency in Himachal Pradesh toward BJP.
We do it in the most organized manner and in a systematic manner. Today I am going to Delhi. We'll be discussing MCD elections and Gujarat elections for next 2 days. Again, I'll be back.
Union Road Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari promised more ropeways, cable railway system, tunnels and clean energy projects for Himachal Pradesh. CM Yogi Adityanath attacked Congress leadership over allegations that Congress compromised border security and created hurdles in development and welfare schemes of people of Himachal Pradesh. Congress targeted Uttar Pradesh CM Yogi for false promises made in Himachal election campaign, claiming his government has failed to manage inflation, unemployment, women's security, education, health, roads and old pension scheme in UP. After Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee Working President Satish Jarkiholi has now stoked a row, claiming that Hindu is not any Indian word but a Persian one. The leader today said that he will not apologize and will step down if he is proven wrong. R. Mahesh, mayor of Nagarkoili city of Tamil Nadu, issued death threats on a public stage. Addressing a public gathering, R. Mahesh from the DMK has said that on stage that he will not be hesitant in murdering anyone from an opposing political party. Ministry of Home Affairs has successfully completed a mother tongue survey with field videography of 576 languages and dialects across the country. Congress MLA Priyanka Kharge missing posters were pasted across Karnataka. Now, the Congress alleged BJP leader Arvind Chavan was responsible for sticking posters across the constituency. Meanwhile, BJP workers stated that Priyanka Kharge is not available in the constituency and developmental workers. The work there has taken a hit and has become extremely slow. An Indian couple has been seeking custody of their 1.5-year-old child who is under the supervision of German authorities. The infant was taken away from them 8 months ago. Since then, the couple has been battling to get their baby girl back. And in an exclusive interview with Republic TV, the parents of baby spoke about the incident and appealed to the government for the child's repatriation.
हम लोग वापस मेरे मॉम के कहने के ऊपर हम लोग वापस डॉक्टर के पास लेके गए फॉलोअप चेकअप के लिए. डेट टाइम दे सेड लाइक शी हैव एन इंजरी एंड लाइक दे स्टार्टेड इंक्वायरिंग अबाउट अस और लाइक हम लोग को बोला कि तुम लोग वी फील दैट लाइक दैट चाइल्ड वेलफेयर इज एट रिस्क सो हम लोग तुम्हारे साथ नहीं भेज सकते अभी अब बच्ची को. और लोग
कितने दिन के बाद हुआ जब हाउ मच
फर्स्ट लाइक 17 हम लोग लेके गए थे फिर
4 दिन बाद उन्होंने उनकी कस्टडी ले ली.
हाँ हाँ यस.
A massive fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot in Patna last night on Monday. Now, reportedly, 11 fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the fire. Furthermore, teams of SDRF and NDRF were also deployed at the site along with senior police officials. Supply in the pipeline has been halted and a case has been lodged to ascertain the case of the fire. In Bhubaneswar, Odisha, people set afloat miniature boats to mark the festival there, commemorating the maritime glory of Odisha. Now, the festival is observed every year and large number of people throng the venue to celebrate the occasion. Indian Navy's INS Shivalik and INS Kamota have participated in a city parade organized there in Japan as a part of harbour activities. Indian Navy's band and marching contingent also participated in the event alongside other navies. The big move the government of India has decided to keep a reserve quota for terror victims in medical courses in Jammu and Kashmir. Another decision was taken after a go-ahead from the MHA. As per the notification released by the Home Ministry, it will be implemented for the academic year 2022 to 2023. A case of cheating has been registered under Section 420-34 of the IPC against former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's right-hand man and former State Minister Anil Parab in connection with the resort fraud case. Now the police will investigate the matter further. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, while addressing the COP27 climate conference in Egypt, has warned that loss and damage from global climate change can now no longer be swept under the rug. French President Emmanuel Macron met with the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in Egypt, where the heads of state expressed their willingness to strengthen bilateral relations. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro singled out developed countries on Monday for their capitalism, telling UN's climate conference that their exploitation of the planet's resources was the cause of the climate crisis. He went on to say that an indiscriminate exploitation of renewable and non-renewable resources was producing worsening environmental and social misery on a planetary scale. Polish President Andrzej Duda has said that a transition to a greener future was being made more difficult by Russia's war in Ukraine and urged the international community to step up efforts to repeal. Now, he added that Russia's actions had generated additional emissions exceeding the level of those produced by a number of developing countries within the scope of 1 year.
Remember, transition is there to serve man, not man to serve transition. As I said yesterday during our discussion of just transition, and now I'm saying This is on behalf of millions of my compatriots who are not going to ask us during the upcoming winter how many of our ambitious climate goals we have achieved.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov discussed a special military operation with his Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar in Moscow, during which Jaishankar has reiterated and said that India is interested in oil and gas supplies from Russia.
Today, the world's third largest consumer of oil and gas, a consumer where the levels of income are not very high. It is our fundamental obligation to ensure that the Indian consumer has the best possible access on the most advantageous terms to international markets. And in that respect, quite honestly, we have seen that the India-Russia relationship has worked to advantage. So if it works to my advantage, I would like to keep that going.
Russian-installed authorities in Ukraine's southern Kherson region completed measures to relocate their residents ahead of an anticipated Ukrainian offensive. Kremlin-backed deputy head said that those people who have left the right bank part of the Kherson region are in a safer condition. Colorado will face off at the U.S. Supreme Court against a Christian web designer who does not want to create custom wedding websites for same-sex couples and claimed that the state's anti-discrimination law violates her right to free speech. NASA held a briefing at Johnson Space Center to discuss a series of U.S. spacewalks in November and December to install mounting hardware and a pair of rollout solar arrays to increase electrical power to support station operations and scientific research. Coast-to-coast candidates and big-name backers made final appeals to voters in the last hours of a fraught midterm election season, with Republicans excited about the prospect of winning back Congress from Democrats, even as President Joe Biden has predicted his party would surprise a lot of people. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has now informed of dialogue is the best way to truly durable peace as he met with the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan in Washington. U.S. President Joe Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has now acknowledged that administration and senior Russian officials have communicated during the war in Ukraine. Sullivan was asked on Monday during a Council on Foreign Relations event about reports that he had met with Russian officials. President Joe Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan predicts continued strong bipartisan support for Ukraine regardless of what happens during Tuesday's midterm election. Now, Sullivan recently met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky during a surprise visit to Kiev last week.
Still is strong support on the Hill for delivering the necessary resources to Ukraine. And I think you will not see these kinds of doomsday scenarios that the purse strings will be pulled shut and it's over. I just simply reject that. I don't think our analysis of where the members are in both the House and the Senate bear that out.
Candidates have made their closing arguments to voters across the country ahead of the pivotal U.S. midterm elections. U.S. President Joe Biden's Democratic Party currently holds a very narrow majority over the Republicans in Congress, which gives them the ability to band together and pass more progressive legislations. World leaders are making the case for tougher action there to tackle global warming. This year's international climate talks in Egypt heard great calls for fossil fuel companies to help pay for the damage they have helped cause to the planet. COVID cases surge in Guangzhou and other Chinese cities, with the global manufacturing hub becoming China's latest COVID-19 epicenter and testing the city's ability to avoid a Shanghai-style lockdown. Nationwide, new locally transmitted infections climbed to 7,475. The 14th China International Aviation and Aerospace Exhibition, also known as Air Show China, opened in Zhuhai, city of Guangdong province. Now the air show is scheduled for November 8 to 13 to boast an indoor exhibition area of 100,000 square meters, as well as more than 100 airplanes displayed outdoor. England trained at the Adelaide Oval on Tuesday, 2 days ahead of their semi-final clash against India in ICC T20 World Cup in Australia. Jos Buttler's side appear to have struck form at the right time, especially their star all-rounder Ben Stokes, as England qualified for the semi-finals. India's captain Rohit Sharma had an injury scare while batting in the nets at Adelaide Oval on Tuesday, 2 days before their semi-final match in the ICC T20 World Cup against England. India play England in the second semi-final of the T20 World Cup at the Adelaide Oval on Thursday. Real Madrid lost for the first time in La Liga this season as Rayo Vallecano has come from behind to beat them. Defeat meant La Liga and European champions Real missed the chance to return to the top of the table ahead of Barcelona, who remained 2 points clear after the 2-0 win at Almeria. And Paul George scored 26 points and made the tie-breaking 3-point play with 37 seconds left. And the Los Angeles Clippers rallied from a 13-point deficit in the final 5 minutes to snap the Cleveland Cavaliers' 8-game winning streak with a stunning 119-117 victory. Viewers, top headlines right now. Mass conversion storm hits Rajasthan. BJP says poorest of the poor cheated as videos emerge. Gehlot in conversion denial says it happens in every state. Vadra Congress leaders defend anti-Hindu abuse tirade, will not apologize for the comment. As Sukesh writes another letter targeting Kejriwal, BJP protests at Aam Aadmi Party doorstep. BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic, says Congress can dream on about Himachal return. More Congress MLAs desert their Congress party. Another MLA quits, all set to join the BJP. Top economist says India is set to be the world's third largest economy by the year 2027. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar visits Russia, sends a strong message on ties with Moscow. PM Modi sends a message on India's global leadership as we are set to take on G20 presidency. And Republic confronts NCP goons who ran right inside a cinema hall. Watch them run from Republic cameras.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrives in Moscow for a 2-day visit. He will be meeting Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks. Discussions are expected to cover a broad range of bilateral issues as well as exchange of views on various regional and international developments. The BJP will be holding a meeting of its Central Election Committee on Wednesday evening in a bid to finalize the first list of candidates for the upcoming Gujarat Assembly elections. Massive fire broke out in a plastic factory which is about 800 meters away from the IOC depot in Sapara in Bihar last night. The fire has been doused and no casualties have been reported according to the Indian Oil Terminal in charge at Patna. The Indian Oil Terminal is completely safe.
Former US Vice President and 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Al Gore made an impassioned call Monday for leaders to choose life over death by ending the use of fossil fuels that are stoking climate change. Now, he also called on wealthy nations not to
We're getting some big breaking news coming in, and this is pertaining to the Agniveer recruitment. We can tell you, viewers, that Agnipat entrance examination will be held right now on November 13th. That's the big breaking we're getting for you right now. A big update coming in where the Agnipat entrance examination will be on November 13th. And entrance examination, Agniveer recruitment to the Indian Army. This is the notification which is already out, viewers. and this will take place on November 13. So this is an update we're getting for you right now, viewers, where candidates can now give their examination, and a couple of pointers are also put out, all the rules that have to be followed before they come to the examination center. On that note, it's time to take a very short break. We continue to get you the top updates on Republic TV.
The Congate row continues to intensify. Dropping fourth letter bomb, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar fired fresh salvo at AAP. In a press release issued on Monday, he alleged that AAP mounted pressure on him to fund its campaign for the Punjab and Goa polls. Dismissing the notion that his allegations were an attempt to influence the upcoming elections, conman in his letter affirmed that he was very capable of proving his innocence. Speaking to Republic TV on conman's latest allegations, BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla urged Kejriwal to stop playing victimhood card.
Mr. Kejriwal, instead of taking action on these Vasuli agents and ensuring that there is a free and fair probe, that there is a transfer of these people outside Tihar jail, is taking the victimhood card and is protecting the corrupt.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, top headlines right now. Mass conversion storm hits Rajasthan. BJP says poorest of the poor cheated as videos emerge. Gehlot in conversion denial says it happens in every state. Vadra Congress leaders defend anti-Hindu abuse tirade, will not apologize for the comment. As Sukesh writes another letter targeting Kejriwal, BJP protests at Aam Aadmi Party doorstep. BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic, says Congress can dream on about Himachal return. More Congress MLAs desert their Congress party. Another MLA quits, all set to join the BJP. Top economist says India's
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived at BJP's veteran leader Lal Krishna Advani's residence with a bouquet to personally greet the veteran leader on his birthday. As the Prime Minister arrived, he was received by the family members of the senior BJP leader. PM Modi then greeted the senior BJP leader, who turned 95 today, with a bouquet of red roses, while both leaders were seen interacting with each other. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was also present at his residence. It is pertinent to mention that every year the BJP leaders visit LK Advani's residence to personally greet the party's longest-serving president. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
People set afloat miniature boats to mark Boita Bandhana, or the Boat Festival. The festival is a commemoration of the maritime glory of Odisha and is observed every year on Kartik Purnima. Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has taken the holy dip at a Karon river at the Mahadev Ghat on the occasion of Kartik Purnima. Prime Minister Modi will unveil a logo and theme for India's G20 presidency today, according to the Prime Minister. Logo, theme and website will reflect India's message and overarching priorities to the world. India will assume the presidency of the G20 on the 1st of December this year. During the course of its G20 presidency, India will hold about 200 meetings in 32 different sectors in multiple locations across India.
The Congate row continues to intensify. Dropping fourth letter bomb, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar fired fresh salvo at AAP. In a press release issued on Monday, he alleged that AAP mounted pressure on him to fund its campaign for the Punjab and Goa polls. Dismissing the notion that his allegations were an attempt to influence the upcoming elections, conman in his letter affirmed that he was very capable of proving his innocence. Speaking to Republic TV on conman's latest allegations, BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla urged Kejriwal to stop playing victimhood card.
Mr. Kejriwal, instead of taking action on these Wasooli agents and ensuring that there is a free and fair probe, that there is a transfer of these people outside Tihar jail, is taking the victimhood card and is protecting the corrupt.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, top headlines right now. Mass conversion storm hits Rajasthan. BJP says poorest of the poor cheated as videos emerge. Gehlot in conversion denial says it happens in every state. Vadra Congress leaders defend anti-Hindu abuse tirade, will not apologize for the comment. As Sukesh writes another letter targeting Kejriwal, BJP protests at Aam Aadmi Party doorstep. BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic, says Congress can dream.
Burning Question, powered by LG OLED and Tata Motors.
Mass conversion storm hits the state of Rajasthan. BJP says the poorest of the poor cheated as videos now emerge. Gehlot in conversion denial says it happens in every state. Wonder why some states like to be silent on conversions. Vadra Congress leaders defend anti-Hindu abuse tirade. The man himself defending it. The leader, his party leaders are very happy. They're all silent, going temple hopping. They will not apologize for abusing or attacking Hindus. As conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes another letter targeting Arvind Kejriwal, the BJP protests at the Aam Aadmi Party doorstep. BJP President JP Nadda speaks to Republic, says Congress can dream on about Himachal return. More Congress leaders deserting the Congress party in Rajasthan. Gujarat, I beg your pardon. Another MLA has quit, all set to join the BJP. Top economist says India is also to be the world's third largest economy by 2027. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar visits Russia, sends a strong message on ties with Moscow, says the oil partnership will get stronger hereon. Prime Minister Modi sends a message on India's global leadership as we are all set to take on the G20 presidency. Republic confronts the NCP goons who ran a riot inside a cinema hall, the Mumbai hooligans. Mumbai hooligans, watch them run from Republic. Thank you for joining us on The Burning Question. I'm Niranjan. It's one of those stories that you've been hearing for decades, watching for decades. It's an organized racket. It's an organized racket, and it happens everywhere in every state of India. This evening on the show, we have one incident in Rajasthan, another investigation in Punjab, a few reported incidents in UP, and in Assam, an investigation now coming to light. And in many of these states, and today's story is from Rajasthan's Jaipur, at least 400 Dalit and economically backward families were converted to Christianity. Now, it's okay, it's one's personal choice. But what is problematic is how Hindu symbols are derided. The most vulnerable asked to throw away idols of Hindu gods, etc., details of which are emerging from Rajasthan. They're asked to take an anti-Hindu pledge. I wonder why that happens. They target it, they're vulnerable, they're shown promises, and then they're converted. And what's even more shocking is that the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot, says that conversion is a reality and it happens in every state. Take a look.
In the village of Vatika, almost 3 kilometers from Jaipur, 400 Dalit families were allegedly converted to Christianity.
एक साल तक रहा।
एक साल तक रहे। क्या कहते थे वो लोग आपसे?
ऐसे कहते थे आप प्रभु यीशु में आ जाओ,
यीशु मसीह को मानो।
हाँ,
अच्छा।
यीशु मसीह को मानो और आपकी सैलरी में से 10,000 कमाते हैं ना, उसमें से 2,500 हमको दो और खुद के मकान के अंदर कोई भी मूर्ति है उसको हटा के कुएं में फेंक दो।
The BJP has questioned the Gehlot government.
धर्म परिवर्तन की जो साजिशें ट्राइबल बेल्ट में शुरू हुई और आज अब एकदम सरकार के नाक के नीचे, गृह मंत्री की कुर्सी के नीचे यदि धर्मांतरण होता है तो ये समाज के लिए, राजनीति के लिए, शासन के लिए भी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, चिंताजनक है। मुझे लगता है कि अब तो इस पर तुरंत संज्ञान लेना चाहिए कि भविष्य में इस तरह की घटनाएं नहीं हो।
But the Congress chief minister seems to be in denial.
देखिए, धर्म परिवर्तन की घटना तो दिल्ली, राजस्थान, गुजरात या और भी कहीं छोटी-मोटी खबरें आती रहती है। इसमें कोई बाप पे ऐसी कोई विशेष बात हमारे सामने नहीं आई है कि बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके कोई धर्म परिवर्तन की बात हो रही हो।
From Jaipur to Kaziranga to Dibrugarh, incidents of conversion have been reported where poorest of the poor have been targeted. Why are states choosing to be mute spectators? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Joining us on the burning question, Sangeet Ragi, Professor, Delhi University and a political analyst, Sadhvi Pragya Bharti, Hindu scholar, Kaliko Rahman, a political analyst, George Kurian, a political strategist, joining us live. George, why do people, some of these foreigners, for example, what happened in Assam? Let me start with the Assam example. Why do they come here on tourist visas? They go to very backward areas and carry out these mass conversions. What's their interest? What's their interest, George? Why do people do it? Why do these groups do it?
Well, Niranjan, as we all are aware that religious conversion is not prohibited by law unless it's forced upon. Having said that, every individual or a person has the liberty to choose and profess his own religion that he wants to believe in, and under the people's right of Article 25 of the Constitution gives the right, and it's a right by Constitution. Having said that, let me make it very clear to your viewers that nothing should be forced upon anybody. There should not be any binding or any kind of monetary gains, or for that matter, anything of any kind of lucrative, promises should not be made in the lieu to convert people into any kind of religion, be it Christianity or any other religion for that matter.
But George, that's exactly what's happened. Let me tell you, I started by saying it's not illegal, right? I started by saying that. Let me get all our panelists on the screen. I'll tell you what is problematic. What is problematic is that they are shown a promise, economic promise. They're shown obviously there's money as one of the deciding factors because they're extremely poor and backward. And what is also problematic is, just consider this. In today's story from Rajasthan, right? You know what they were asked to do? They were asked to throw out, I spoke to the reporter, we heard some of the versions there. They were shown pictures of Hindu gods. They were told to throw these idols out. They were told don't fast, and they ran down Hindu rituals, traditions. They said stop this weekly fast and all these things, rituals, traditions that you guys do. First thing, throw your idols out of the house, throw all those pictures out. Just for 1 second, just think about this and imagine if Hindus are very, they're very liberal. They listen to everything, they tolerate everything. Just imagine if this had happened with any other religion. And Kalikur will realize, he will agree. That is problematic. Isn't that not problematic? Sadhvi Pragya Bharti, isn't that problematic?
Niranjan, you are absolutely right. This is problematic for every other religion except Hindus, because we people are Sahishnu. We are called very patient, but this is not done. You know what is the reason behind this? See, Niranjan, politically Hindus are making a mark on global politics, be it Vice President of America or Prime Minister of Britain. So the glory of Hindus is unstoppable, and not just in India but on the world stage. Hence, I would say, like the art of war teaches you to deceive your competition. Hence, all this malicious agenda is being run 24/7, which is no doubt heavily funded by forces who want to break India. आप chronology समझिए ना. Congress ruled state gives free hand to converters, people being either forcibly converted or converted by deception. Upon raising your voice, there is complete inaction. What does it say about the administration? It's quite evident what needs to be changed in order to stop it, and votes will take into account all these incidences. Also, I would like to mention that the government should criminalize conversion and pass an anti-conversion law nationwide as soon as possible. That's very, very important, Niranjan, because as you yourself mentioned, there are a lot of cases that we've been hearing from Kota, from Jaipur, from Alwar. I would like to mention one incident here from Alwar. A Hindu couple in the Alwar district of Rajasthan registered a police complaint against their parents for allegedly forcing them to convert to some religion, Christianity, I would say. And the couple, Sonu and Rajni, they stated that Sonu's parents broke the idols and tore apart the posters of Hindu gods and goddesses and were constantly forcing them to accept Christianity as their new religion. What is
why are
happening
people in denial?
What is happening?
Why are people in denial? Does conversion? I'll tell you. See that line that you see at the bottom? Silence on conversion is vote conversion. Correct? Am I saying anything wrong? Sangeet Ragi? Silence on conversion is vote conversion. No, it converts to votes, right?
Absolutely.
That's why they're silent. Sangeet Ragi and Kalikur.
Yeah. Niranjan. Religious conversion is a reality. And this is a cynical, well-calibrated design of the church which behaves like a corporate. What a coincidence that today in my office, my staff told about a person that he has been converted into Christianity, and the guy who is completely illiterate, doesn't know anything, doesn't know how to write, doesn't know anything about religion. He was paid 1 lakh rupees. Mahatma Gandhi had the bitterest and the harshest chosen words against the Christian missionaries. They are the harvesters of the faith. They are running, I shouldn't use the word filthy, the worst and the filthy word that I would have chosen against the church and its cynical, dirty, most dirty activities. Remember, church activities are not spiritual at all. It is a political design to convert and increase the numerical demography of Christianity in India. And remember, the religious change also brings in changes in the political discourse, the social and cultural discourse in the country. Look at how the church converted the entire Northeast and how the entire political discourse in the Northeast had changed. This is how the church converted the Africa and Latin American countries. There is a whole design. When a pope comes to India and says openly that in the coming century we have to convert India into Christianity, it's a cynical design. It's a dirty trick of the church. So I have all kind of a dirty word I can.
I think you should be a little restrained. Sangeet Ragi, I think you be a little restrained.
No, I'm not restrained.
Be a little restrained on that. Sangeet, I know you may have your views, but you can be restrained. Yeah.
Sangeet has narrated an incident on national television. What action has Mr. Sangeet Ragi taken to give kind of a legal help to this employee of his who has been converted as he claims?
He's asking you what has your government done to help the economically weaker sections is what he's saying.
Society, I think, Niranjan, I think that the Hindu society must come on and whatever the means, constitutional and even beyond constitutional means, whatever the means at disposal, they should prohibit them, they should resist it, and if it is needed, then they should go all out against the church and its cynical activities of religious conversion in this country.
No, just look at this video. 1 minute. See, let me play that video in the middle, with the video that was just playing. Let's play that video out. I want to describe that video, please. Right? Look at the screen now. On the left of your screen in Assam, Swedish preachers, 3 of them came on a foreign visa. Were caught converting hordes of tribals, the poorest of the poor in Assam. Right? They came on a tourist visa, ended up converting people, and it appears the Lexus is much, much bigger, right? Deported, sent back, never welcome again. On the right of your screens, the Rajasthan mass conversion, look at that video. In this video, and in this exercise of converting over 400 families, the poorest of the poor sold stories, and then they convert. It's their individual right. Like George said, it's their individual right. They're free to convert. But it's a racket. It's happening everywhere. For some reason, most governments don't act. Why do they not act? There are complaints of it happening in Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh, where Kalikur Rahman is joining us from Kalikur. Why are such governments which are in power very, very soft? Why?
Niranjan, good evening to you and all my co-panelists and all the viewers. Definitely the forced conversions and the conversions by offering the money is a great matter of concern. But when you are talking about the conversion, if someone really understands and reads about the religion, and then if he or she is converting voluntarily, then that is something different. But if these missionaries in question, they are approaching the gullible people, especially the Dalits and the weaker section of the society, and then offering them the huge sums to convert and practice Christianity. And what has been seen is there have been conversions. It is not that it's just happening, but the conversions are happening for the last so many years. And the names are not being changed. The names are being as kept as the same. But it is only that they put the cross, and even in some houses, even the the goddesses of their previous faith are being kept there.
Yeah, nice observation. Kalikur, it's a nice observation. It's a nice observation. It's a real observation. It's a real observation. Full marks to you for that. Did your party back the anti-conversion bill? Does your party, the party you support, back anti-conversion bill? And do you know what the anti-conversion bill says?
Yeah, see, Niranjan, see what is,
I asked you a question, yes or no?
I'm giving an answer to your question.
It's a yes or no answer.
See, there are various types of conversions, I'm telling you. If someone, as I told you in my...
No, Kalikur, it's a trick question. That's why you started off by saying, Kalikur Rahman, let me quote Kalikur Rahman to Kalikur Rahman. Kalikur Rahman said, conversion by use of force or allurement is wrong.
Yes.
Do you know what the anti-conversion bill says? Let me read it out word to word. Prohibition of conversion from one religion to another by use of force or allurement or by fraudulent means and matters incidental thereto. Exactly what you said. Then why on TV debates you like saying these nice things, but when it comes to,
So true.
right, showing your intent, parties like yours oppose the anti-conversion bill.
But what you have to So what you have to understand here is whether the implementation of the bill will be implemented in the right spirit, or
what do you? Okay, in the Rajasthan, 1 minute. You just see the Rajasthan story. You see the Rajasthan story. No, you see the Rajasthan story. You see the Rajasthan story. Sadhvi Bharti, why do they come on debates and say this? But when it comes to actually implementing what they say on debates in their states, why are they scared to do that?
Niranjan, actually, I wanted to ask him, when he's saying this, does he realize that he has some sort of responsibility on his shoulders? Because, I would also like to quote one incident from Kota. You can go through all the news that is being there on the internet. One couple from Kota, they have come up, and what they are saying that our family, I would like to quote him, our family members think that Hindu customs and traditions are useless and the happiness will be attained only by accepting Christianity. Who's spreading these messages? Tell me. Are these not hate messages? Are you not trying to break the society, break the social fabric of the society? And what are they getting in return? This is 2022. No one can impose any such condition on anyone. And Niranjan, strict legal action should be taken against such people, and Hindu organizations should come forward to help them. See what the government is doing. When you ask the CM of the state, he's saying that not any major incident has come to our notice. What will happen to such government, such people, such state? And this gentleman is not realizing. You are saying that religion cannot be imposed. Absolutely. Religion cannot be imposed. It is a matter of our garb, our gaurav.
George Kurian also started by saying, conversion by allurement is wrong. But George Kurian, why does the Congress party oppose it?
Respect my religion as well as we respect yours.
No, yeah. Tell me why you started by saying allurement is wrong, showing promise of money is wrong. Then why do you oppose the anti-conversion bill? And do you support such conversion rackets asking for people to throw Hindu idols out? Do you back such conversion exercises?
Well, Niranjan, as we all know that India is a secular country by constitution. It believes in and it has built this nation to give respect to every religion, irrespective of caste, creed, and faith. So I strongly believe any conversion by force is illegal and should be taken. The action should be taken. The cognizance should be taken.
Niranjan, I have a question here.
Opinion that people have the
you can
right
ask
to
him. Ask him your question.
What they have.
Yeah, my question is, please tell me who is spreading these hate messages and what action should be taken against them. When it comes to Christianity, why there are so many programs in the name of Bhajan Sandhya, Bhakti Sandhya? Why? What are they doing? Did you go through the news before coming to the debate? They're saying it has been happening in Kota, in Alwar, in Jaipur, in Rajasthan, in so many places, and in the name of Bhakti Sandhya, that is what they are doing. And after protest, Niranjan, I would like to bring to your notice that after the protest that has been happening in Jaipur, there was a mass conversion program on 28th November, this 28th, and that has been postponed or maybe cancelled because of the protest. So what is this happening? Why they have cancelled? Because they know na ki man mein chor hai, galti kar rahe hai. That is why they have cancelled the program now. So why? What legal action should be taken?
No, I just want to flip
Please tell me.
Sadhvi Pragya Bharti, I want to flip the argument, okay? Just imagine, right? And I won't name any religion, but just imagine today, right? Those converting were Hindus. And those who were being converted from another community were from another community. And imagine the Hindus or the Hindu converts or preachers or priests had asked the other community to throw idols out of their homes. Just for a second, imagine, and what would the headlines be across the country? Just imagine. Sangeet Ragi, can you imagine a situation like that? And the kind of headlines that would be screaming out of television sets in Lutyens media, New York Times, Washington Post, right? Why are they so scared? I mean, they must be silently supporting all of this, right?
Niranjan, the first anti-religious conversion bill was on initiative of a Gandhian, because Gandhi was deadly against religious conversion. Let me tell you that one of European students went to meet Gandhi and asked that he should give him the photographs. So Gandhi handed over his photographs and asked him, "What will you do with it?" He said that we will have multiple copies of the photograph and we will sell it in the market and use it for propagation of the Christianity and Christian schools. Mahadev Desai writes, Gandhi has snatched away the photographs and said that we know the Christian messages are involved in the business of faith. They are not in spirituality. They are not in ethics. They have completely destroyed the ethical norms. And therefore, let us not, pretend.
Yeah.
Religious conversion by Christianity and Islam is a political doctrine, completely a political doctrine. And the Hindus, organizations would be failing in their duty if they do not resist, if they do not oppose it with all their mights at hand. Not only that, it is not only the legal, the mechanism against them, but all social mobilization, wherever they find the, the Christian missionaries acting against them, they should resist, what they adopt. I'm saying that all constitutional means they should adopt to resist this kind of things, including that social boycott, changing this kind of Christian missionaries who are involving in this kind of activity and throwing out forcefully from their land. There should be no pretension about it.
Yes, Kalikor, what is it?
I am of hardest opinion that these kind of goons, the church's goons, should not be tolerated.
Okay. Maybe a little much there to call the church. Maybe a little. No. Sangeet. Maybe a bit much to paint the whole church. 1 minute. George, 1 minute. George, 1 minute. No, 1 minute. Sangeet Raghi, I know. Sangeet Raghi, I know you have strong. I know you have strong views on this. 1 minute.
This kind of a religion.
1 minute. Sangeet Raghi, 1 minute. Okay, I know you have strong views.
I want to answer to Mr.
1 minute. No, I need to clarify something. 1 minute.
Yeah.
I know he has strong views, and all of us have our opinions, our views on the story, and we've made it clear. But I'm only asking you not to paint the entire church or the entire body. It's okay. Just pull back a little bit. Let's pull back a little bit.
No.
Church by design does it. Church has destroyed the social fabric all over the world. Latin America.
That's your opinion. You can say that it's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion.
Business of religion.
You're entitled to your opinion, but I'm just asking you to be a little measured. You're entitled to your opinion, but be a little measured. Okay, Kalikor.
To the business of ethics. They are not ethical at all.
I told you you're entitled to your opinion, but just be a little measured. Yes. Kalikor.
Yeah, if Mr. Tyagi keeps quiet, then I can come in. Mr. Tyagi also brought the Islam in...
Ragi, not Tyagi. Sangeet Ragi.
Mr. Sangeet Ragi. He brought Islam also during his remark here. There have never been the forced conversions in Islam. Please make a note of it very clearly, and Islam does not allow any kind of forced conversion. There is an
Kalikor.
There is an ayah.
1 minute. I want to correct him there. Sangeet, please don't say anything. Sangeet Ragi, I'm scared. Sangeet Ragi, the next thing you say something, I'm scared what you're going to say. Don't say anything. Hold on. I'm only saying, Kalikor, let's not be in denial. We've done stories here on Republic TV.
Yeah.
No, 1 minute. I'm saying it as a journalist who spends his entire day in the newsroom. We have covered stories, right? It happens, okay? Let's accept and admit it happens. It happens and it's a reality. Let's not be in denial, saying that this community doesn't do it, this community doesn't do it. It happens. Okay? It's a fact. Please don't be in denial.
That is illegal.
Please don't be in denial. I don't want to talk about any religion. I told you I don't want to talk about any one particular religion. My point was more political. Don't be in denial.
Islam is because Mr. Negi.
Ragi, Sangeet Ragi.
Mr. Sangeet Ragi talked about it. That's the reason I had to.
No, but it
Otherwise,
happens. It happens. Don't be in denial. It happens.
If it is happening, it is totally illegal and action must be taken against them. Because Islam does not permit that. Islam prohibits any kind of, forced conversion. There is an ayat in Islam which says, Lakum dinakum waliyadin. Which means your religion is with you, mine.
Yeah, George wanted to say something. George. Yes, George, I have to go to the next debate. George.
Niranjan, I fully condemn to what Mr.
Sangeet, give him 30 seconds. Sangeet, give him 30 seconds.
On this debate about the churches and the Christian missionary, one cannot deny the fact that Christian missionaries in India have, in respect to education, be it health, infrastructure, they have played a very crucial role. Most of the bureaucrats, the children of bureaucrats and big politicians, even from the BJP, they are studying in Christian missionary schools, and to get that kind of education at that level.
That doesn't give you the right
name calling
to
is not going to help Mr. Sangeet Tyagi to understand. He gave an example of his one of his employees. What legal action or legal help has he given?
I'll tell you this and I'll end the debate. George, I'll tell you this and I'll end the debate. George, I'll tell you this and I'll end the debate, okay?
No, it does not.
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll say this and I'll end the debate. And hear what I have to say very carefully, okay? I have studied in Christian institutions all my life, okay? From class 1 to class 12 and my graduation. I have respect, we all have respect for Christian institutions, right? But we have also seen the truth about conversions, okay? Let's not deride Christian institutions, let's not deride a religion. Yes, there are people and there are rackets and there are foreign countries it happens from more. For example, the Sweden example, the Netherlands, it happens from many countries, right? Let's not be in denial and let's deal with it, debate it, but not deride any religion or insult any religion. Sangeet Ragi, I know you want to say a lot, but Sucharita is waiting. I have to hand it over to her. Sucharita is waiting for the next debate. Okay, I'll give him 10 seconds. 10 seconds, Sangeet Ragi, 10 seconds. Sucharita is waiting, yeah.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. You know, there was a meeting of church in 1911 in which it was discussed threadbare about India, that how we have to open the institutions. There was an agreement, there was a consensus on the fact that the pace of religious conversion in India in the urban centers are not at the rapid pace. So they thought of that, let us open the institution. It's a documentary proof, Niranjan, I will send you the copy of that,
okay.
We'll
debate that another day.
Minutes which
I get a sense, Sangeet Ragi, that this is going to continue for a long time. I get a sense that this subject will continue for a long time because there is so much coming out of Punjab, in Uttar Pradesh, in Assam, and now in Rajasthan. Thank you, George, Kalikur, Sangeet, and Sadhvi Pragya Bharti. Thank you very much. My colleague Sucharita is waiting on. I'm handing it over to her. Sucharita, over to you.
Thank you so much, Niranjan. And as you speak about the truth on mass conversion, there is a big political game about truth and lies being played in the national capital. Because here, locked in jail for alleged Hawala transactions, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has dropped another bomb on the Kejriwal government, who after Liquorgate and Schoolgate has now come under lens for Congate. While Kejriwal has fired a arrest me if I am wrong dare, showdown continues against the AAP government, who once wore the badge of being anti-corrupt with pride and is now in the dock for the big rupee 50 crore bribe charge.
Congate seems to be getting bigger. Sukesh Chandrashekhar has fired another letter to the Lieutenant Governor, alleging constant pressure from AAP after his series of allegations. He has claimed that AAP wanted him to fund election campaigns in Goa and Punjab. The controversy has spilled to other states as well. Conman alleged that he played a crucial role in former Bengaluru Police Commissioner Bhaskar Rao's induction in AAP.
A person who is a conman and serving a sentence in jail is being given so much of importance in media. I know Shri Arvind Kejriwal from 2016 onwards, and I have spoken to him directly, and I have his car. So there is no person in between who is responsible for introducing me.
BJP is training guns on Kejriwal for alleged links to Sukesh Chandrashekhar.
Mr. Kejriwal act against the Vasuli Bhai, Satyendra Jain, who is still a minister in his cabinet. Was he kept as a minister so that he could extort 10 crore rupees as protection money inside jail? And how many more people was he extorting money from? Is it not true that 50 crores was paid for Rajya Sabha seat? Is it not true that more money was extorted to expand the party in the south?
And the political controversy over conman's allegations is only snowballing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And guess who are joining me on Burning Question? BJP spokesperson Harish Khurana is on the Burning Question with us. Karan Verma, author and political analyst. Dr. Piyush Joshi, political analyst, joins us, and so does Ravi Srivastav. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us on Burning Question. And let me begin with Ravi Srivastav. Mr. Srivastav, now ready to be hanged if I am wrong. Now an open challenge being thrown out at Arvind Kejriwal and at Aam Admi Party by Sukesh Chandrashekhar. Now, are you going to be taking it, or you are going to be staying with what Arvind Kejriwal today said? If I'm wrong, you can arrest me.
Sucharita, first of all, BJP is in such a deep mess that they have no option but to fall on the shoulders of a under trial or a person sentenced in the jail. And he is writing the letters from there as if he is some kind of a freedom fighter or he is a Pope Francis and his words are the gospel truth. Let me tell you one very glaring thing. In fact, BJP is writing the letter on his behalf and the signatures on the 3 letters, mind my words, signature on the 3 letters are different. They are not signed by the same person. And I challenge anybody who wants to see that, he can go and see themselves. What kind of joke this guy is making? Arvind has made it very clear. Why are you sitting quietly?
But Ravi Srivastav, Mr. Srivastav, Sukesh Chandrashekhar is a con man. He's a con man, he's a thug, he's a maha-thug. But did the ED or the CBI also ever hold any sanctity for you, Mr. Srivastav? You had the same kind of charges even for the ED and CBI who were there to question. So whoever will be questioning is going to be under the scanner. Whoever is going to be questioning or putting any allegations will obviously be wrong.
Agencies are the stooge of the central government. And I am not saying this. All political parties in the country are saying it other than the BJP. So you can use anybody. You can use ED, you can use CBI, you can use NIA, you can use income tax.
So basically that's saying no allegations for Mr. Kejriwal and no allegations for Aam Admi Party. Doesn't that mean no allegations for Aam Admi Party or Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Khurana? Mr. Harish Khurana, because whoever is going to set allegations is going to be on the wrong, will have to prove his own righteousness, because Aam Admi Party or Mr. Kejriwal cannot be questioned.
Sujitra, just now Ravi Srivastav said ki, how can an under trial person can be trusted? If a conman is under trial, so as Satish Jain also is under trial. So if the allegation made by a conman to another conman or an under trial person, the matter is serious.
Difference.
The
investigation. No charge sheet, no sentence. Different.
What is this nonsense?
You can't compare. Sucharita, he cannot compare.
Okay, Mr. Srivastav, let him make his point. I allowed you to make your point, Ravi Srivastav. Let him make his point. And you can tell us the difference later. You can tell us the difference, and I think you've already said it in a sentence. Let him make his point.
He's a sentenced person. He's going a trial. He's going under sentence. And Satyendra Jain is not under any charge yet. No charge sheet. No charge sheet against him yet.
Okay. Now can Harish Khurana make his point?
See, both the under trial, the matter is very serious. Then the whatever he is alleged is very serious. And the thing is, Ravi Srivastav was saying in BJP has done that. Or jail bhi aapki. Everything is yours. The institution is yours. Infrastructure is yours. Everything is yours. And you are alleging BJP that
once again wrong. Is doing it. Warden to the DGP.
What is this,
Warden to the DG of the prison are Delhi police employees. They are Delhi police employees. It is not with the Satyendra Jain or the Delhi government. Please don't make a false statement here. You
अच्छा
talk facts.
ओके जेल भी आपका जेल मंत्री भी आपका ये तो ठीक है ना सर जेल भी आपका जेल मंत्री भी आपका ये तो सही है
DGP
ये सही नहीं है
employees of the Delhi government. They are employees of the Delhi police.
No, I'm coming to you, Mr. Khurana. If you can just take Mr. Khurana and Dr. Piyush Joshi on screen, please. Ravi Srivastava, jail bhi aapka, jail mantri bhi aapka. This is what BJP said in his press conference and saying at least that is right or that is also wrong. Okay, Mr. Khurana, complete.
Absolutely wrong.
Make your point.
Absolutely wrong because warden to the DGP, they are all under the Delhi police. They are not the Delhi government employees. Please, don't make a false statement. Don't make a false statement.
What does that mean, Ravi Srivastava? Okay, no, please, let's just take Mr. Khurana and Dr. Piyush Joshi on screen, please.
I'm not feeling well.
No. Okay, Harish Khurana, make your point.
Relax.
Make your point.
My only point,
Take medicine. Relax.
Or Arvind Kejriwal should come up in the public and the court. Let's have a light written test. क्यों नहीं हो सकता? Let Kejriwal come there. Like Kejriwal used to say, na, if someone alleged me or somebody else in my party, I'll do inquiry. कहते थे ना वो. Now the allegation comes on Satish Jarkiholi, Kailash Ghaur himself. Let it come out. Let have a live test. Let the Arvind Kejriwal says, okay, I'm ready to face live test. Why are we not doing it?
Harish, must you get well soon? Get well soon. You can debate the charges. Don't worry about it. You get well soon first. Don't exert yourself. Okay? Yeah.
No, Sucharita, can I come in?
Let's have a lie test first.
Dr. Piyush Joshi.
Sucharita.
Yes.
Okay, have a lie detector test. Dr. Piyush Joshi, is a lie detector test a fair enough demand?
You know, any Tom, Dick and Harry can come up tomorrow and demand anything. The main thing is that we should try and see beyond this whole facade. What actually the BJP is trying to do, because the BJP hasn't done the...
Mind your words.
Sir.
Mr. Piyush, mind your words.
Khurana ji, please do not interrupt. I did not interrupt you. I showed the courtesy. I showed the courtesy of not interrupting you.
Why you are saying Tom, Dick and Harry? BJP is alleging it. BJP is asking for it. What do you mean Tom, Dick and Harry? You can use any other word, but why this word Tom, Dick and Harry? I have a picture on this.
Are you done? Can I speak now?
No, first you take the words in these back. First you take these words back.
Is Tom, Dick and Harry any abusive language? Or is it a proverb in the English? What do you say this? Is Tom, Dick and Harry is an abusive language?
No.
Come on. Please, do not trivialize the issue. I know you have a habit of trivializing any issue at the BJP. Don't do that now, please. You are a senior person, sir. You are a senior person. You are a respected fellow. It doesn't suit you.
Tell me, God.
It doesn't suit you.
Tell me now, Mr. Piyush. He's a God.
Speak all you want, sir. Go ahead, speak all you want. Speak all you want. You'll talk a lot, but you won't speak much, you know. You'll talk a lot, but you won't say much, because you know all that you are speaking is not reverberating with the public anymore. It's not resonating with the public. You are going into the MCT elections and what do you have to show for what?
He's not a God, my dear friend.
I won't let him speak. Let me tell you this. If he talks like this, I won't let him speak.
I'm sorry.
I'll keep on interrupting in between.
Oh, Dr. Piyush Joshi, you're trying very hard to undermine all these allegations and also saying that the people are not really believing these allegations that are being thrown by the con man. He may be a con man, but he's saying if I'm thug, you're ma thug.
Understand why?
He's saying if I'm thug, you're ma thug, and he's also saying that he has all the records of transactions that have been made.
Absolutely.
He's also threatening that there are personal details. I will set them out.
Fair enough. Okay, so same was true for 6 for just an alleged organization, 6 for justice. they financed the AAP campaign in the Punjab election. A lot of harakiri was made between that. Arvind Kejriwal is related to Khalistani. He has stayed in some home. What happened to that? We said inquire about it. What happened to that? So why all these issues pop up before elections? Because you don't have anything to show what you did in MCD in last 15 years. You don't have a single good school to show. You don't have a single good hospital to show. You cannot pay your doctors at the MCD during the COVID period. You have a failed model when it comes to the waste management. You have an increasing pile of with each passing day. And that's what you do. One day you bring a liquor baron, his Kaka Nana Baba. For some press conference, you do a sting operation. You have all the investigating agencies at your disposal. Go ahead and investigate. Go ahead and file an FIR with the investigating agencies. Investigate all you want. But don't shoot, don't shout. But since you don't have anything to show, you want to create a narrative. You want to paint a picture that the Aam Aadmi Party central plank or central idea of anti-corruption is no more existent, and that's why you keep on creating all these press conferences.
Okay, why?
I think
okay, Dr. Joshi. Okay, Mr. Khurana, I'll come to you. Dr. Joshi, why would
5 seconds?
Now those allegations are not coming directly from the BJP. They are coming from the BJP because a certain conman who's in the Delhi jail says that there is a life threat to his. He has a life threat. He is being threatened, and he also says he's written. And with every letter, Sukesh Chandrashekhar, allegations are getting bigger. Now he has put in all these allegations against Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. It's not the BJP. They are reacting to those allegations. Karan.
Transfer him to a jail in UP or anywhere you want, right? The BJP, one of the BJP leaders put forward a poster alleging Kejriwal Massage Center. The BJP should hold a press conference with a holding at the, holding at the back calling BJP Massage Center. That's what they are doing. Please.
Yeah. Okay. Now, please, I hope nobody interrupts when
now,
I'm speaking.
Karan, he's saying shift him to a jail that you think that he's going to be safe in.
Look, let me first set this in perspective. Let me make 3 points here. First of all, let's not trivialize this. Here is a con man who's making a confession. Let's treat this as a confession because he has said he's ready to record his statements under section 164, which makes it very serious. He's asking for a detailed inquiry. He's ready to confess. And he's named Arvind Kejriwal, Kailash Gehlot, and Satyendra Jain. And why is Satyendra Jain still the minister? I mean, he has not got any court release for the past 4 months. The Karkarduma court, in no less words, has said that prima facie there is a strong case for money laundering. Why is he still the jail minister? Because he is Arvind Kejriwal's Vasooli agent. This is a clear conflict of interest, Sucharita. If this man is being accused clearly by an inmate that I am being harassed, then should he not be removed from his position as minister? This is a very clear question that every citizen of Delhi is asking. You can't skirt away this issue. And another thing, you can't keep crying political vendetta everywhere. None of the scams have been raised by BJP in the first place. The CVC raised the classroom scam. The chief secretary report to the LG raised the liquor scam. And here there is a con man who's writing a letter. Where is BJP into this? Kindly answer the merits of the case. Do not skirt it by pointing fingers at the BJP.
Let's discuss the merits.
Fact is, there is a conflict of interest. At least say Satyendra Jain should be sacked as minister with immediate effect. At least say Kailash Gehlot should be sacked.
I'm glad you are acting
then ask for a probe. Today, AAP has failed Delhi, and that is a fact. They have failed on every front, be it the anti-corruption stance they used to say, or the governance issue. They have left Delhi into a gas chamber.
Today is the anniversary of the biggest policy blunder in the history of independent India. Did you forget it, Demon?
At the BJP.
Okay, so you
what if Ravi Srivastava? Okay, let's get Mr. Srivastava into the debate.
Of the biggest policy
Ravi ji, what if Sukesh Chandrashekhar really gives out details of all the transactions he's made as he's speaking about?
He's already
saying I have all those details. I will come out with them. Forget the lie detector test. You're saying we're not going to answer that. But what if these details come out in the open? What then?
Should Satyendra Jain be sacked immediately?
He has been bribed by the BJP. He has been lured by the BJP. हम तुम्हें बेल दे देंगे. हम तुम्हें गुजरात में स्पोक्सपर्सन बना देंगे. हम तुम्हें वहाँ प्रचार करवाएंगे ले जा करके. इसके लिए and Mr. Karan Verma, I think your age is less than my experience. Wait, CVC, who's employed the CVC? The government. Who's employed the chief secretary? The government. Who's employed the LG? The government. It is all BJP's drama, nothing else. And you won't get anything out of it as much you want to say. Any sundry person stands up and starts making charges.
Mr. Srivastava, I heard your point. What I'm trying to ask you is, what if he gives out those details? He's saying I have a lot of data. And if they want to behave that they've been hit by amnesia, they don't recognize me, Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. Jain, I want to tell them that I have so many details that they are going to be baffled when I put it all out. Now I'm asking you, what if it's all put in the public domain? Are you still going to keep denying Sukesh Chandrashekhar?
What is he waiting for?
Nobody is bothered. Nobody is bothered. You put as many details you have on the public domain. Care who's about it. Go for the inquiry. File the FIR. Do it.
That is my limited question.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you file the FIR? Nobody is bothered about it. They are just making a show of it because you are rattled in Gujarat as well as Himachal. You have no place. And MCD you are going to lose badly.
Satendra Jain, who has not got any court relief, where there is a direct conflict of interest, should he not be sacked as minister? Why is Kejriwal not sacking him? That is my limited question.
Because you are deliberately changing the court. You are not producing the evidence there.
I am not.
You are not producing a charge sheet there.
The minister is in jail.
You are doing a drama.
He's saying, why is he not being sacked?
He will have to be given a bail. He will have to be given a bail.
Dr. Joshi, a man who is behind bars, who's in jail right now, shouldn't he be sacked? Is what Karan is asking. I want you to reply to him.
Precisely, whatever he is asking, you know, when you work with someone, when someone is a very close associate of yours and you have worked with him for a major part of your political life, you know whether that person is honest or not. So if Kejriwal ji believes that he is honest and he is the chief minister, he deserves the right. भैया अभी तक कुछ प्रूव तो हुआ नहीं, प्रूव तो करो यार, रोज नया शेर आया करते रहते हैं. You know, don't do this. It is you know, trivializing the whole issue. One day you bring one sting operation, another day you bring another sting operation. Then you think that it is not resonating with the public. The public is not taking it kindly. So you bring Sukesh Chandrashekhar. You can think whatever you want. You haven't done any work to show for yourself, and that is the root cause of all these press conferences, and that is the root cause of all these letters, because BJP hasn't performed at all in last 15 years, and that's where the problem lies. If you did any work, your corporators would be coming out in the open and would be telling the public that vote us on these issues because this.
If I could just take it to Harish Khurana, we don't have much time left. I'm sorry, gentlemen, we don't have much time left on the debate. Mr. Khurana, I'm just asking now. Dr. Joshi is saying that it is a personal credibility badge that Arvind Kejriwal has given to Satendra Jain because they've been together for a long time and he knows that this man cannot do wrong. So you should please believe in that personal credibility badge.
Who is Arvind Kejriwal to give the certificate of ownership to Satendra Jain? Let the court decide. Let the Lord take their own course. But the point is, a person who is under trial right now, who is not getting the bail from the court. He is not getting the bail from the court. Why till that he is facing the inquiry?
The court decides.
He should be put down.
So you are also nobody to give the certificate of dishonesty to Mr. Satendra Jain, Khurana Sahab. How can you give the certificate of dishonesty? How can you call him Vasuli Bhai? How can you call him Vasuli? You cannot do that.
Mr. Point is,
all the allegations.
Mr. Joshi,
come on, sir.
Mr. Joshi,
don't
your points are weak.
Don't have double standards.
You know your points are weak. You know your points are weak.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, I don't have much time. I don't have any time left on the burning question. It's very clear that with every letter, the allegations are becoming stronger and bigger, and this is not coming to an end. This controversy is just getting bigger. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us on Burning Question.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrives in Moscow for a 2-day visit. He will be meeting Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks. Discussions are expected to cover a broad range of bilateral issues as well as exchange of views on various regional and international developments. The BJP will be holding a meeting of its Central Election Committee on Wednesday evening in a bid to finalize the first list of candidates for the upcoming Gujarat Assembly elections. A massive fire broke out in a plastic factory which is about 800 meters away from the IOC depot in Sapara in Bihar last night. The fire has been doused and no casualties have been reported according to the Indian Oil Terminal in charge at Patna. The Indian Oil Terminal is completely safe.
Former US Vice President and 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Al Gore made an impassioned call Monday for leaders to choose life over death by ending the use of fossil fuels that are stoking climate change. Now, he also called on wealthy nations not to allow current turbulence of global energy markets to share their commitment to reducing consumption of fossil fuel.
We have a credibility problem, all of us. We're talking. And we're starting to act, but we're not doing enough. It is a choice to continue this pattern of destructive behavior.
Now, a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply spacecraft is on its way to the International Space Station with more than 8,200 pounds of science investigations and cargo after launching from NASA's Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. Now, the 18th cargo flight to the space station is the 7th under its commercial resupply services to contract with NASA.